Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to yet another action-packed day here in Monte-Carlo as the Triton Super High Roller Series Festival Monaco rolls on. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu here to bring you coverage of the final table of the $125,000 main event. But of course, as per usual, there's plenty to unpack before we do that, not the least of which is finding out why it is that Randy didn't beat me to work today.
You're really just going to put me on blast immediately.
Tell everybody, Randy, why didn't you get here first today?
Because today is an important day, and I wanted to put in the wins or not, double wins or not. I had to go to YouTube. The problem is it wasn't mirrored, so I was getting confused in my left and right. So, yeah, it's not a good start for me.
You know that I would have done it for you if you just would have come to work.
No, you're not. No, I can do it myself. I'm a big boy.
All right, everybody. Randy is a big boy. And, of course, the 60K Turbo is a reasonably big event. We did conclude it yesterday with a second title being awarded to one Igor Yaroshevsky. Let's dive right into the app and get our first look at the man who first earned glory back in Montenegro for $862,000.
You know, it's really nice to see Igor get this big score. I feel like this festival, he was kind of losing big spots in the big buy-ins, so it's nice to kind of, get that off his back. And, so what second title is it?
Yeah, second title. Interestingly, though, I feel as though as much as we want to unpack that storyline, there's a certain Grecian that was playing heads up for that title that I'm a little bit more interested in Alex Theologus, because he's been a name we've called a lot here.
I don't really know how he can be so consistent at a single festival, right? It's his fifth top 10 finish. Before his first four cashes was two final tables, two final table bubbles, and now to get heads up and chop a massive score with Yaroshevsky is just amazing for Theologus.
Over $2 million compiled on this trip alone. Dare we call him Mr. Monte-Carlo as this one rolls on. But surprisingly, as we were sitting here in our prep with producer James, I thought this guy would be a shoo-in for Player of the Festival, but there's so much weight given to champions that he's actually not even in that top kind of five.
Definitely going to be up there now with this that massive chop, for the 50K. So
this event, yes, does put him up there at the top. As producer James is talking about, we are updating the app. But prior to that, I think you and I would have put money on him being there, at the top of the leaderboard, and he just wasn't. So, emphasis being put on taking down a title, which he has yet to do.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And, there's still more events, and if you might be able to make another final table this run.
We do have 150K that's going to be getting underway, and obviously plenty of points available because the bigger the buy-ins, the bigger the points. So, Dominicus, third final table of this particular series in that 60K, continues to demonstrate that steady Eddie sort of delegation coming out of Lithuania.
Very solid player. 3 final tables in one series is very difficult to do so with these challengers out there. Nice to see the Lithuanian delegation just continue to be solid.
Mikolaitis earning $469,000, let's call it, for the third place effort. You see it back in the app here. Theologus, not to be overshadowed, winning $860. And if the gap between he and Igor looks tight, that's because they made a deal where Theologus had more chips, a little ICM split. They played for some money, and in the end, with Yaroshevsky taking the title, he clawed back up and made just about as much as Theologus did. So let's turn the page because there's a lot to talk about in terms of this $125,000 main event, extra large Triton trophy, Epic X Watch on the line, and Jonathan Jaffe is on the hunt for his second title.
Well, Jonathan Jaffe, what can you say? He's the type of guy that's always willing to put the chips in motion, and usually he doesn't always have the goods. So it's good to see him with that huge chip lead, and it's really nice for him to get that big score, right? It's going to be a career best if he happens to take it down.
He hasn't made that score quite yet, but that chip lead, you're not exaggerating. Just take a look, guys. 12.6 million plus in front of him, good for over 100 bigs with the blinds at 50 and 125. And Wei Liang Chan, who kept his chips in motion, sitting a distant second in 6.2, 50 big blinds. And Chan, of course, a part of a very dramatic bubble burst that was almost involuntary because the needle on the bubble was more placed there by Ole Shemian than it was by Chan.
Yeah, Shemian just really didn't believe. He was out of position against Wei Liang Chan throughout the bubble stage of the tournament, and he limp jammed ace-4 of hearts for 35 big blinds, snapped by ace-queen, and the bubble burst just like that. Players with just 2 or 3 big blinds just snuck in there.
Top 3 score here today would give Wei Liang Chan an 8-figure resume here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, still hunting his first title. Now then, Bryn Kenny, this is a guy who it just seems like we cannot ever have a big buy-in final table and not bring up his name. The winningest player in all of poker globally, the winningest player on the Triton Super High Roller Series as well, with an astonishing almost 39 million.
He's also chasing title number 4, which is impressive. All his scores at Triton have been massive. You know, he got the lion's share of the Triton Million, the one that we really most remember when he played against Aaron Zhang. He did finish in second, but Bryn Kenny, big buy-ins, he flies out for it, and when he does, he always makes final tables.
Listen, he can send some people flying out of here real quick. Not afraid to play big pots and maybe crumple some of that ICM and throw it into the bin. Mario Mosbach, let's talk about him. The Austrian obviously enjoying the tutelage of some of poker's finest in the likes of Fedor Holtz, who I'm sure takes great pride every time he sees him making a deep run.
Yeah, you know, he has a very good crew, the Poker Code team. Fedor Holtz, like you just mentioned, Matthias Eibinger really cultivated him to be the player he is today. A top 4 finish would get him into the 8-figure club, which is impressive in itself, and would like to see him try to capture another title.
2-time title winner already, with his first coming right here in Monte-Carlo last year. Moving right along. Danny Tang, reigning Ivan Liao Player of the Year award winner, sitting in 5th with 3.3 million and change.
If he can win this one, that'll be title number 6, a very exclusive club. I don't know if there's much more to say about Danny Tang besides he's one of the best up-and-coming players. Now he's really cemented himself amongst this crew. I would like to see him just continue to play amazing poker. Yeah,
he's got over 20 million in Triton earnings, looking to add a tidy 4 million plus to that here today if he can take down the hardware. How about Punat Punsri, Randy? This is a name that we haven't really mentioned as much, but he has been very steady. In fact, a really interesting fact that producer James found on him.
The fact about which fact are you talking about?
We're talking about the fact that since he joined 2 years ago... ...
Yeah, since he joined 2 years ago, he's the winningest player on the Triton Tour. His biggest score was the Cyprus main event that he won in 2022.
At his first festival, by the way.
At his very first festival. It's his 3rd final table of the trip. And he actually got 2nd place in the 50K 2 nights ago, where it did seem that he might have been able to get another title as well.
Punat's been grinding hard. A guy that doesn't exactly grind Triton hard. Also with this final table, he was on a short sub-10 big blind stack for the bulk of yesterday's coverage. Haralabos Voulgaris playing on the invitee side in the Invitational. 9th ever Triton tournament and just his 2nd cash.
And it's just his 2nd cash, but that first cash was in the Invitational as well. He only comes out for the big blinds plays when he does. I missed that his dog Oscar isn't here.
I know.
But he's been very lively at the table and been saying, no phones, I'm just going to chat it up.
Yeah, he's been driving the conversation, no question about it. By the way, that cash in reference to the Invitational, not this year's, but last year's right here in Monte-Carlo. Jesse Lonis, he's made a splash since getting down here. Did defeat Punat Punsri heads up for his first ever title in the 50K a couple of nights ago. This guy could mix things up, though.
He's been known to mix things up, right? And it's right at home at the Triton Series to only play so few festivals and to capture a title for 1.5 million to beat Punat Punsri is a big feat in itself. Lonis, he's the type of guy, he just won't let you run him over. So I want to see him put some resistance against our chip leader
He
today.
may have to spin it up a little bit before he can flex his will. 15 big blinds deep, 8th of 9 runners, and the 9th runner is Austria's Thomas Mühlacker. His Triton career so far been somewhat surprising for a player of his caliber.
Yeah, for someone at his caliber, if you look at the Triton Poker Plus app, he's bricked every single event he's played so far, but if there's one to finally cash in, it's going to be this main event. Does come in with not so many chips, but he can try and spin it up.
Listen, goose egg in Jeju, goose egg here in Monte-Carlo, skipped Montenegro in between. You know it's tough to get up and go to work. And last Monte-Carlo, he only had 1 cash in 6 attempts. So obviously, bloodthirst and vengeance potentially on Mulocker's mind. Some ICM dynamics that we're going to want to get to, but we do need to send it down momentarily to our own Marianella Pereira, who's going to be bringing out the gladiators into the Coliseum. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the final table of the 125K main.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Monte Carlo and the Triton Super High Roller Series. This is the main event with $20 million in the prize pool. Now only 9 have a chance to win the spectacular Triton Trophy, the exclusive Jacob Co timepiece, and $4.4 million. Who will be our next Triton Series main event champion? In seat 1, he's a leading American pro whose first title on the Triton Series came right here in the Salle d'Étoiles last year. He's a writer, a podcaster, a poker coach, and according to some, a part-time dolphin trainer. With 12.65 million chips, your chip leader, Jonathan Jaffe. In seat 2, he's topped the Triton money list ever since a $20 million score in the first Triton Invitational in London in 2019. He's now a 3-time winner with his eyes on what would be a second main event title. From Long Beach, New York, with 4.1 million in chips, it's Bryn Kenny. In seat 3, he's a sports bettor and soccer team owner, originally from Winnipeg, Canada, but he now spends a lot of time in Castellón, Spain, watching his own team. He returned to Monte Carlo to play the Triton Invitational, but it's in the main event where he's now hunting a first title. With 3.4 million chips, welcome Bob Voulgaris. In seat 5, one of the original pro poker players to come out of the talent hotbed in Vienna. He graduated from the online game to become a feared force at the live tables as well, taking his place at a second Triton final in Monte Carlo with 1.3 million chips. Welcome, Thomas Mulocke. In seat 6, he is one of the top stars from the crew of Malaysian players who have made the Triton Series their home and has been playing on the tour since its very first tournament back in 2016. Since then, he's made 11 final tables, and the only thing missing is a title. Could this be his day? Please welcome with 6.2 million chips, Wai Leong Chan. In seat 7, having turned his back on a career as a professional soccer player, this Austrian pro continues to prove he made the right choice in pursuing poker. He won the first of 2 Triton titles in Monte Carlo last year, but can today win more than both those paydays combined. With 3.6 million in chips, it's Mario Musbeck. In seat 8, a newcomer to the Triton Series in Jeju this year, this American pro landed a first title 2 days ago at only his second stop. Originally from New York, but now a Las Vegas resident, he learned poker from his grandma and has never looked back. With 1.9 million in chips, welcome, Jesse Lanis. In seat 9, recently crowned Triton Player of the Year, he is already putting in the kind of performances that can help him realize his back-to-back dreams. Representing Hong Kong, he is a 5-time Triton champion and comes to the final holding 3.4 million in chips. Please welcome Danny Tang. In seat 10, he won the No Limit Hold'em main event at the first Triton stop he ever played and is now aiming to land another Jacob & Co. watch to put on his other wrist. He has nearly $14 million in Triton earnings and comes to this final table with 3.4 million chips from Thailand. Welcome, Punat Punzri.
Thanks, Marianella. And there is your first look at all the chip counts at once, brought to you by BetACR. You can see that Mulacher has his work cut out for him down there at the bottom with 10 big blinds. That's the treacherous territory. Jesse, 15 bigs. And then you've got just 6 big blinds separating the crew between Punsri on up to Kenny. ICM implications, Randy?
These guys are just going to have to hang tight and let the damage be done at the bottom first, and we'll see how those 5 players kind of hang in, try to weave.
$445,000 is going to be the min cash. $538,000 if you can outlast just one player. We're talking about $93K in ladder available. Prize pool just shy of $20 million, an impressive feat when you consider that the Invitational, which was $200,000 a man, generated a prize pool just a tad north of $20 million. Those payouts brought to you by GTO Wizard, and there are 6 7-figure scores available, $4.4 million and change up top to the eventual champion. So cards just about ready to get in the air. Strap in, folks. It's time to crown another Triton Super High Roller Series main event champ. And this might feel like a setup. Hand number 1, Mario looks down under the gun at red aces.
Looks like it's going to be a good day for Mario Mosbach.
Is it weird that my instinct, once I hear you say that before we've seen anything else happen, is to feel as though maybe you just jinxed it?
Jeez.
Chip leader's got a suited 1 gapper in the hijack.
Well, he can definitely flatten position because of how deep he is.
That's exactly what he's done. Fold it around to Chan's big. 6-7 offsuit.
Just a little bit more. He's got the chips to play with. He can sprinkle.
That he does, and Mosbach goes behind the trademark repurposed hoodie scarf.
What do you think the chance of that flying?
King Jack 9 board. Jaffe's flopped the nuts. Randy, this is your fault.
This is also very bad for Mario because the player who's got him beat is the chip leader, and he's expected to just lean and attack.
Absolute disaster unfolding for Mario. Will he be able to get away from this? Something like the queen or 10 of spades on the turn would help him.
Yes, there's lots of cards that can perhaps save him. Those straightiness, flush, even like a king could drop. For now, though, he's definitely going to lose chips on this flop.
Well, the dating profile on this particular deck lists violence as among its hobbies. Proven here early. Mosbach does start off nicely by checking. Wary of the texture, lacking a spade or club in hand. Jaffe betting 300,000, and in terms of Jaffe's flatting range there, you talked about him being the chip leader. That range could be fairly wide, but Mosbach expects it to be narrowed ever so slightly by the fact that he himself opened under the gun. Jaffe adding a flush draw to the arsenal on the turn. Mosbach now drawing dead.
So there's huge ICM pressure on Mario, given he started his hand 4th in chips, and we have a player 9th with just 10 bigs. So
This one's mine, right?
his range should be narrow in terms of what he can stack off with. Jonathan should be aware of that, and he doesn't really want to lose his customer, so he probably will bet towards half pot or so just to kind of keep some weaker kings, some Jack X to hang tight, because he's got everything.
850.
Second check and a second barrel. 850K out of Jaffe.
Problem for Mario right now is that his hand could still be the best. It really just seems like a check call, check decide situation. He could convince himself he's up against like king queen, some kind of spade or club combo. Look at this pot.
Up to 3.3 million. Unbeknownst, Mario draws dead. And Jaffe turns his hand into a flush. Actually does not want to see that card, considering he no longer has the nuts.
Another reason he doesn't want to see that card is because there's more things that would beat Mario, and Mario might be able to hero fold his aces. Clearly, though, Jaffe is going to ask for probably it all, given there's 66% remaining.
That's exactly what he does, and this is a really deflating way to get underway for Mosbach.
Red aces. First question is, do we ever beat any value? I don't think so. I believe king queen often would just check back unless it's backed into clubs. So if we're just beating bluffs. Yeah, he quickly folded, actually. Didn't even think about it.
No time bank exercised, and credit to Mario Mosbach for limiting the damage to 2 post-flop streets and not a bust out. Jaffe with the whole wide world, and he's off and running. Now 14.5 million in front of him, 116 bigs, 37% of the chips at the table.
37's a lot with 9 remaining. Mario slips down to 7th. 17 bigs now.
Brutal.
Don't buy that.
I did.
Oh.
Like the dolphin training, but
Lonis, by the way, might have been hanging out with KCG
about the playwright.
at some point, just based on the
The look.
FT look he's brought forward. Yeah, the buttons. Little silk.
Try some of that street poker with me, see where it gets you.
Deuce 4 suited on the button. Mulakar obviously wants to spin up. That's not going to be the hand that allows him to do so. Allowances, though, very much a product of 2 10s.
There isn't as much reason to limp to trap against the 17 big blind stack of Mario. I like raising in this spot.
So does Wai Leong.
Yeah, just because Mario isn't looking to isolate even the type of hands that normally would raise.
Another street poker player.
Who is?
For sure.
Mosbach conceding.
Thank you.
Thank you. The street master.
Might have taken a look or two.
You did.
No.
Well, while we swap dealers, we're certainly not swapping sponsors. That's already been done. WPT Global, our latest Title sponsor here on the Triton Super High Roller Series, the best place to qualify for Triton events. You could be playing the new WPT Global Slam at future Triton stops by winning your way in online. Simply download the WPT Global app with code Triton for a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today.
Get involved in the conversation.
Interesting way to get yourself into the conversation.
I want to see if I can find a copy of Dale Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence People. Give it to him. Couldn't track one down in Monaco this morning.
Man United won, Neto, and then Chelsea Arsenal 2-1.
Oh,
Tottenham lost to Ipswich.
thanks.
Crazy. I have 3 goals.
Muellacher really needs to find a spot soon. Just 8 big blinds remaining. Over to Mario.
7-8 offsuit, small blind.
Interesting spot because Mario and Jesse have the same stack.
Mario comes with limp.
Jesse's decision of Queen Jack.
Just
He's not gun
ripping.
shy, is he?
Nope, not at all. Not expecting traps.
Like, start reading fiction, and I realized I learned way more from reading fiction than I'd ever learned.
Ripping and taking that one away.
So excited to get back to the story that you want to add.
The degree of emotional attachment is just so much more helpful for kind of ingraining a lesson or an idea. You read about someone else's family and you learn about your own.
Well, to be fair, a lot of nonfiction turns out to be fiction too. So
This is true. You know, it was a sad one for me. The Catch Me If You Can. You know, the Frank Abagnale.
yeah.
Fucking lie. I mean, who would have thought? The liar's a liar. But
Yeah.
like,
You know what one was really hard for me was this book called The Lovely Bones.
yeah,
Alice Sebold. You know this one?
I know the name. I don't know.
They even made a movie about it.
Yeah, it was like
But yeah, that
child
one.
molester or something.
Catch Me If You
Right.
Can. You're talking about the movie?
Yeah, that it's all bullshit.
I used to, yeah. It's
So
like,
sad.
it was like, you know, when you're young, you only have like, well, for me, I had like 20 DVDs at my grandma's house, and that was one of them. Was Catch Me If You Can.
Yeah.
So I watched it like 150 times.
It's a great movie.
Yeah.
Ace 10
It's
suited.
completely bullshit.
Like, he just made it all up. It's so little is real. Like, it'll be this based on that, but yeah. One of my
Bulgaris.
favorite movies that are like meant to kind
Taking
of
it
portray a
upstairs?
real story. JFK, you ever see that? Oliver Stone?
No.
Oh my god, great movie, complete nonsense. He took like a piece of shit and turned him into a hero, and yeah, it was. I loved it. I
5 seconds.
was like, wow, got all into the JFK movie, and I'm like, oh, God, no. Oliver Stone's just a nut job.
Unclear what left Lonis contemplating. It was Queen 9 of diamonds. As Bulgaris will pick up an orbit's worth of tokens.
Just like,
Got a couple of cinephiles on our hands at the table in Jaffe and
it's not a CIA prop.
Exactly, but they blamed it on the
Bulgaris.
I'm pretty
Yeah, well,
way
he,
to,
he
like,
blamed it
sad
on
about that
everyone. You watch, he throws
conversation.
out 8 theories in one
You didn't know
movie.
the Catch Me If You Can story was complete BS?
very specific.
Yeah,
Like
it's
America was behind.
really sad,
Yeah, I
just
mean,
as
he's
much as
mostly
being
blamed.
spoiled about
Yeah,
Yeah,
Jim Garrison's
Dumbledore
a piece of
dying.
shit.
Yeah.
You didn't know that he died?
Great movie though.
And I didn't know Catch Me If You Can wasn't real.
Randy, how does the post office deliver mail to the rock that you live under? I just want to know, is it like
Which
you have to
rock is-
sign for packages?
You're like, I don't
Do
know
they
if I
just
wanna do
throw it
this.
into
Oh,
the
it's actually
cave?
cool.
Like, what's going on?
You have your eyes out for snipers.
So you knew.
Yeah, I knew. The real person. Yeah.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
By the way, just in case anyone's freaking out right now, we're not talking about Gambledore Vladimir Korzanin. He's alive.
No.
It's everything's okay.
No. Talking about
The
Harry
actor.
Potter. No, I'm talking about in Harry Potter.
In Harry Potter? I thought the actor actually passed away. Oh, maybe I got it all wrong.
Man, we're just
Now
on
it's
two
getting
different
deep.
conversations now.
I mean, what else is new? Ace Jack, Wei Liang Chan on a different level than the rest of the field's holdings so far. And it's official. He'll take it.
Movie kind of called The Hunt. You ever seen that?
Yeah,
I like that movie a lot. Mads Mikkelsen
We'll
was a
get
fucking
Chad and
beast.
Katie today. But that's just the fans one. That's not the team hot one. Anyone can wear this one. So you just want to be a regular. You don't want the
Just look at
ambassador.
the fucking eyewitness testimonies. Terrible. Like, no, but I saw it. No, but you don't understand how your brain works.
Fire.
Huh?
Suspend.
Thank you.
Penalty.
Thank you.
You have? You have hat? It's okay. This will do to go.
Fold. Fold. Fold, fold.
Me wear one for you as well.
Fold.
When I go back, if I make it to the break.
One table poker is so nice.
Why long?
Meant to go slow. Love it.
Fold. Yeah.
I mean, I never really.
Dusty ones all the way around to the blinds, and now the good
It is
stuff
right now.
surfaces.
I actually like limping in this spot. Expecting Jaffe, the chip leader, to raise with a bunch of garbage and then just limp jam.
Tofu solid, bro.
A little fat from avocado. Not too heavy.
Tofu's probably not the mood you want.
And even if Jaffe just checks back, it's not the end of the world given that hands that check back could be just too little cards, and tens performs amazing against that post-flop.
Jaffe checking back, unfortunately has a 10 in his hand.
Some, like,
He
fried
is suited
dried
though, and he's found second pair on a monotone ace-high board. Punsri with that 10 of diamonds working.
Yeah, I know. Oh, you told me actually.
Quite a good spot for Punsri. Has the diamond backup if necessary.
Yeah, GG. Yeah.
Yeah, really, truly.
Feels like conventional play plays passive whenever there's a micro stack out there.
Yeah, we're talking about Mulacher, of course, with the 8 bigs. It does go check, check. Second overcard to the 10s.
Panat should still continue to check for now. He might be able to find a river bet if it checks through once more on the turn.
I'll be in.
But he's actually going to bet, which is a little bit surprising for me on the queen. Does open the door a little bit. I suppose Jaffe checking back the flop doesn't have too many raises on the turn to put Punsri on into a tough spot.
Fold.
150 bet and called.
Yeah.
Pot up to 750. Now a third overcard to the 10s and, for that matter, the 8s.
If you do go,
Would think this is going to check through now with another overcard to the 10s. If he bets, it's a bit of a block. Trying to get paid off by like an 8 or 6x.
Well, Punsri emerges unscathed versus the chip leader.
A little note taken by Jaffe that 10s was shown in that spot.
I think he expects that Punat's going to be snug, just as you mentioned, given the presence of the 90K plus pay jump and that 8 big blind stack of Mulacher. This is all very consistent with the ICM respect.
Yeah, consistent.
Are you going to play him? Yes. That's what I like to hear. Hey, it's the guys that play barely that are usually the dangerous ones. Guys that think that they know everything about PLO.
They're not that scary.
You're young, right?
Another 10-8 suited, this time in the bin, out of Bob.
I'll take the guys who think they know about PLO any day versus the new guys. If you want some action.
Better put me in, bro.
I want the other side.
Am I considered? If I'm considered a new guy, sure.
Yeah.
All right then. Yeah. Anybody?
You pick yourself in the new guy list.
Oh.
Anybody you want to pick? Go ahead.
Wow. Are you the guy who's never had a losing Triton?
Wow, that's
19?
savage.
Let me get some of that.
Are you the guy who's never had a losing Triton?
Depends how big.
PLO's there.
Yeah.
I didn't
I'm
want
still
to
chasing from my 30. Yeah.
I would.
Fucking Yarashevsky.
Thank you.
I would have lost anyway. Actually, the way it rolled out. Because they had second place too.
325,000.
Danny shoots it from the cutoff. Pretty one, pipping Punsri.
One bullet in each.
These guys running 6th and 5th, respectively.
I can't imagine Punsri wanting to play Jack-9 suit in this spot. There's a chip leader right behind him.
If you don't cash
If
it
he
now.
flats, his range becomes
You're
capped.
like top 3 in the main.
Needs to just stay away.
You have teeth here, like last 200, I think.
Yeah. I did. So that one I think.
It's actually interesting. Jaffe's considering 3-betting King 6 off.
No, remember, because you bought Oscar with you, I think.
If you like count the
The big one.
count like
Kenny can get involved. Ace-8 offsuit versus a cutoff open. Actually lays it down. Big laydown. Ace-8 off.
Yeah, Kenny, you know, 3rd in chips, can obviously dig in, but he too looks down at 6 stacks shorter than his own and decides he doesn't want to enter the murky waters.
For him to fold Ace-8 there means that he believes Danny Tang is playing
Yeah, the big one.
extra tight with the ICM implications.
But you don't play PLO cash.
But there is one guy
If you come in first now in second division, or is that the first division?
Elias?
Yeah.
Yeah, Elias is amazing. Yeah, he's like the one that, like, you know, I respect his game too. I mean, I respect all their games.
So could I take Elias? But only
So when's it
small.
gonna happen?
It's not like I'm.
Yeah, we could do
It's just.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah.
Wow, that's so rude.
Is that rude?
Yeah, to take the best guy in the field.
Okay, yeah, don't do that.
That's why I said
Like at least take someone like 2
I don't know
steps
anyone
down or
else
so.
is good. I don't know who else is good. I just know he's fucking ridiculous.
The best.
Who's the best?
Like literally playing pots with him is like, I'm like, what's going on?
Elias person and like anyone who asks
I don't
about
feel
PLO,
that.
it's like unanimous. Everyone thinks that he's the best player in the
they're
world.
human. Just PLO.
Conversation centering around the Finn, Elis Parsonen, PLO sniper, who we expect to join us here in Monte-Carlo for the back portion of the festival that will
Take
include
his buddy Yanni or something, who's very
Pot
good.
Limit
at
Omaha
PLO too.
in the place of short deck.
Yeah, excited to watch him later this week.
No, it's all good.
Cutoff open from Punat.
I don't care.
Ace 10 suited.
Bem para o touch game.
The motivating kit.
I already knew everyone's gonna say that because that's what everyone always says to me. I'm like, all right, go ahead, take him. He's just fucking.
Jesse.
I wish people cross-booked him every event we ever played together. I'd be up millions.
This is how we motivate him. All right.
You and
I've got your motivation too. I'm Elis.
wait, then who's Johnny?
If anything, it'll make me play better because I'll be more motivated.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like his best friend, pretty much.
Look at mine and
Joni, you know
Yeah.
Joni.
Mons one?
Joni.
yeah, you have to know
Did he
him.
win 2 titles at?
No, that's another one of their friends, Sam Lee.
That's really good too.
Yeah, or pick
They
him.
got a whole group.
From the same country.
Yeah, they're all buddies from the same country.
I'm trying to think who's Yanni. I will know Yanni, but I'm just.
Blonde
Come on, he's like
to
the first.
like wavy-ish hair.
Well, we're on live TV right now. So. But personally, I don't know. I don't know Omaha enough to judge, so forget it.
Nobody does.
We're not live. They can edit it. Go ahead.
Everybody just hears what everyone else hears, and then they go along with it.
I'm no place to judge.
Just like most people in life.
Exactly. That's why I love him. It's all right. You guys think he's great? Go ahead. I like money.
Well, it might be true. It might be, but you're ready to bet on you, yeah.
No, and I said he's amazing. Yeah.
Probably.
But he's not.
Go for it.
Punsri up to Ace Jack now.
Everybody's
Opens again.
Doesn't have the it
Everybody's
factor
beautiful.
like you.
Everybody's beautiful in their own way.
Yeah.
I've always felt that way.
That kind of confidence is strong.
There's not a thing in the world.
Pick the top guys.
At least there's not one thing in the world where I dare to say you can pick
You see Mühlacker coming in with 8-5 of clubs. Everyone knows that all eyes are on him.
I mean, he's not really going to be able to sit back, presumably, and witness someone else bust before him. Although we would have made assumptions of that nature on the bubble of the Invitational and this main event, and we're proven quite wrong. Thomas with 2 blinds invested already, invests some more and finds himself the best hand on a Queen 8-6 board, second pair versus ace high.
It's actually quite interesting whether to check, get it in, or just stop and go to deny equity from your opponent. If your opponent doesn't always put you in on the flop, then there's more merit to put in a stop and go to deny equity. If you feel that your opponent will still c-bet bluff or c-bet fold even, then you kind of want to check to grab that extra bet.
All in?
Mühlacker just jams it.
Yeah, I like this stop and go. Punat. Ace jack high.
Maybe.
Still 30% against a made hand. If he's up against some kind of draw, then he'd be even more. In terms of equity, makes the call. Here we go.
Jack of diamonds dangler, some backdoor prospects. And as it turns out, a couple of overcards to the pair for Thomas, and we are spinning for the first time here in the main. Turn is safe for Thomas.
At least to be turned dead, you know.
And the river is as well. And his rail, obviously excited to see him bounce off of the bottom of the leaderboard there and do so through Punat Punsri, who's got a massive Thai delegation supporting him in the YouTube chat right now. Shout out, by the way, to those of you soaking up this final table live and direct on the Triton channel or through the Triton Poker Plus app, for that matter, through Twitch. Love to have you if you're enjoying what you're watching thus far here in Monte-Carlo and haven't already done so. And even if you have, mash that like button. It is a small ask and a big impact in exchange for the finest in streaming poker entertainment.
Is there a reason Jesse Lonis and Mario Mosbach didn't clap with the rail when Mühlacker doubled?
I don't feel the need to explain it to you, Randy, but yes, there is a reason. Lonis and Mosbach now trailing Thomas in the chip counts.
That's something I'm quite confident about.
Big payout
Against people who
moves.
think they're probably better than me.
Sure wouldn't want to go out next.
Yeah, but you just.
Oh, yeah. No.
You say anyone in the world.
Oh, I thought against the
Jaffe with some neuro-linguistic programming here. And
Love that.
Just in case you guys weren't aware.
Subliminal messages.
right.
And then he opens King 7 offsuit in the hijack. Well timed.
Would be real sick as if he had 2 kings when he did it instead of King 7.
Getting in there.
Yeah, give a fuck. He was really sweating the payout move.
Hualong Chan is willing to get in there. We've seen this leading up to this final table.
Call?
So he's going to come along. Queen 4 suited.
Big payout. What are you talking about? Out of your fucking mind. Barely any difference between third and
Finds second pair. Unfortunately, he does so against top pair here, as the larger side of the leaderboard entangles. Number 2 and number 1 in chips, with Chan checking over.
Bet 225,000.
Hualong definitely going to lose at least one straight. Depends on how it runs out. Don't think that Jaffe's got a hand worthy of 3 streets of value, though, given his kicker. Unless he improves with the 7.
I'm here to inflict some emotional distress on people.
Check call of 225,000 and an unwelcome sight is the ace, but it's actually a decent card for Chan to potentially be able to get away. Let's see how Jaffe feels about things. You could see him check back.
Yeah, you're right about that. At first glance, Wylon Chan hates the ace because Jaffe is probably raising any ace in the hijack. But this could save him from losing another street of value, as King 7 has things to be worried about now.
Check.
Oh, nice queen.
Check back from Jaffe and Lady Luck paying a visit to Wai Leong on the river. 1.3 in the middle. I would imagine there's a wide range of sizes that could get paid off. Can't get too greedy, I would imagine, against a king.
Can't get too greedy, I think, because... Yeah, notice the sizing he's choosing is because
825.
Jaffe realizes there's a lot of queen X's in a check calling range, and if Wylon was bluffing, he probably doesn't need to go too large anyways. If he had busted spades just to knock out other unpaired hands. Sizing's pretty good. It's like enough to get crying calls out of an ace and maybe curious king X's, especially the king X's that don't hold a spade in hand, to unblock those.
Jaffe contemplating. Unblocks spades. But obviously falls to Queen X and Ace X. Chops it best against the other King X, and so he does step away. So perhaps the sizing a little bit too rich from Chan.
This guy.
Israel activating.
He didn't even know what the hand is. He's clapping.
This is going to be one of those every pot
If
claps.
Jonathan busts, can you give me a little support after? How much? How much? Okay. I appreciate it. Just put me down for whatever's next. Put me on the must move.
Goes Jaffe, Wushu, Lonus. That's his current.
I look a little bit like you know, smile.
What should you do?
You didn't like the photo? You didn't like the photo, Danny?
Huh?
Photo was not good?
I smile too much. My eyes went missing.
Oh,
What is the difference between
After I
natural
smoke
8
weed,
and
might
team
go-
hot natural 8?
so
He's trying to sow
Pretty
division.
obvious.
And again, that photo, that photo might take you right off the team hot natural 8. Put you back into the default natural 8.
You know, the smaller the eyes are, the better looking they are.
Ace 10.
raised to 325,000.
He lives to sow discord.
Jaffe. Legitimate open. Vulgaris. Ace Queen now. He is running 5th of 9.
After I smoke a joint, I'd be the most handsome man.
It's interesting because he doesn't want to bust before the short stacks, but then he has a hand so strong that it's very tempting to 3-bet. He plays it as a flat,
Beep, beep.
Oh,
which is great for Jaffe as he gets the opportunity to see a flop.
Or maybe not. Someplace. If it ain't, it should be.
1 million plus. The situation. Bad pre-flop, and there are a couple of clubs on board, but still Vulgaris with the better hand. The thing is, this is kind of the board texture that Jaffe doesn't expect is going to interact with the Vulgaris flatting range, so maybe he feels the door open.
You're right. You know, the main hand you fear is pocket 9s, and with a check back, Ace 10 still got decent showdown value against Broadways that whiffed. I wouldn't expect the smaller aces to be in Vulgaris' range. Those hands just tend to muck pre-flop.
bet 150,000.
150K follow through.
Yeah, cutesy min bet.
Yep.
Trying to shut out Broadways.
Note the speedy call from Vulgaris. Had the wheel gutter just like Jaffe. Now a 4-liner on board.
Vulgaris' hand kind of smells like ace, queen, ace, jack at the moment. Maybe a little bit of pocket eights.
Yeah, 7s and 8s, I felt like maybe.
I think that's it. Anything lower than that, probably not playing pre. Problem, too, for Jaffe is it's hard to represent a hand the way he's played it. That's a really nice pot for Vulgaris. Didn't really have to face any difficult decisions post-flop.
No, and he just approached it
Where'd your guy go?
in the conservative manner you would expect.
Behind the camera.
I see
Ryan,
him.
you missed one.
Not lost on him, and despite the fact that he doesn't play for a living,
Chop pot.
he definitely endeavors to be successful at everything he touches.
Missed.
Reminds me of Orpin Kisachoglu in that way. Just very, very thoughtful, sharp.
Yeah, those two were having a really nice chat the other day on our featured table.
Yep.
A lot of respect for one another.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Oh.
Pocket 8s for Jaffe.
325.
It's interesting because he's had the highest VPIP, which is what we would have expected. The thing is that the VPIP, bar the King 7 hand, has been attached to legitimate holdings.
Yeah, it's been very legit kit. Also saw Haralbos just fold ace-9 suited, which is what I expected him to do with the weaker aces and ace-10 in that prior hand. So little things like that can help you narrow someone's range, which could really be important.
No takers this time around.
You know if that guy from Valencia is dealing this final table too? Dealer? My mechanic over there? One of the far at the back, no? You know what I'm talking about? The dealer, the guy from Valencia, is he in the rotation? Who's in the rotation, the dealer rotation for the final table?
That's up to the DC no man, right?
Okay, who do I got to grease to get that guy at the final table?
You mean Palmer?
Yeah.
The guy? Maybe it'll be. Honestly.
Made it out.
Haralbos making a play for his favorite dealer.
I guess you could just fold until he hopefully comes.
The blinds are pretty big, Randy. I don't know if that's the right strategy.
Well, you finally made it. I've got one big
Big
blind
blind,
remaining.
yeah. He doubles every hand of that FT and still is last.
Raise to 325,000.
Nice start for Bryn Kenny, ace-10 of hearts.
Oh. Oh.
Suited ace.
Oh.
Finding the bin.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
No takers.
Hey, look at this.
Hey! Santa's coming. I know him.
Oh, he's giving luck to Jesse Lonis. What a gift.
He really has been a gift here in Monte-Carlo. And the fact that he's here, even though nothing else was going on in the room at this moment, to just kind of soak in this final table, just shows how much enthusiasm he has. He's really caught the Triton bug, and we've certainly caught the Vladimir Korzinin bug.
It's cool to see Lonis, you know. Seems like they had built a relationship on the outer tables.
300.
Didn't really see them sat with one another on our featured.
Chat, by the way, lighting up at the sight of the Estonian.
Oh.
As Jaffe lights up once more, this time Queen 10 offsuit, the smoke. Under the gun.
Look at Wylon Chan folding ace-10.
Yep. I mean, you know, this is just the baddest bull in the ring.
Get him in the stores.
Jaffe. Ace-4 suited for Lonis on the button. Let's see. He's down bottom of the leaderboard. Just a couple of $100,000 in front of Mosbach, and he hates to fold it, but he does. And as you see the hands that are being put into the muck, you begin to really understand the power of ICM and the opportunity before Jaffe right now to really put even more runway between himself and the field. Already has himself 13.7 million as the blinds creep forward to 75, 150, diluting stacks. Bad news for Mosbach and for Lonis, bookending that 10 big blind threshold. But this is just a setup for Jaffe to be a runaway freight train of sorts.
Yeah, and it's due to how the chips are just distributed. You know, short stack just 10 big blinds, another player with 11 bigs. He's got a 2x stack on second place. He can just open relentlessly, because even though the middle of the pack is a bit suspicious of the chip leader, they really can't do anything about it because it's not worth the risk of them busting before the 9th and 8th place stacks and get those big pay jumps.
Fifth division.
Look at the King Queen straight into the muck. UTG for Britton Kenny.
Yeah. Like average salary, I think, in fourth division is probably like 30K.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of good-looking people at this audition that aren't going to get a call back.
You know why long folded Jack 10 off? Because Jaffe's in the big blind. Doesn't want to tangle with him.
Oh, but Lonis, recognizing he's going to have to do something sooner or later, jams it. Punsri now small blind ace 10 off.
Tricky spot. The jam is for roughly 10.5 big blinds. Ace 10 performs all right. How many of these baby suited aces are jamming is the key question for Lonis. It could be a little bit less just because Mosbach is shorter than Lonis, and Mosbach is out of position, so he's more likely to get it in first. Man, if he can find this play of ace 10.
Jaffe right behind him, though, man. The last thing you'd want to do is get caught in some crossfire here, because remember, you flat. Jaffe could just decide to jam with enough hand to call Lonis and just put you in a mad blender.
Well, he's in.
Yeah, Punsri only had 900,000 more. I think he was going to be ready to go for it if Jaffe did activate. And Jesse Lonis finds himself in a rough way here.
Yeah, you need to wait for maybe.
$3.5 million chip pot. Can Lonis find help? In some ways, yes. Club on board and a pair as well. Find a 9.
Everybody wants a 9.
And you can chop.
All right, we'll take
Find an 8, and the task is tall.
Yeah, I like both these guys.
A 3 for a clean winner. 9 or an 8 to carve it up. And instead it's the 6, giving Punsri a straight and giving us our first victim of this Monte-Carlo main event.
So you never have a losing trip right there.
GG, Jesse Lonis didn't really get much going. Wanted to see him kind of build a stack and flex his skills. This is actually his third cash of the Triton Festival. Got 18th in the 40K mystery bounty, plus a couple bounties over there. Won the 50K for 1.5 million.
Yeah,
not too long ago.
Not going to feel too bad, as his trip to this particular final table in the main event was a short-lived one. Found his spot, went with it, was 8th of 9 runners when he did. and can manage no more than $445,000. Nothing to hang his head about. We haven't seen the last Alonis here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Pay ladders unlocked for the whole field. Nobody happier to see it than the short-stacked Mosbach, who found aces very first hand of this final table. Ran into the nuts for the chip leader, Jaffe, as Voulgaris runs us up to 3 1/4, courtesy of 2 9s under the gun.
So Mosbach's the only player sub 10 big blinds at the moment. Let's see if Bryn Kenny's got the appetite to play King 9 suited in the big. We've seen him fold Ace 8 off against a cutoff open. This one's in.
Sharing a 9, not finding help on an Ace 8-7 board. Kenny does defend and check it over. Voulgaris just the ace to worry about, it would seem. No heart in hand, but he will c-bet and end the affair quickly. Always a relief.
Sorry about it. Thank you.
Voulgaris is currently in third in chips. Just shy of the average stack, which is 5 million, 33 big blinds.
King 5 for Kenny in the small. Limps. Voulgaris checks back. Things still cagey here.
Yeah, these two are pretty content with playing cheap flops, not looking to splash around post-flop as they wait around for Mosbach.
9-7 deuce, advantage Voulgaris.
Some value to be had with this top pair. Equity denial as well.
Bet and take it, sir. $538,000 locked up. The next ladder is $105,000. $205,000 rather. Forgive me.
Kind of a bad beat this guy didn't bust early on, huh? We've been like 2 guys down now. Not for you. Good for you though. But
Never easy.
the rest of the table's probably not too happy with that. Kind of brutal in poker, like everyone's kind of rooting for the guys to bust. It's not a very collective event, I'll tell you that. It's very predatory.
It is.
Very predatory in nature.
Try to organize bonding events off the table to make up for it.
I don't even want to know what you guys do off the table.
Let me tell you, everyone who's got a coin poker patch on, get together and...
I don't know. I have no idea what you guys are doing. I don't want to know what you guys are doing. Enough time with you at the table. It's good for me. I enjoy every minute of it. Don't get me wrong, but I limit.
2 1/4 says Chan with King 10. Always risky to open with Jaffe still available to act behind you.
Probably should be 325, I'm going to assume, given the big blind's 150K, but don't worry about that.
Kenny, couple of 9s here. On the button versus a cutoff open from the leader. It's not going to go anywhere. But not looking to play inflated pots, of course. He does flat.
Wouldn't be surprised if Moonlocker just stays away of 10-9. It's a hand that he can certainly see a flop with, but It's a lot of pressure. You find yourself in a great spot post flop. He is going to call, but he needs to be very cautious, even if he flops a decent pair.
Jack 8-3, open ender for Mühlacker as he hopped aboard out of the big. Knuckles over. John, not much cooking, and Kenny with the nines. Facing follow through.
Yeah, 450,000. It's a little bit uncomfortable for Bryn Kenny. We've seen him try to stay out of the way in marginal spots. Basically depends on what he thinks of Wylong's c-betting range. Yeah, you see him lay it down. Seems in line with how he's been playing. 10-9, open in a straight draw, has got plenty of opportunity to stay involved. Probably just check call rather than check jam. Especially with Wylong c-betting to multiple opponents. It's a little bit stronger than normal where maybe he doesn't just want to run his open-ended straight draw.
It is a quarter of his stack to continue, but continue he will. John actually has the best hand with king high. Little does he know it as the board pairs in the form of the 3.
Quite a good card for Thomas because he often just gets to see a free river. Because if Wylong was c-bet bluffing the flop, he doesn't have that many turn barrels that are bluffs. Just because Jack X would feel quite tidy on this board as well as 8X. Not too shabby. Wow. I'm shocked that he actually double-barreled this one, just king 10 high.
You know, but at the same time, the wind is at his back in terms of ICM pressure that he can apply to Mühlacker, who was the short stack coming in, but at present is eyeballing Mosbach down there, 9 bigs.
That was a sick play. I'm all talking about how that's not a great turn card to barrel on, and he's just like, not much you can do about it.
It's just a good landscape in which to barrel, obviously. The hand, put it aside, he's just thinking 205K pay ladder, and my man over here doesn't want to miss out on it.
You're right about that.
Oh, yeah.
If Mühlacker doesn't have a strong jack, he might be thinking, he's going to fold an 8. What's the worst that can happen? Still 1 overcard to the board.
And with the board pairing, obviously, just objectively, the straight draw becomes less attractive on the off chance that we're up against a full house every now and again. Punsry now. 4th in chips. 29 bigs coming in. Lets it go. Jaffe's going to hop in here with a couple of 5s.
325.
3 1/4. The universally adopted open sizing.
Calling hand.
No takers.
I thought I heard Haralba say, people not defending the big blind against you.
The tank folds.
Well, he knows exactly why that's the case.
I don't know.
You do well versus the tank folds?
Yeah. I'm comparing myself to an imaginary range based on Thomas thinking.
Thomas was just balancing his tank folds because he had queen 7 off.
Do you eat anything? Do you eat breakfast?
I ate a lobby before I came here.
Do you gym and then love it?
Gym, eat.
You know he doesn't need a hand this strong to raise.
Pretty nice.
He has been getting, again, hands that are way better than
I ordered like
what we would expect would leave him opening with this frequency. Does dial it back to 300,000 for what it's worth.
So he's raising into Mario Ma's box, sitting on 10 big blinds.
So purely honest about it. But
Nines is so strong that it's not the end of the world if Mario defends. Feel like if he was holding a unpaired hand, he's more likely to size up to dissuade the big blind defense.
Oh. Oh.
Downs to 10-8 off.
Let's go 2 and just swapping.
You know, as a viewer right now, you may be antsy, looking for some sort of massive collisions, but it's going to take a really special recipe to put something like that on the menu for the time being. But Jaffe's in the kitchen, and he is firing. Enjoying helping after helping of little pickups.
Yeah, he's getting a tasting menu right now, you know?
Yep.
Hors d'oeuvres, a couple of chips here and there. It's not even at the appetizers yet. Swift fold of 6s from Punseri.
Ace-Jack suited for Vulgaris. Jaffe out of the way. But he does have Chun on the button behind him. Nevertheless, too much hand to step aside. 325K open. This is dust for Mario.
Yeah, actually, it's interesting that both Mario and Mulewalker have been kind of tanking their easy folds.
Well, I mean, to be fair, they are incentivized in what is a bit of a war of attrition to try to out-jockey one another. Stick the other guy into a blind increase. Levels are 50 minutes in length here in this main, and the structure, especially up front, is protracted. A lot of opportunities for people to sink their teeth in, get some play going.
You triple before.
It was before.
Jaffe rat fucked
I was
you.
watching it. It was a 0.
Jaffe rat fucked you. But the rules are the rules.
I've always been a stickler for rules.
Yes,
That's-
without rules.
Rules are
Yeah, he's
the
just
most.
he was eyeballing you and eyeballing the clock.
Yeah.
I'm the dealer. He had it all in his sight. He was like,
Honestly, I was looking at stacks and I was like, oh, let's fucking go. But no, I just think rules are what kind of keep the fabric of society together, so it's really important to me.
Jaffe's an epic troll, by the way, so you got to be real careful sinking your teeth into his stuff.
Some places it's the way the first time they touch the card.
Really?
In Asia, I think.
we're not in Asia, my friend.
Yeah, but I know
We're in
that.
Monte-Carlo, where rules are important.
We will be next time.
No, I knew that since yesterday. They told me yesterday, so it's a fair rule.
Yeah, Punat didn't want
Followed.
the blinds to raise on his big
Money
blind.
laundering, prostitution. God knows what else.
Thomas, Queen Jack offsuit. Decides it's enough. Rips. John looks interested. Reason being?
Have you been to Thailand? Have you been to Thailand?
Thailand? Yeah, I love Thailand. I thought you said Macau for a second. It was kind of flashbacks. I love Thailand.
Still don't know. You want to make a little mystery hand out of it, Randy? Got a guess?
No, I don't want to guess. We don't know still. He did fold.
Maybe we'll never know.
Maybe some kind of ace X. Ace 9 off, maybe. Action now on Muehlacher. Who has? I'm not Muehlacher. Mosbach, who's got sixes. This is a legitimate decision here. Two short stacks. Could go to war. They will.
Yep, Muehlacher does have him covered ever so slightly. We'll take the 2 overs. If this was a bounty tournament, you can imagine guys would be salivating over this spot, but instead, they may allow for some cannibalism at the bottom of the leaderboard. Punsri is asking for counts here. He's already got 400,000 invested in the big blind and big blind ante.
This would be ambitious.
Yeah, it's a big ask.
Bounty tournament we're in, non-bounty, 125K main, should be out.
Pot laying a little less than 3-1.
So Mosbach gonna be at risk with these 2 sixes.
Chop, chop, chop. Chop, chop, chop.
Yeah, Jaffe doesn't mind having these 2 short stacks out there so he can continue to accumulate.
This is gonna be hard to chop.
Thomas is going to pull back 300,000. This is an opportunity for Mosbach to potentially 2.5x, and he's found a set of sixes on an ace-high board. He's all but locked this one up.
There's the rail.
Drawn dead is Thomas. And he's going to be left with vapors, Randy.
1.5 BBs.
Ouch.
Nice call there by Mario. Back in contention.
That would be a good riddle. Or what are the 2 hands that are the most difficult to chop against each other? See how quickly someone could come up with the correct answer on that one.
2 players.
Oh, Kang would probably be pretty good for this situation.
Ike and Makita are good at puzzles like that.
It'd have to be like that. All 4 of the suits covered for sure, so you'd have offsuit.
But they say don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fold, I think. Yeah.
Moving fluid flush, I think.
Painful graphic there.
I think that's the 9. It's like the Broadway. It's so much better.
I think the only reason we wrote 1% of all the chips is because we can't put decimals
Like
on the percentages.
You definitely cannot.
The second part?
Yeah.
And then it's going to be like probably
the scenario where you call, he shops.
If you are in my shoe, you call it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What did you fold?
I mean, you call.
I also hate how everyone's so lively and me losing that pot. You know, it doesn't feel so good.
He's like, guys, I'm on my deathbed. Why are we having a party?
Oh yeah.
to cover as many straights as you can.
Yeah.
Look, Britton wasn't looking to play too loose. He's going to get involved with ace king. I think he actually just open rips this one, even off of 15 blinds, because Muehlacher is so short, he doesn't want Jonathan Jaffe, the big blind, to defend. I love this jam.
Like they could say that.
Oh, and Muehlacher's got kings with only 1.5 bigs.
It's so painful. I mean, obviously, Kenny, happy to just rip and keep the decision points to a single pre-flop one. Muehlacher just thinking this couldn't come a moment ago.
Bryn Kenny's range has to be too strong for ace-10, which swiftly hits the muck.
I thought you were not folding on.
To be fair, by the way, Randy, the kings would have fallen to the sixes regardless if they had come a pot ago. But here they are, performing well as Kenny will haul back a majority of his stack. And this would be adding insult to injury if Bryn were to find an ace here against Thomas. 1.1 million in the middle.
Spot you want to be in when you...
Yeah, the right person.
Low percentage shop. That's a low straights. Take a low straight.
Yeah.
And there's the ace, along with an all-diamond texture. A single out for Thomas. Ouch. King of clubs, the only thing that rescues Mühlacker from an 8th place fate. Not this time. A tepid round of applause, but unfortunately a very cold outcome
Make a horrible call one time.
for Mühlacker.
I love that he's going around the table giving everyone a nice handshake.
Completely class act.
Been in there for sure.
But the ace king taking him to school there.
Maybe not the next time after he sees my hand for what it was.
I folded 2 queens.
He thought I'm shoving like ace-5 suited or something.
Off to the rail to show love to his crew as well. $538,000.
9s or 10s or something in your seat.
GG Mühlacker, his first cash of the festival after bricking plenty of events here in Monte-Carlo, but cashed in for at least $500,000. Not a bad payday.
Bricked out in Jeju, skipped Montenegro, had just a 6th place finish in 6 attempts at his last festival prior to that one. So trying to turn things around is Mühlacker. Had some higher hopes, but obviously is one of the shorties coming into the day.
9 players or 6
So he's going to be a tall order.
Tournament that
So then,
starts
7 players remain. Jack 10 suited for Chan.
And now we're guaranteed just shy of $750,000.
Yeah, I played on like party poker back in like 2004 or whatever.
Yeah, that was like the original like sit and go place actually. They were having like 1K sit and goes.
I won a seat to some like party poker cruise thing, and I was just like, I'm not going on this fucking shit. No chance. I ended up asking if I could sell it, and they were like, no, you're not allowed. Finally let me sell it.
Brent Kenny laying down Queen 5 of Hearts.
Caribbean Adventure cruise, and after like,
Well, I didn't even know that ever happened.
yeah, and after like, I think it was like a day and a half or 2 days after the tournament was over, I was like asking them like, how much money do I have to pay to get medevac off this fucking guy? They're like, no, you can't till the next port. I was like, what if someone gets sick? What happens? Well, then we get a helicopter and we bring him out. They're like, how much does it cost to get a medevac to get off this fucking boat?
Club WPT Gold is bringing online sweepstakes poker back to the U.S. and Canada. To celebrate, they're going to be hosting a $5 million invitational in Vegas this December. It's right around the corner. It's free to enter, and the winner is going to pick up a cool $1 million. Sign up today at clubwptgold.com. Use the promo code Triton and win your seat today. Must be 21 and up to enter. Void where prohibited. No purchase necessary.
Sounds like a good early Christmas present.
Randy,
It was wild.
stop trying to sign up again. I know you already have like 9 entries into this thing. Don't be a dirtbag.
I mean, I was just spelling my name in different ways. Rando Lou, you know.
Liu, Lewloo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's grimy. Good luck, though. Let me know if I can buy a piece.
I'm telling action.
You're going to oversell the free roll.
Ace 10 off in the muck.
Yeah, there's that ICM respect. Mosbach eyeballing Danny Tang, who's keeping him company down toward the bottom of the leaderboard. 13 bigs for both of those guys. Pocket 8s for Punat Punsri.
Should be looking to play. Needs to tread lightly given Jaffe's still around.
475,000. Oh. Oh.
Look at the Queen Jack fold from the big blind. Very cagey at this final table.
Mm-hmm. Jaffe still up top. Weiliang Chan in second. 26 big blind gap between the two of those guys. The only stacks bigger than the average, which is 5.7 million.
I find this final table so far incredibly tight from the big blind from some of the players. If that's the case, and Jaffe realizes this, he probably is going to open up even looser than his loose ranges at the moment. Even Weiliang Chan can open up once Jaffe kind of gets out of the way.
Angry. I can't dare.
425.
Raise to 425,000.
Staying out of trouble. You guys want
King Queen for Kenny.
queen? Boom, 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 boom.
Is that what we need? Is that what we need?
That's what happened last time.
Yeah, yeah.
Big blind second.
Yeah,
5 seconds.
All in.
Now
In the
he's going to
face-
play.
Yeah, I was going to say in the face of that ace-9 of hearts open, he is going to rip. Ace-6 suited shrivels in the small.
Oh. Oh.
Count, please.
Jaffe asking for a count.
425.
Yeah, it kind of seems like Bryn Kenny likes to be the aggressor
Things are like pretty accurate.
more so than
they usually are.
defender.
3.425.
It's a massive game changer.
This seems like it would be a light call for 17 bigs.
Big blinds up.
5 seconds.
If you realize how many spots Kenny's been passing up, and he's going to run it. Ace-9 suited versus King Queen. Good call though for Jaffe.
Yeah.
You
I
know.
wonder whether or not a little bit of his choice to make this call is attached to more than just the hand. A little bit customer dependent maybe, thinking Kenny is the guy that's most likely to show up here with something that ace-9 of hearts performs well against.
Perhaps. Here we go to a flop.
7.3 million chip collision. Tang and Mosbach salivating as they look up at Jack 5. Jaffe in the lead, looking to ice it with a heart.
Queen on the turn for Kenny.
Man, that is not what the rest of this field wanted to see, but Bryn loves it.
A lot of drama.
Still a lot to fade.
Oh, red.
And fade Kenny does.
That's got to feel great for Kenny.
Not so great for Jaffe, not so great for everybody looking to lock up that 205K ladder.
That ladder would have got everyone guaranteed
Yeah.
$1,020,000, 7-figure club. That double up really changes the layout at the moment because
Compassion for the guy who lost the pot.
there's two guys
All about you, Danny.
very comfy now. Bryn Kenny and Wylon Chan with 37 and 40 bigs, and Jaffe's lead is cut down to just 50 bigs. He's got 10 million chips where he can't
How much did I
run
lose?
over the table
Pretending
How much?
you didn't
How
wanna.
much
as
did I
easily
lose?
anymore.
You lost 250. Also 250.
I don't know.
Also 50.
Yeah, you lose 250.
Me too, Mario.
Everyone loses 250.
Yeah. At least I'm not. At least I'm real about it.
Fuck. Jesus Christ.
Fuck is going on? What is life, huh?
250. That's a lot, but that really is a lot. It's $250,000.
Oh.
Just gone.
Yeah,
Like that.
you said it was a good card. Did you realize that?
Where'd you learn how to deal that one? In prison?
400.
Raise to 400,000. Oh.
Can't handle $250,000.
Oh.
Unbelievable.
Oh.
Good hand, man. You against everyone else. Nobody's rooting for you. Brutal.
The crew game.
75 clubs from
Well,
Mosbach.
they know when it gets 300. I don't
No
know.
interest in the big blind.
Oh, the ace deuce of hearts.
Gotta try and take our shot now.
No, I win.
Jaffe.
Bro, like, just take it down a shot, all right? Like,
Losing a big one.
abilities, just gotta,
When everyone's rooting against me, I got to.
this
gotta
guy,
pump
this guy
it up.
asked, this guy asked me, he's like, hey, do you want to put me in the, you want to partner with me in the invitational? And I was like, oh, I already picked a friend, you know, like, sorry. He's like,
Bad choice.
He's like, oh, that's okay. I just, every time I play it, I win. No big deal. A passive-aggressive ex-girlfriend or something. What's this guy even talking about? No, no big deal. Yeah, I mean, I just win every time I
pick.
play, but I guess, yeah, go for it, I suppose. Wow.
True story.
It's very true.
Completely true story.
Not even exactly. I don't even know what my response was. I think my response was like thumbs up or something.
Yeah, for sure. You're thinking you're at whatever, dude. Like,
50,000.
Bulgaria's opening up. King 8 offsuit from the cutoff. I like this adjustment, given how tight everyone else has been playing.
That was funny. I was just like, whoa, Bryn's got some fucking energy going right now. I don't know what happened to this guy today, but this is like some serious energy.
That's just how I wake up.
Woke up and chose passive aggressiveness.
Actually, that's not my best quality for sure. I have a bit of that comes out sometimes.
Yeah, you might want to take it down a notch, I think.
For sure. In that spot, I don't mind actually. I don't think I need to take it down a notch. In some other spots of mine, I might need to.
You can just keep it to yourself, by the way.
Yeah,
if you have that type of like positivity and like confidence, it's okay to keep it to yourself, in my experience.
You gotta like let it out.
Maybe in the mirror.
Oh.
I would start with the mirror first.
Bulgaria's so entertaining to have
Ingrained in you.
All right,
Use a mirror.
at the table as he lightens the mood, brings the humor.
Oh, that means you're probably the next one.
Danny
out.
looking to lighten, put out Punsri's big blind.
Jamming 2.2 million, courtesy of Ace Deuce, and Punsri takes the pass.
Got Lee on the rail, rooting for Danny Tang.
I'm not happy.
Danny's girlfriend there as well.
Yeah, of course. He wins that far. Great. Blast the
Good in it. Head of diet.
Especially every hand full. You guys have to get lean
He
down.
also died. Yeah, clean maybe fold in it. The same color maybe. Queen, you call me, I do this. I whack this on your head.
Oh. 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 Oh.
Fold.
Oh.
Forgot to say it.
Punsri in the small, 9-7 off. Jaffe threatening to remind him about ICM.
Oh, that is not the right word.
Go ahead, Randy, say it. What is A3 good for?
Well, I was going to say raise, and he checks it.
Like an orbit.
You were going to say blackjack, Randy.
Holding too far away.
That's what you're talking about.
Oh, that's what Punsri's talking about. 9-8-6 top pair, open ender versus second pair, and the opportunity to chisel off of the chip leader.
Should still be looking to play passive, even with the hand this strong. This hand can really just call down all flops and turns, and the turn is lovely.
Yeah, now we're feeling a lot cozier about things. Not that he was altogether nervous. Being out of position, of course, against a chip leader who can bring the ICM hammer down on you. Never where we want to find ourselves. But here with a 9-high straight, let's see what Punsri chooses. Another check, looking to just induce Jaffe, who doesn't bite.
At this point, given Jaffe quickly checking the turn, I'd just go for some value against a random pair. If Jaffe was looking to bluff, he often just bets the turn.
Punat looks like he's ready to do his own bidding.
Ooh, nice hand.
The
It's on the internet.
what?
On the internet.
Korean.
This is on the internet. This is Korean too.
What's that?
Song Hong Ming.
Oh, Son, yeah.
Oh, come on. You're supposed to be a Spurs fan.
No, I don't know what you mean. It's like photo.
He just does it when he scores.
Yeah. It's gotta be a meaning, huh?
Anything interesting there, Jonathan?
Not at the moment.
Oh, oh.
Danny's got to look for a spot soon. 13 bigs.
Raise. Fold.
2.4 million of 2.6. Stuck in there. Ace 10 suited.
Raise to 2,400,000.
The inspiration.
Fold. Fold.
And 500K. The profit is Danny gets the rail to activate. Look at his girlfriend like, hey, Kia, what are you doing? Get off your phone. Cheer. Scumbag.
I would love to find out the meaning for the World,
Oh yeah.
for the World Series.
Yeah, it's very hard to get. I mean,
Oh, the Kia didn't even
they
flinch.
haven't won.
Really?
Oh yeah.
So nine,
You know the
9,000
applause
Day
has a
7's
refresh
27
rate.
left, right? I bubbled day 7 once.
It is exhausting. 9,000. Yes.
9,000,
10,000 this year.
Just for the atmosphere, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
It's a lot of tournament.
Other tournaments, you
Yeah.
don't get that
Made it.
big reel. You know?
You've made it.
You don't like
Not super
express
deep,
as
but
much
like,
emotion
you
in
know,
the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah, 40 something.
40.
That one
40
just kind of
something.
go like.
Fold.
I don't think it's 7. I made it.
How long ago was
6 days
that?
Probably.
Fold.
13.
Ace Jack now for Punsri.
I don't think I've played it since like 2013, I think.
Been playing a solid game so far this final table.
頭先邊個鋪要爆啦？如果邊個鋪爆之後，佢對
Once again, sizing up against the Bulgaris big blind.
咪要即係最好咯。1.3.6嗰啲位我就即係覺得就開心，之後其他嘅就 bonus 咯。
This one ending uneventfully as well. Shout out, by the way, to the Thai contingent. You know, the game not yet fully legalized in that country. Punsri continues to carry the banner. He's got so much support. I mean, he's a stone-cold A-list superstar when it comes to poker back in his homeland.
Yeah, every time I see Puna at the feature table, stream table, like the chat, it just comes to life.
Yeah,
right? They're out
100%.
there supporting their man.
Fold. 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 Fold.
Jack 10 for Vulgaris.
I don't want to keep things small of a limp. 200K. Use that limp, and it's not going to be small, is it?
Aces for John as Vulgaris picks one heck of a time.
The thing is, Vulgaris likely expected this to come from Wylong when he limps off of these stacks. You know, he's very suspicious, but it's just not worth the risk.
Yeah. Important to get your pride and your ego out of the way, not just try to fight for every single chip sometimes. Obviously, I'm not encouraging a lack of competitive spirit, but, you know, I mean, this is real dough we're talking about.
That was as bad as it could be.
Pretty bad. This cost you $250,000.
$277,000 the next pay jump.
Gonna be some fucking scheming over there.
Sixth or better is worth 7 figures.
700. 550, you know, you'd be in there.
Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. I mean, I could also just hit the flop real nice.
Of course.
Glad I didn't have a real hand.
Fold.
Yeah, that you weren't dropping
Oh.
something.
One thing everything goes.
Fold. Fold.
Look at Vulgaris. Seems like he's willing to open if it's into like Danny and Mario, who's been playing very snug.
Got it back. We got it back. Don't worry about it.
Peak.
Queen 8 on the button.
Got it back.
Hauls in the orbit's worth of tokens.
Like his approach. Seems very focused.
You know, it's really easy to fool yourself into thinking, especially when you consider that Vulgaris has just played 9 events and, you know, doesn't come to every single stop, isn't a professional player, owns himself a sports team, that he's not taking things seriously, especially as he drives conversation or whatever.
Or why would you actually show shit?
You'd be making a big mistake.
You went like this, right?
Yeah,
if you made that assumption.
He's a sharp. He got the sharpest tool.
This is either like really shit, and then he raised. I was
Or
like,
top.
probably not shit.
Fold.
You trying to get through the $250,000 crew over there? So that is.
Raised 425,000.
Look at Kenny now. Taking a page out of Vulgaris's book.
Fold.
Opening into the Danny Tang or Mosbach big blinds because they're playing quite snug.
Fold.
What is that?
Jack Daniels. Suited. I might do something with this. I mean, it's hard for you to call. But I think he has like 14 more bigs than me, so it's not that hard, but it's still quite. Like if you had like 10 more bigs or 5 more bigs, then it would be very hard.
Danny, King
But I
10
would
suited,
it would be hard.
defends,
Yeah, Jack 10 off.
interacts with that Jack of Hearts, says Kenny has the best hand in a wheel gutter with it checked over.
These type of textures, Kenny will come in for small bets, so we're really going to learn how Danny Tang is going to approach the situation, because I believe he normally would be check calling here. Just because of that wraparound on the Jack. Expecting a lot of C bets. And yeah, so he's still going to fight for this pot. Despite how short Mario is. I like to see it.
Check.
6 on the turn after the check call of 300,000. Grows things to 1 3/4 million in the middle.
There's not that many deuce and 3x to target in this spot. But this is a really nice bet from Bryn. Great awareness.
Mm-hmm.
He only sprinkled in 525K on a turn. Very small. Got the job done. A lot of scaling back in terms of bet sizes.
That is top. Yeah. Good fold.
There's the hardware and the
Good fold,
watch
Danny. Good fold.
that
Yeah, let's
awaits
go. Good fold. Good fold. Let's go. Let's go. Good fold.
one of these 7 players.
You need to have brought the dogs for support.
All human.
Humans here. But he was saying that when he treats the dogs really, really well, and they sleep on the bed, and then when he gets out of the bed at night, and comes back in the room, the dog's barking.
425,000.
It's a pretty funny story.
Chaffee's back in there, ace 8.
Fold.
4 1/4 if you do. Jack 9 suited, finding the bin.
Fold.
Uh-oh.
Good
Danny
timing.
with a couple of queens and 2.1 in front of him.
Looking to create distance between him and the shortest stack.
5 seconds.
After this likely takedown.
Play roll in.
Jam?
Yeah, should be pretty good distance.
Yeah. Jaffe says, I'm out.
Oh, no, he didn't say out.
Oh, did he say count?
Yeah, remove the,
I mean,
you know, couple of letters from that word.
okay, but he's not, surely, thinking something silly here, is he?
2,175,000.
That's just too chunky.
I would think so, because Danny shouldn't be messing around with a Mario 1.5 million chip stack.
Maybe he's considering some of the smaller ace X's?
I don't think they all jam in this spot.
Yeah, he does
So last time he
eventually find the bin. Tang was ready for him if he wanted to go.
big blinds, and Lun was staying in Chinese, like counting the math, and then I just said it out loud.
Yeah,
6.5 big blinds.
Yeah.
And he was mad.
It's on the
But it's
TV.
okay.
I apologize.
'Cause- No, it's fine. It is. Because I do it. I don't think it changes anything.
What is that when people say?
No, last time Ben was all in for 6 big blinds, 6.5, and then Lun was sat next to me, and then he was doing the math out loud, literally. He was like, 8
That's just on the
times
board. Though. You can look at it, yeah?
6.
No, I think
like
it's
that.
out the table. I think it's out the table.
No,
like
I mean
something.
today.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm not mad, Bob. I don't
But
care.
I shouldn't have said.
Yeah, I really don't care.
I wouldn't mind. No, he's saying something happened like this in the outer
Other
table,
tables
and
outside,
someone.
Or
was
no
mad.
one actually knows what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand.
But I mean, it's telling the stats, right? It's visible anyway.
It's fine.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Fold it around to an ace for Mosbach. He's got to do something sooner than later in the cutoff.
5 seconds.
400.
Raise to 400,000.
Just a min raise open.
This is very unexpected for me, especially because he's opening into Jaffe's big blind, who can afford to call very wide, especially if 9-7 suited. An ace-deuce offsuit has very low visibility post-flop if you don't flop an ace.
Now the thing is, at this size, Jaffe can happily put in another 200,000 to try to shower Mario and secure that ladder for himself and the rest of the field. But earlier you kind of heard him talking about chop when the two shorties were in a pot against one another. That's because the presence of a stack as small as Danny's or Mario's, it's a good thing for him. It's good for business.
You're right. I'll put in 200 for now and see if he flops anything. This board, you know, just check fold, and it's not the end of the world because Mario will still be sticking around for a short stack.
Here's the deal, though. Mosbach not obligated to bet here. Obviously, every chip is precious. I know you're tilting your head, Randy. He's got the wheel draw on ace high, but
He's not obligated to, but I would think he's got to just
200K just to see what's what?
No, just put it in and deny any equity. I mean, look at this. Unpaired is 26% for 9-7. You don't want that to get free turns in reverse.
Good point.
Cool.
Jam and take it for Mario.
That was a very interesting pre-flop choice by Mario. And then he was kind of tilting his head back and forth like, not 100% sure.
Ace 8 off.
No, ace 8 is shot.
Oh, you had 8, right?
7.5. Not sure. I think it's maybe just.
Eileen, you had a good hand on that Jack 8-3-3?
Oh.
No? Really? Like Queen 10 or
Ace King. Mosbach doing considerably better this time. As Kenny hunts intel from Chan.
Had a good hand.
1.5.
Raise to
Nines.
500,000.
Declaration of war here as
I'm
Mosbach
gonna bluff
commits.
me off. I guess if I call, you can't really bluff like me off. So I could be like trapping aces and such. Jack, eights, ace.
Maybe.
Oh.
Never know.
Be surprised, Bryn
Like
Kenny.
Queen King or something. Queen King or something. Like that ace queen or queen
No
king.
takers. So with Mosbach having picked up a couple in a row now, he's got himself above the 10 big blind threshold.
Random.
And no sooner did Danny
You
think he put some distance between himself and the bottom of the leaderboard. He now leads Mosbach by just a single blind.
Yeah, the race is back on.
Yep.
Bathroom, go back. 12 minutes to break. Hold it.
Oh. 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 Oh.
Time to raise for Jaffe.
He stayed on the button.
Raise to 400,000. Oh.
King 9 offsuit. Button open's got to be very wide from Jaffe. So there's the continue.
King is sharp.
No one when I said, oh, you got 10.
He's 6-4 board.
Queen's plus.
Vulgaris with the king of spades working, but up against top pair, checks it over after defending.
King of spades is very relevant. Could see him continue if he has appetite. Also nice that the 9 overcards the middling stuff, which is much in Jaffe's range.
675.
But against a sizable c-bet of 675k,
Nope.
the value of that king of spades goes down tremendously.
675 and take it. It's such a good feeling, forgive the obvious, to be in Jaffe's situation.
That I did.
Just the c-bets flow, the opens flow, things just work out. And when you face any resistance, you can just not have to worry that it's coming from anybody messing around.
He hasn't been put in any tough spots, hasn't really been 3-bet light. I mean, if he had held with the ace-9 against Bryn Kenny's king-queen, he could be in a dominant position. But still, smooth sailing, you're right.
Both Jesse Lonis and Thomas Mühlacker have been put on the sidelines relatively early as the blinds creep up to 100, 200,000. $743,000, the on-tap payout, $1,020,000. If you can make the top 6 and snack on at least 7 figures. Mosbach now, pocket jacks. Last time he had a big pocket pair, things didn't go so well. Hand number 1 of this FT.
450.
Feels like a collision incoming. The 2 shortest stacks, jacks versus ace-queen. Now it is under the gun versus +1, but we are 7-handed, so these positions are a bit ladder, as it seems. Be pretty shocked if he doesn't 3-bet this ace-queen in this spot.
All in.
Tang says all in, and the 2 shorties get entangled. Jaffe looks down at ace-king. He's going to look to turn the lights out potentially here, but $3 million. Randy cold?
Ace-king's coming in. That's a no questions asked. He should be smashing Danny's range. I'm more interested in what Mario does when it gets back to him, when he sees a 3-bet jam and a cold call. Because Jaffe can't just splash it in there too light, so his range should still be strong despite having the chip lead. Mario swiftly folds the jacks.
You know, the flat from Jaffe looks powerful. And of course, we can't overstate that pay ladder, as Mosbach can guarantee that Danny is going to have to take a swing for his tournament life here, and he's doing so in rough shape. Dominated. 7 million in the middle. Can the ace-queen get lucky? We've seen plenty of this thus far here at this festival, but it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing it here.
150K tournament, and then you're playing 3 blinds, 1,000 small blind, 1,500 big blind, 1,500.
Queen needed. Not found.
No chops, right?
No chops. Just a lady on the end. We'll park Danny's bones back in that seat. And the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award winner says goodbye. Love that. From Punsri. Danny says win it. Such a fierce competitor. So much respect being shown to him. Obviously had higher hopes coming in, Randy.
Rain dancer over there. Like,
but the last of the 6-figure payouts will be his.
Yeah, I was looking for his 6th Triton title, 5 titles already under his belt. This is his 3rd cash of the festival, increasing his earnings to about 18 million or so.
Yeah, of course.
Nothing he can do in that spot. Ace Queen
It's a good thing for you
versus
that you
Ace
won't
King.
Oh yeah.
I don't think you're gonna.
I'll tell you what, the road to victory here in the main just got made that much easier as the departure of, dare I say, Hong Kong's finest when it comes to MTTs does leave 6 players behind with less to tackle. Jaffe, capital infusion, putting him back towards the high water mark thus far here on the session, and leaving Mosbach all alone on 11 bigs. But you saw the ICM respect, the 2 jacks put into the bin. And note, by the way, that it would have been a double elimination if Mosbach had stuck around, courtesy of that ace on the turn.
And if he stuck around, he would have been the 7th place finisher, and Danny would have got 6.
Yeah,
so
just because of how many chips they each started with.
There might have been more of a consideration of continuing with jacks if he had the covering stack against Danny Tang, just because of that. Who's got the most stack when double eliminations happen?
interesting.
Take those time banks.
You sure I used one? You sure I used one?
Look how many you have, bro.
Yeah.
No, those are the dealers.
Oh, those are the dealers?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought this is
I'm not sure that you did.
I don't know that you did.
Can we have somebody look at it just to make sure? I just thought I had seen it.
Can't hurt.
I definitely don't remember.
Yeah. Wait.
Also, I think he counted, like it was a time till he counted, so could be that you didn't use one.
Gotcha. Yeah. Gotcha.
5-6 suited, under the gun for Jaffe.
Freeze the tournament now to the other one. Yeah. Just joking.
They're going to review the tape if Jaffe used the time bank that last hand. Very defendable hand in the big. King 10 suited. Up against the opponent you want to be opening if you do have to take a flop, given the wide ranges.
Note the diamond coverage for Punsri. He'll hop in there. Maybe looking to avenge Jaffe vanquishing his good buddy Danny moments ago.
Appreciate it.
Oh, that's a great way to do so, isn't it?
Yeah, 10-10-3 trips. Knuckling over to Jaffe, who's got dust.
Yeah, come at me, Jaffe. Punsri would be willing to get this in for 3.8 million, even more if he had chips behind. C-bet coming. You actually check raise a lot on this flop with trip 10s and the king kicker. I think you taper that back a bit now at final tables with short stacks lingering, just because Punat is supposed to mess around a lot less. Let's see which approach he opts to take. Looks like he's going to juice it up.
2 1/4 turning into 675 as the hopeless C-bet will be relieved. Randy, he's not going to
click it. Now, he should be aware that Ponsri is not supposed to mess around in this spot, even if he is suspicious.
I've had to hold my breath on way too many occasions so far this festival in spots where we thought straightforward procedures were upon us, in particular bubbles. And then all of a sudden, curveball after knuckleball after changeup was thrown, leaving many breathless.
You know, Ponsri has actually did all right for himself, considering he's out of position against Jaffe, the worst seat draw, in my opinion, to start things off. Holding his own.
Yeah, you know, that's one of the things that we didn't touch on coming into this one was seat draw. Obviously, Ponsri direct right of Jaffe, brutal. Danny, tough assignment as well, being 2 over from there. Chan actually doing all right for himself in terms of being second in chips and, you know, midway to the left and right of Jaffe, able to avoid some altercations.
Yeah, Chan's been cruising as well. Going to take a flop here as Jaffe isolated the Brunson, and it's going to be hard for him to win it because Ponsri's got top pair jack kicker.
Yeah, while we were focused elsewhere, the limp from Ponsri got taken up to 500,000. One would assume that a lot of Punat's limping range is going to expect Jaffe to pounce and be prepared to make added investments, as it did here. Top pair not going to be going anywhere as Jaffe, again, C-bets hopelessly. This time, Ponsri check calling. Pot grows to 2.1. Jaffe drawing dead.
This turn card is very interesting. The King of Spades is more favorable to the pre-flop raiser. They can have all the random King X that would c-bet, whereas Ponsri cannot unless it's coupled with clubs or some kind of 2-pair. So if Jaffe's kind of got that range advantage, it makes it more likely he puts in a double barrel, especially when that overcard overpairs the rest of the other cards.
1.2.
$1.2 million, Randy. Things getting a little bit dicey. Ponsri must consider the prospects of a third barrel on the river if he makes this call and the pot grows to 4.5. And again, Mosbach, 9 bigs elsewhere in the field. This is not the guy we want to tussle with.
That's why he really needs to make a decision here. If he check calls this turn, he needs to be willing to call rivers on blanks at a decent percentage. Otherwise, he's kind of just burning chips a lot because Jaffe could really lean on that king
The trouble is Jaffe could also be leaning on dust and ICM, which is exactly what he's doing here. And Punsri really in no man's land with respect to which side of the spectrum Jaffe lies right now. Nevertheless, he's going to park 12 black chips into the middle. Oh, and the ace on the river, that extra overcard, perhaps the one that's going to enable Jaffe, especially with the 10 in hand.
Jaffe has the massive nut advantage. On the turn, he had the advantage. On the river, even more so, given Punat didn't limp jam pre-flop. That ace is very much in Jaffe's range. Jaffe can have even the backdoor straight that got there, Jack 10. He could have 2 pairs. He might be able to even value jam just like an ace, jack, ace 10. That would multi-barrel.
0.66 SPR effective.
I think he goes for it.
I do too. I do not see Jaffe coming off the accelerator pedal here. Especially given that Queen X feels like top of range. Oh, he shuts it down, Randy.
What a great spot for Punat Punsri. Feels like there might have been a little bit of regret from Jaffe.
I mean, you have to expect that the jam from Jaffe there would have put Punat in the kind of blender that I don't think he's going to click call to try to get out of.
I'm with you on that. Wow.
That one crept up on us out of nowhere. Jaffe swinging down to 11.2, but still a 15 big blind advantage as stacks will be deeply diluted by what are now 125 and 250K blinds. Here in the main event in Monte-Carlo, we bring you back to the desk as 3 players have been vanquished and 6 remain, each of them guaranteed a 7-figure payout. But you saw Punat Punsri, I don't want to call it a gift, which, you know, infers that Jaffe's done something disastrous there, but really a nice little bundle delivered across the way by Jonathan.
You know, he's not complaining that he didn't have to face that third barrel. Not sure what Punat would have done, but Punat's very happy. Now he's very close with Wylon Chen and Bryn Kenny, very tight cluster. And the thing is, that pot is so important for them, those 3, because Jaffe doesn't have such a huge lead where Jaffe can't just raise every single hand. So this final 6 is shaping up very interesting.
Yeah, Jesse Lonis, Thomas Mulacher, Danny Tang most recently in that order among the dearly departed, as $1 million and change is guaranteed to the remaining 6. Next pay ladder at $310,000. So let's take a quick break. We're going to come back and pick up 6-handed action here in the 125K main event after this.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention, the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
There's going to be a lot of good-looking people at this audition that aren't going to get a call back.
You know why long folded Jack 10 off? Because Jaffe's in the big blind, doesn't want to tangle with him.
Oh, but Lonis, recognizing he's going to have to do something sooner or later, jams it. Punsri now small blind ace 10 off.
Tricky spot. The jam is for roughly 10.5 big blinds. Ace 10 performs all right. How many of these baby suited aces are jamming is the key question for Lonis. It could be a little bit less just because Mosbach is shorter than Lonis, and Mosbach is out of position, so he's more likely to get it in first. Man, if he can find this play of ace 10.
Jaffe right behind him, though, man. The last thing you'd want to do is get caught in some crossfire here, because remember, you flat. Jaffe could just decide to jam with enough hand to call Lonis and just put you in a mad blender.
Well, he's in.
Yeah, Punsri only had 900,000 more. I think he was going to be ready to go for it if Jaffe did activate. And Jesse Lonis finds himself in a rough way here.
Yeah, you need to wait for me.
$3.5 million chip pot. Can Lonis find help? In some ways, yes. Club on board and a pair as well. Find a 9.
Everybody wants a 9.
And you can chop.
All right, we'll take
Find an 8, and the task is tall.
Yeah, I like both these guys.
A 3 for a clean winner. 9 or an 8 to carve it up. And instead it's the 6, giving Punsri a straight and giving us our first victim of this Monte-Carlo main event.
So you never have a losing trip right there.
GG, Jesse Lonis didn't really get much going. Wanted to see him kind of build a stack and flex his skills. This is actually his third cash of the Triton Festival. Got 18th in the 40K mystery bounty, plus a couple bounties over there. Won the 50K for 1.5.
Jaffe's an epic troll, by the way, so you got to be real careful sinking your teeth into his stuff.
Some places it's the way the first time they touch the card.
Really?
In Asia, I think.
We're not in Asia, my friend.
Yeah, but I know
we're in
that.
Monte-Carlo, where rules are important.
No, I knew that yesterday. They told me yesterday, so it's a fair rule.
Yeah, Punat didn't want the blinds to raise on his big blind.
Prostitution. God knows what else.
Thomas, Queen Jack offsuit. Decides it's enough. Rips. John looks interested. Reason being?
Have you been to Thailand? Have you been to Thailand?
Thailand? Yeah, I love Thailand. I thought you said Macau for a second. Black
Still don't know. want to make a little mystery hand out of it, Randy? Got a guess?
No, I don't want to guess. We don't know still. He did fold.
Maybe we'll never know.
Maybe some kind of ace X. Ace 9 off, maybe. Action now on Muehlacher. Who has? I'm not Muehlacher. Mosbach, who's got sixes. This is a legitimate decision here. 2 short stacks. Could go to war. They will.
Yep, Muehlacher does have him covered ever so slightly. We'll take the 2 overs. If this was a bounty tournament, you can imagine guys would be salivating over this spot, but instead, they may allow for some cannibalism at the bottom of the leaderboard. Punsri is asking for counts here. He's already got 400,000 invested in the big blind and big blind ante.
This would be ambitious.
Yeah, it's a big ask.
Bounty tournament we're in, non-bounty, 125K main, should be out.
Pot laying a little less than 3-1.
So Mosbach gonna be at risk with these 2 sixes.
Chop, chop, chop. Chop, chop, chop.
Yeah, Jaffe doesn't mind having these 2 short stacks out there so he can continue to accumulate.
This is gonna be hard to chop.
Thomas is going to pull back 300,000. This is an opportunity for Mosbach to potentially 2.5x, and he's found a set of sixes on an ace-high board. He's all but locked this one up.
There's the rail.
Drawn dead is Thomas. And he's going to be left with vapors, Randy.
1.5 BBs.
Ouch.
Nice call there by Mario.
To cover as many straights as you can.
Yeah.
Look, Britton wasn't looking to play too loose. He's going to get involved 18. I think he actually just open rips this one, even off with 15 blinds, because Muehlacher is so short, he doesn't want Jonathan Jaffe, the big blind, to defend. Love this jam. Oh, and Muehlacher's got kings with only 1.5 bigs.
It's so painful. I mean, obviously, Kenny, happy to just rip and keep the decision points to a single pre-flop one. Muehlacher just thinking this couldn't come a moment ago.
Bryn Kenny's range has to be too strong for ace-10, which swiftly hits the muck.
I thought you were not folding on.
To be fair, by the way, Randy, the kings would have fallen to the sixes regardless if they had come a pot ago. But here they are, performing well as Kenny will haul back a majority of his stack. And this would be adding insult to injury if Bryn were to find an ace here against Thomas. 1.1 million in the middle.
Spot you want to be in when you...
Yeah, the right person.
Low percentage shop. That's a low straight. Take a low straight.
Yeah.
And there's the ace, along with an all-diamond texture. A single out for Thomas. Ouch. King of clubs, the only thing that rescues Muehlacher from an 8th place fate. Not this time. A tepid round of applause, but unfortunately a very cold outcome
a horrible call one time.
for Muehlacher.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of the 125K No Limit Holder main event live from the Sporting here in Monte-Carlo. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. We're down to 6, Randy, and I'm kind of surprised. I mean, we came in with 9 players. We've already lost 1/3 of the field. Has it just been car crash after car crash?
Well, it's mainly the short stacks trying to find an opportunity to get in there. They did eventually bust. We had some we had a really nice fold from Mario Mosbach where he opened jacks. Danny Tang 3-bet shove ace queen. Jaffe called ace king, and he folded the jacks for about 15 big blinds or so, which got him a nice pay jump for Mosbach. So it's been pretty tight. Chip leader has been doing his thing, but Punat Punsri has been playing pretty well out of position against the chip leader.
Well, talking of those pay jumps that you mentioned, everyone now guaranteed a 7-figure payday. And I'm looking, it was Thomas Mulocker that came in the shortest stack, if I'm not mistaken. He managed to secure that one ladder of $97,000. But now this is really where it starts to matter, Randy. I mean, we're going 310,000, then 335,000. It just gets bigger and bigger, all the way up to the top payout of 4.4 million. And when you look at the stack distribution and the way the chips are laid out with Mario on 7 bigs, is it safe to assume that there won't be a talk of a deal until either Mario doubles up, or I think he needs to do more than doubles up?
It also depends on which players are remaining, if a deal will be had. But for now, there's no way that's happening. Play has been tight due to the short stacks. Some big blinds have been folded, which very playable hands.
Well, JJ with 45 bigs, but look, not quite the runaway chip leader he was coming into this FT. You know, Wai Leong Chan doubles up through him, he takes the chip lead. I mean, even if Bob doubles up through Jaffe, he would then go on to take the chip lead. So it feels like a bit of a waiting game for the time being until Mario either doubles up or busts in 6th. As JJ looks to close out this main event, pick up the 4.4 million, and of course pick up his 2nd Triton title as we throw it down to the main stage once more. 6 remain. Everyone guaranteed $1,020,000 for their efforts. I mean, look at this lineup, man. Mosbach, 2 titles, 8.4 million in Triton earnings. Got Bob Volgaris, who just seems to show up for the Monaco events. And when he does, he makes final tables in the bigger buy-in tournaments. He came 9th in the 200K this time last year in Monte-Carlo for 406,000. Finds himself guaranteed at least $1 million here in the 125K main. Of course, Brink Kenny, #1 on the tournament earnings all-time money list. 3 Triton titles, 15 cashes, and $39 million in Triton earnings. That's pretty ludicrous. Punat Punsri, 14 million in Triton earnings, 2 titles, 20 cashes. Fresh off that 2nd place finish in the 50K just the other day for a 7-figure score. So he's, I mean, again, coming to a Triton and just seems to pick up 7-figure scores at will. Wai Leong Chan, he's got 8.2 million in Triton earnings, 16 cashes. Would love to pick up his first piece of Triton hardware. And of course, the chip leader, Jonathan Jaffe, 4.7 million in Triton earnings, 1 title, 12 cashes. Let's go, ladies and gents. Buckle up. This is going to be the frame that really makes the difference. Let's see who can run away with it.
7 figures guaranteed.
It's like, oh no, I'm short on that. I'm like, oh wait, I've oranges.
No, it's not policy.
Because you have in your mind, oh, I need black chips. And you're like, well, where'd they all go? If you're lucky, they turn into orange.
Like the opposite of Cinderella.
Thank you. No, that's perfect. Thanks so much.
All right. Let's see. All the way to us. I can't wear headphones.
What do I have? 30 bigs? Yeah.
30,
And you've got 4. Oh, it's. Look at that.
Look at that.
It's a fight.
It is a fight. It's an absolute dogfight. And there are some dogfighters out here. I mean, 6 left. JJ doesn't mind getting in the streets. Wai Leong Chan happy to take high variance spots. We saw him final 2 tables with 12 left. Put in 26 big blinds with the 8s pre-flop. Punat Punsri, dog. Brink Kenny, dog. Haralabos, dog. Mario Mosbach. Dog, they've all got that dog in them, Randy. They can all close this out, and they're all willing to play big pots and fight for this title.
Well, one of these dogs has got pocket aces. Didn't get the action he wanted, though.
That was not many A6 in his range.
How do you guys get these hands? Big one.
Might have been the first time I looked down about this tournament.
I had it one.
I mean, you can check after
someone moved dull in actually.
Would have been a much better time to look down at it if he's had
Just quickly, Randy. We're up to 284,000 subscribers over on YouTube.
I misread my hand.
But I don't know what you and Ali have been doing for the last 2 hours because we've only got 850 likes. Given that we have 11,000 people watching over on YouTube, thousands on the Triton Poker Plus app, as well as on Twitch, one would think with a final table with 6-7 figure payouts and a lineup like this, star-studded, with 4.4 million up top, that people would take a couple of seconds out of their day to click that like button and show their support to Triton Poker Series and to the stream.
Well said, Henry. I certainly agree with you, and I imagine that everyone is smashing that like button right now.
There we go.
You got some?
It's pumping up.
There we go.
Wait, I'm going to make it easy for everyone.
No mas.
If you want Punat to win, click the like button.
7-5.
If you want Jonathan to win, click the like button. If you want Bryn to win, click the like button. If you want Wyleong Chan to win, click the like button. If you want Harolabos Vulgaris to win, click the like button. And if you're a fan of Mario Mosbach and want Mario to win, click the like button.
Nice.
It's that easy. Wow, producer James hasn't even clicked the like button yet. What's going on? That's it. The first and last time I'm going to ask you, ladies and gents. I promise. Enjoy the show.
Mario's getting short. He's playing 7 big blinds or so. King 9 suited is certainly has to be close. This is interesting that he comes in with min raise. We've seen him do this earlier with an ace X offsuit, ace deuce offsuit, I believe, off of 7.
Bob pitches the ace 8. Wyleong Chat with an ace of his own in the big blind.
This doesn't surprise me that he's defending because word should have came down that Mosbach did this with ace deuce offsuit before.
Oh, how about it? The king, queen, 9, top and bottom for Mosbach. SPR less than 1. Complete swing and a miss for Chan. So Mosbach likely to pick up some much needed chips here.
Main target is Queen X, given he's holding top and bottom.
Five seconds. Yeah, 250,000.
Continues for just one big.
Oh.
And Mosbach bouncing back up to 12 big blinds. Not what Harolabos wants to see. Not what anyone wants to see, really. I mean, this guy, if he can find a double, get back up to, say, 25 bigs or so, it's a real force to be threatened with.
Reckoned with, but yeah.
Reckoned with, threatened with. I'm just looking at the seat draw that you were discussing on the break desk. Punsri with Jaffe on his direct left. He also has Bryn, his now second in chips, on his left as well. I expect to see Punsri playing some honest poker.
But he's really playing quite well despite having the worst seat draw at this table. Kings. You know what? I feel like there's merit to actually flatting the big blind off of the stack. He's the shortest stack. So, you know, he wants to try to accrue as many chips as he can, and I feel like the chip leader has got the widest range. Kings is just a powerhouse. It's definitely crossing his mind. Is it better for me to jam or call? Maybe collect a likely c-bet at the minimum from his opponent. But he does rip it. I feel like aces for sure he flats.
Well, well, well. Mosbok now just 2 bigs less than Herolabos. And kind of, you know, 1 double away from moving up into that little cluster.
Yeah, Mario's been at the bottom throughout this final table. But, you know, he's collected some pay jumps along the way.
I make it based on that 13 pounds. 3.25 now. 1 million.
Raise.
Raise 500,000.
Jonathan activating once more. That 8-hand that he played yesterday was really the hand that just propelled him to the top of the chip counts. And then from there on out, just dominated with the chip lead. Has Mosbok got another rejam spot here against the chip leader?
5 seconds.
If there's someone to reshove on, it is the chip leader.
Just gonna fold it. This time giving respect to Jaffe, given that it is an under the gun open. See how Punat responds.
He hasn't been shy with playing pots against Jaffe. This time he will stay away. Great news for Jaffe.
Chip leader doing chip leader things, as we'd expect here, Randy. Every time he just gets to raise and gets folds, picks up 625K.
Yeah, he hasn't actually been reshoved light on. Besides like a king queen, which got Bryn Kenny the full double. But other than that, it's been pretty smooth for Jaffe.
So Bryn Kenny was the one that reshoved the king queen
into ace-9 suited, and ace-9 suited called for about 17 big blinds or so, which is why Bryn Kenny is currently in second place.
Oh wow, yeah, I'm just looking back at that now. Bryn wasn't very live on the Jack-Jack 5-2 hearts board, was he?
Was not, but the queen on the turn was ever so lovely.
All in.
King queen, looking to pick up some blinds and antes.
And that's going to ask for a count. This is a genuine decision.
This is rough.
Does have the chip leader behind to worry about.
In these kind of tricky situations, Punat has made the right decision. When he busted Jesse Lonis, he called off ace-10 against an inferior ace. For chips, certainly these chips would go in, but at a final table, Mario's shoving range on a button is definitely changed, and Mario's been coming with a lot of min raises too, so that definitely seems to, yeah, I would just think that Mario's got some kind of split ranges, and you need to decide what hands are shoving and which hands are coming up with min-raise.
Let's see if Jaffe wants to spin the wheel with an ace out of the big. So there's 12.5 big blinds. The last thing he wants to do is double Mosbach up. Jaffe would then move down to third.
Kind of feels like all of the better aces are just jamming a lot on the button, which puts the ace-3 in a
precarious spot.
Yeah, very dangerous because you could easily be dominated. Decent favorite, of course, against the Broadways. Pocket pairs, they're jamming the river. I mean, the button. Makes sense.
Go eat on the break.
Rice and orange juice.
They get some rice and orange juice.
Wow, Mosbach is now tied with Haralabos. What a spin. He's come back and done exactly what was needed of him at the start of this frame.
Heater. Hot. Yeah. Rush. Smooth.
Getting some recognition from Haralabos as well.
Wylong Chan getting in there, 8-6 suited from the hijack. But Mosbach's got ace-queen. Seems like a pretty standard reshove spot.
Yeah, interesting that Chan's opted to open this. Can only assume it's due to the fact that Jaffe is in the small blind.
Yeah, Chan has been one of the guys willing to get in there, and players haven't been defending the big blind liberally with even some decent holdings.
Raise to 1 million.
There's the 3-bet. Non all in, Randy.
Yeah, it's
this guy
interesting.
is finding all the moves. Finding all the moves.
I guess he doesn't think that Wylong Chan would be calling the 3-bet, so he can risk the minimum in case someone else behind wakes up with a hand.
Yeah, I just don't think he's found the right person to do this against. I think Chan potentially want to peel one off here. He's going to let it go, respecting the ICM.
Yeah, so if that's the case, then you can definitely get away with making such a small 3-bet. Nicely done, Mario. Tell he's really like meticulous about which bet sizes to use in different scenarios.
Well, Mario is now 1 double away from being chip leader. If you look at the graph, since we came back from break, up only for Mosbach. It's getting a bit cagey out there now, though, isn't it, Randy? I mean, Jaffe the chip lead with 42 bigs, Haralabos Vulgaris in 6th with 15. But this is anyone's game. I mean, there's a 3.4 million difference between 1st and 6th. May the best man win.
Back at it for Wylong Chan, ace-10, much more playable. Kenny's got king-queen.
What's Kenny thinking of here? It's an under the gun open. He's just saw Chan open, then fold to the 3-bet against Mosbach.
Kenny likes to take these strongish hands, but not good enough to get it in pre and play them as a flat. Hands like 9s, king, queen, probably ace, jack, and ace-10 kind of go in that category as well.
Nice fold, Bob. disciplined.
You don't want to play that kind of hand 3 ways offsuit.
100%. Yeah, Brinny. I'm going with Brinny. Brinny loves taking it to the streets, man. I mean, he's got that dog in him, Randy.
He's got that dog in him?
You know he's got that dog in him. #1 Triton earner in the history of the tour.
Is he contemplating lead?
Well, we can see it's not going to work. That's precisely what he's doing there, Randy. You're dialed in.
His type of board, I suppose. He's flatting like 8s, pocket pairs, 10Xs, and he wants to kind of shake out something that completely whiffed. Of course, Ace-10 is looking quite strong.
5 seconds.
There is some merit to raising Ace-10 if you feel that your opponent would check over a really strong hand, like a set. Wouldn't worry about 10-8 suited, which is 2 pair, because of the small blind flat. That is more reserved for the big blind.
It's so great to see Chan back at a Triton series. Finding success here.
Raise 1,025,000.
Hadn't really joined us since pre-COVID, but this year it's gone all 3. Jeju, Montenegro, and now Monte-Carlo.
Raise and take.
Just 1 ladder away from securing his largest ever score on the Triton Tour. Oh, sorry, that's not true. He cashed for 25 million HKD in the 2 million HKD main event.
He's cashed a Triton million, right?
Yeah, he did. Min cashed it, yeah. For £1.2 million. We're slowly returning to those stakes, Randy. We've got the 500k Invitational coming up in the Bahamas. We've been regularly hosting the $200,000 to $250,000 Invitationals on tour. The main event ranging between 100 to 125k, depending on where we are.
Whatever it was, it worked.
Maybe next year, 2025. Who knows? Maybe the return of the millie, you know?
You're asking for it?
I mean, look, I wouldn't complain about it. Let me put it that way.
We can thank Triton for having so many huge buy-ins. Even here, Monte-Carlo, 200k, 125k, and now we have a 150k side event happening, you know.
That's wild. 150k side event, mate.
Yeah. We'll get coverage of that later. For now, though, it is our main event, marquee event. In comes King 10 offsuit against the Queen Jack off.
Let's see if Punsri can find a C bet. If he can, it's looking likely that he's going to take this one down. Move back up into second unless Chan has other plans with the King 10.
It's a board that Chan often just check folds. Queen Jack turns a lot of added equity in terms of straight draws. Could also pair up and just win it. Even better. One of Thailand's finest, up to second place in chips with that pot.
What I really want to know is who do the viewers want to see get heads up? I think one of our most epic heads up battles, we've had a few this trip actually. I mean, we had Vladimir Korzinin, of course, against Patrick Antonis in the 200k Invitational. We had Michael Soiser against Peter Ayarts in the 100k. That went on for quite a while. We had Ponokovs against Foxen. It's been fun.
You got a favorite you want to see?
If they're even in chips, like I want like a 35 big blinds apiece at the start of the heads-up match. I would love to see someone like Wai Leong Chan against Jaffe. Yeah.
Personally, for me, I would love to see Jaffe for sure because he's been in the booth a lot, talking during the heads-up portion and giving his rundown. We'd like to see how he plays, but friend Kenny, he's the guy who always just makes deep runs.
He really does. Seems to get it done. We were trying to calculate it with Brian Rass the other day, so he's had 15 cashes over 39 million, or just shy of 39 million in Triton earnings, meaning that his average cash is like 2.6 million, bro.
Yeah.
That's pretty insane.
That's pretty sick. 3 titles already under his belt, seeking a 4th. I just don't know how he gets it done every single time, and he doesn't come out for a full schedule.
No, he seems to only come out for the bigger buy-in stuff. What's he played here? He's played the 100k, the 30k bounty, the 200k and the 50k. So yeah, he missed like the first 5 days. And how sick is this? In Montenegro, he bricked the 30k, 40k and 50k, but then he cashed the 100k, the 125k main, which he final tabled, and the 200k. So he just saves the cashes for the bigger buy-in stuff.
Aren't they all like $1 million plus scores?
Not quite, no, but still. Big pickups in those. So he's gone back-to-back main event final tables.
Nice steal from Vulgaris. 9-8 offsuit in the cutoff. He's got very good timing here today. His raise and takes have gotten a lot of respect with offsuit marginal hands targeting certain players in the big blind.
I'd like to see Bob get heads up, actually.
It would be a chatty one.
It would be a chatty one. Like, Bob against Jaffe would be really fun. And the only reason I say that is because Bob doesn't have a title. It'd be nice to see him play for his first Triton title. So Mosbok, who's been on a bit of a tear, he's moved up to 5th in chips.
Pretty much with no showdown.
Yeah.
He'll take it.
Just folding the ace on the button.
It's a sticky big blind. Chip leader. Pinot has won pretty much every single small blind versus big blind confrontation against Jaffe.
Oh, we're making
this time
good
he's like,
decisions today, boys.
enough.
Oh.
How good was it?
Not as happy as I once was.
Yeah.
JJ just trying to talk the boys into folding buttons and small blinds. Said, yeah, you're making good decisions today, boys.
You missed it earlier, too. He was like, don't forget about... Oh, it's like, I would hate to bust out now with all that big money coming. And then he raises like King 7 off. Same hand.
Yeah, JJ's got jokes.
You're going to be folding flat, too. You're going to be like, get this out of my hand.
Limp 900, 2.1 shove fold.
Limp. 2.1 shove. Oh, fuck. He wants 2.1 mil without a showdown. This motherfucker.
I'll let you dream up the, you know, taking 2 bigs from me. Dream bigger.
This is stronger than the pitch to Bob for the 500K. Lord.
You missed that. Did you know about that?
I don't, but I can imagine it was Bryn trying to get an invite.
Yeah, and Bob said, oh, I already invited a buddy of mine, and Bryn's like, but I win it every single time. Like, he was just talking about his accolades. They had a really good chuckle.
That's fantastic. Do appreciate the banter. Punch 3 with the raise and take. Create a bit of a gap for himself.
Yes.
Second in chips.
Oranges. Maybe. Can I get a waitress, please?
A round of orange chips.
What you've done.
Round of OJ's for my boys.
Round of OJs for the boys.
The insulin at this table is spiking hard.
So who did Bob invite? Do you know? Did he disclose that?
Hold on to the orange juice game.
I believe, if I recall correctly,
Jus d'orange.
Juice d'orange.
Yes, it's
who
silent.
did he invite again?
Not to the 200K here.
Fair enough.
Is it the same person he's inviting to the Bahamas?
I don't know if he's going to Bahamas based on... He didn't seem that interested about it when someone asked him earlier. But
you just
Garris invited Tollerine for this 200K.
But you just said Bryn tried pitching Bob for the 500K, and Bob said he's already picked someone.
Talking about this event, this 200K, I believe.
Ah, okay.
Yes. Bob had mentioned that he wasn't that interested in the Bahamas because of the weather. He didn't want to be hot while playing poker.
Fair.
But, you know, to each their own.
Listen, man, I live in 87% humidity and year-round 33-degree heat. I get it. Showering 3 times a day is annoying, especially playing poker. Got a speed run.
5 seconds.
I mean,
Quick
the
shower
good news
break.
is that I'm pretty sure the poker is happening indoors, but yeah, I hear you. Ace-Jack, reshoving.
Fold. Fold.
Those stacks really consolidating at the top there. Bryn getting that reshove through. Practically tied with Punat in second, both with around 7.8 million each. JJ playing 10. A slight chip lead. Some real class GTO poker being played. And talking to GTO, the #1 training app for poker players is, of course, GTO Wizard. You can win more MTTs with precise ICM solutions. You can start crushing now by heading over to GTOWizard.com. You can also follow GTO Wizard on socials to win prizes such as a 1-year elite subscription simply by following them on Instagram or X. Honestly, use it myself. I try and get at least 30 minutes in a day. It's the best product out in the market that's publicly available by a country
It's
mile.
just brutal that they give you the shit orange
Kings
juice
now
there.
for Mosbach.
Sounds really going downhill.
Mario heating up, looking for action.
Exactly. When the orange juice goes down, you know it's all going down.
That's typically the sign. It's
That's
kind
the
of like you
start.
smell oranges and you're having a stroke.
Oh no.
Wow. How cold is this deck? You don't need GTO Wizard for this one, Randy. You need a sauna.
Absolutely brutal from Mosbach. He's welcoming action.
It's just ice cold out there for Mario. There are 5 cards to come, and he is going to have 20% equity. But he's looking very likely to lose 90% of his stack. There's the 3-bet from Bob.
Biggest cooler in the game. Aces versus kings. There's really nothing Mario can do in this spot. It's not off of these stacks. 6-handed as well, so UTG is the low jack. He ripped it in.
He did say all in. And it's the worst news one can receive. He looks down at the red Cowboys and just runs into the blades. The 2 kings sent to the gallows.
King's aces.
Guillotine coming down real quick.
But he covers. He covers.
Your boy called it off bad. I don't know what else to tell you.
What do you think of that?
Poker, a meritorious game.
Jack 8-6. No backdoor straight potential for Mosbach. Looking for a black king across turn and river. 2 outs once to eliminate Bob. Whereas Mario's going to be down to just 4 big blinds. Can't find the king. And Harolobos Vulgaris doubles up to 7 million.
Good orange juice.
So he goes from
Pretty fucking good orange
sixth to practically tied in second and third alongside Punat
Used to feeling good all the time.
and Waileong Chan, to be honest with you. And now the immediate short stack, of course, is Mario.
Bro.
Average stack of 27 big blinds.
What's it take to get some fresh squeezed orange juice around here?
The only person with less than average is Mario on 4.
No, it's from concentrate.
The last time Mario had this stack was when he had gotten it all in against Mullocker hours ago. Back to where he is. This time blinds are higher.
Mario was really
Put a ding in one of these two bananas here, my friend, not you. But
looking like a
You'll have your
real
chance.
threat.
Open.
Post break,
I just want y'all to go.
it spun it up.
I'm not looking to hurt anybody.
It's 5th in chips. And then just gets the kings into aces.
We're hungry for
30 bigs, 30 big blind pot.
We're hungry for bananas. We're monkeys. It's not the same.
Hey, that's rude. Very, very, very disrespectful to the monkeys. Right?
They wouldn't have us.
Monkeys be like, what are these? Imagine if you guys just showed up in the jungle one day and were just like hanging out with the monkeys.
I think Bryn and I could make it work.
Yeah, I'd take our side.
We'd acclimate.
Yeah.
Monkeys, yes. You guys would be drawn dead against chimpanzees, though.
Chimps fucking brutalize us.
They rip the. I mean, you're jacked.
Death
for-
before sex slave.
They would rip the fuck out of you. It's like tear your arm right off like a chicken.
Pretty quickly, too.
Yeah, they're nasty fuckers. You ever watch that like Ape Planet or whatever on a Netflix show? It's like a reality, like a ape.
But
Yeah, I
one of
saw
my
some of
favorite
that.
scientists, a primatologist, and he lived with the apes like every summer, 15 years. Very cool. His memoirs are great.
That's amazing. What's his name?
Robert Sapolsky. A neuroscientist, too. He's a lot more known for that.
Okay. Yeah, I want to go to Rwanda and do the gorilla trekking again. I did that one time. Quite something. Silverback.
And Kenny looking to pick
Probably
on
won't do it for very long.
the Mario short stack. Who's in the big?
Their social hierarchies and everything is just so cool.
It's very similar to the poker circuit, to be honest.
Yeah, Mosborg has been forced to put in 2 of his 4 big blinds.
Social hierarchies.
Might as well put one more big blind in.
Does defend. 1.47 out there. 175k back. He's flopped a gut shot. It's going in, Randy.
There we
On
go.
the ace 9-7. Bren makes the call, of course. Mosborg is drawing liver than perhaps he thought he would be. You can see the 8 also working for him. All in brought to you by BetACR. Get back into this. Get back up to 7.5 bigs.
Decent spot, actually, for Mario. 30% equity.
8 or a 6 needed. Doesn't find it. King high
Good luck, boys.
on the river for Bryn is good enough. As always, handshakes all around. Class act.
Well played.
As always is Mosborg. Round of applause for another incredible run here. 6th place for a 7-figure score, $1,020,000 going his way. That means we're down to 5. Everyone now guaranteed $1,330,000. A bittersweet end to the Hold'em part of the series for Mosborg, who had a couple of close scores here
Like the German squad.
in Monaco. 4th in the 100k for 1.5 million, 6th in the 50k for 350,000.
Oh, like maybe 8 of them were still
Now
on.
another 7-figure score.
2 of them were
Bunch
like
of the guys right
Wufu,
there.
Mario.
3 FTs. Picking up over $3 million here in Monte-Carlo. But title number 3 will have to come another time as he bows out in 6th after poising a threat with that spin-up post-break. But the ultimate cooler in No Limit Hold'em, kings against aces, crippling him down to just 4 bigs and unable to spin it back up. As Bryn Kenny now moves up into 2nd. 5 players left. Short stack, Waileong Chan with 24 bigs, chip leader with Jonathan Jaffe. What that means, Randy, is you know, the shortest stack doubles up, he becomes the chip leader. This really is anyone's game, which is absurd to think, given that there's a $3 million difference between first and fifth.
Yeah, it was starting to look like Mario might have had a chance to come back in there. Obviously, coolered out.
Make a whole lot of money. Next thing you know.
Punat Punsri, Jack 8 offsuit, 3-betting. This seems like an adjustment. Seems like word maybe has gone down that Voulgaris has been opening light into his big blind with holdings much worse than ace-10 off.
Very much.
By no means standard this 3-bet, especially with this type of holding.
Hardly any. There wasn't even a small blind out there, bro. What do you? Oh, okay.
Small blind.
Small blind. I had a legit hand. Finish up.
Gets through. Nice little pickup there from Punat. I have to ask, Randy, do you think that's a case of where the chips are currently laid out? Punat's really inclined to try and take away from Bob, from Wai Leong Chan, and just separate himself from those two at the bottom of the pack?
I think it's more so that Haralabob has been raising very loosely into his Punat's big blind and some others with some very marginal holdings, not even on the button.
All right, next time.
He's getting loosey-goosey, is he?
Mm-hmm.
It's tough.
Just well timed.
Right after you win like the big pot, like aces, I gotta be along with this now.
Should have just done it. Right.
Maybe you had it.
It's got a hand that can contend with a 3-bet now.
You got saved.
Yeah, now he wants someone to try and attack him.
Hello.
Resistance incoming for Jaffe.
Nice
Queen 10
24
of
to
hearts.
40 bigs. It's a good fight.
It is a good fight.
Like we know.
This is a really good fight. I agree with Brennan's. Jonathan defends.
I just want every pot. I just kept having big hands too.
JJ flopping best on the 10-9-8.
But not even that.
1.4 out there.
Set aces, kings. And win 8-9 versus ace king.
Point stays the same on the deuce of diamonds turn.
Some protection to be had with this Queen 10 against a diamond.
Need you to 3-bet me. Get the hand over with quicker.
Unfortunately for Jonathan, did just up to flat. Got to C3. Outflopped Bob, who's dropped down into fifth, practically tied at the bottom there with Wai Leong Chan, both with 24 big blinds apiece. Blinds will be going up in, well, next hand actually, to 150k, 300k. Who have you got, ladies and gents? Who do you think's taking this one down?
I think Marlon Chan might be taking down this hand.
Bro, premium's just like every hand. Kings against aces. Ace king, ace king, ace queen. Queen 10, king queen. There's so much going on. Oh,
King
wow.
Queen? Did you just mention that? Because this is trouble for Jaffe.
How many bigs is this for? 24 bigs.
Because it's 24 big blinds, probably comes in with flat. Suitedness has much more playability. In a 3-bet fold, you'd probably use the offsuit variety.
Does open the door for Bryn to tag along. He declines and folds one of Jaffe's queens in the process. Oh boy. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. King 7-3, top pair, king high diamonds for Jaffe, top pair, top kicker for Wai Leong Chan. I've got a funny feeling, Randy, that the chips are going to go flying in on this one.
Yeah, they're both very nutted with these two hands. Powerhouse for Jaffe.
Yeah, how does he respond, by the way? I mean, he's just so nutted on this board.
He should be check calling. He's only really afraid of like an ace that isn't a diamond, and that's very few hands. Doesn't mind if the opponent catches up and maybe hits a flush.
Right color, wrong suit. The 9 of hearts turn.
Very safe card for Wai Long Chan to continue firing. I mean, Jaffe's just gonna have to call down at this point.
I mean, you say that. If he does, we're going to see a 12.7 million chip pot. Wai Leong Chan's going to be the overwhelming chip leader if he can find a way to get all the money in across turn and river, which seems likely. I mean, he's going, what, half pot, half pot?
Should be a little bit slightly more on the river, but yeah, he's basically setting up a river jam. Jaffe's hand is so strong. He really just can't go anywhere.
Are we thrilled about what we're seeing, though, in Jaffe's shoes? When we see this turn barrel and we see that Chan's setting up a river jam?
We're pretty happy still. Not so much on the ace on the river.
Wow. What a river card. I mean, there are different ways to run good in poker, Andy. Has this ace of spades perhaps saved Jaffe from doubling up Chan?
So we all know that Wai Long Chan most likely will be ripping it or putting in a very healthy bet. When it gets back over to Jaffe, we need to ask the question, how thin is Wai Long Chan value shoving here? Which aces? What if it's like ace 4, ace 5 of diamonds? Does that hand feel like it's got enough strength to value shove?
It was a relatively quick jam as well, Randy. I mean, the guy didn't even use half a time bank.
It could mean something. For some players, it means more bluffs. Others...
Oh!
Oh, he snapped it off.
Snap call from Jaffe.
Ow.
Wai Leong Chan up to 12.7 million chips, and the once upon a time chip leader, Jonathan Jaffe, drops down to the bottom of the leaderboard.
Tables have turned.
They really have. The fact that Jaffe had Bryn with 1 foot out the door, had he just held with the ace-9, he would have had 17 million. Bryn would have been out in 7th. And coulda, shoulda, woulda, of course. But things just not going Jaffe's way at this final table.
He's down to the shortest stack, just 15 big blinds, 4.5 million blinds going up. What an awful development for Jaffe. What seemed like it was his tournament for the taking is now slipping away very quickly. And I feel like of all the other players at this table, Wai Long Chan's the one he's most comfortable making that river call against, because Wai Long has been splashing.
Yeah, that double up there for Wai Leong Chan is a byproduct of his playstyle. I mean, credit where credit's due, because he is in there battling it out. He's getting involved. He's on the looser side. He's on the more aggressive side. Jaffe didn't even burn a time bank, bro.
Yeah,
just called it off.
I'm very surprised he didn't at least take more time banks. Maybe still arrives at the same decision, but yeah, not burning a time bank there.
Just felt like, hey, that's the perfect card for Chan to bluff on, and he's more than capable of finding the bluffs. Bryn gonna complete from the small. Oh, Bob, I mean...
Aces and then kings.
What's going on? I mean, this table, I'm telling you, this isn't a highlight reel. This is live.
I don't know, something about that orange juice. As he juices this one up.
I see what you did there, Randy. Dab me up, bro. Come on. Come on, put it there. There we go, my man.
We call smaller.
Call smaller?
800, 900.
Game
Probably good
perfect
for you anyway to get me out.
No. I mean, it depends. Yeah, I don't want to lose the hand.
It was since that OJ was ordered, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's just
Something
being
about that OJ.
been-
Why do you think Punat ordered one as well?
Sounds like not very live.
No, it's a pretty hand. 5-7 suited. Is it a pair?
Yeah. 2 kings.
Yeah.
No.
Make a smaller raise.
Yeah, flop. It's some stupid flop and lose all your chips.
You're not really losing many more unless you go crazy. So if you have like, also I'd let you get away if you have like a decent hand too.
Yeah.
You're like limp raising. Who knows?
What we do know is that Bryn Kenny's going to raise Jack 9 suited into the new chip leader, 8-4 off.
You really don't want to get cracked too either and make it just like a cheap flop or cheap free.
Trying to think. Right.
And I made it similar with aces, and it's even stronger. Like when he limped, I bumped it up with aces like the same price, and it's even stronger than him.
Yeah, I would probably make less.
How about that shot?
Probably fuck it up.
Through
No,
the
I didn't.
Trident.
A lot of aces.
The golden Triton trophy. Of course, that Jacob & Co. custom piece that will be going to the champion.
Now, all bunched up.
King Queen, Bulgaris.
You just let
650,000.
one go every now and then, my friend. It's not like
I knew you were going to make this comment as soon as I
saw what I folded last time.
Punat's all business, but can't help crack a smile
There you have position.
when Bob's chatting nonsense. That's all Bob. No business on this board.
I bought the wrong part.
We got incinerated.
Punat.
And worthy of 3 streets, won't be able to get even one.
I was in a hurry. It was in my luggage, but this was like, this is like a normal one.
Yeah.
This is honestly so sick.
You're
The
a
way
tough
the
customer,
chips
my
are spread
friend. I
out.
saw that hand just before the break with Jonathan. Oh. That was
5 left. 1.33 million guaranteed.
Like I said, this is how you never have a losing trip on the Triton.
Make good decisions.
Fight for every, make good decisions and fight for every fucking. No, stop. Stop being so humble. Make good decisions and fight for every pot. It's pretty good. Pretty good.
Harada Boss giving some genuine love to Punat Punsri.
It's a good formula. Make good decisions
Obviously
and
looked at Punat's track record at the Triton Series. It's one of the most impressive. He's hunting his 3rd Triton title. Shout out, of course, to all of the fans in Thailand. Watching their man pick up another 7-figure score. It's guaranteed to eclipse the 15 million in Triton earnings mark with this cash here, which is absolutely incredible, given that the first time he joined us was just 2 years ago, September of 2022. Joined us for the first time, played 5 events in Cyprus, cashed 2, won 1, which was the 100K No Limit Holder main for 2.6. He knows how to win these main events. You can see that custom Jacob & Co. timepiece on his left wrist. If he wins another one, I do believe I'm first in line. That's not official. He hasn't said that I'm first in line, but I'm just going to put it out there and say I'm first in line to at least borrow it.
Okay,
for
borrow.
For a month.
For a fee or no fee?
No, no fee, of course. I mean, come on. There's no fees between friends, but.
Yeah, it is pretty amazing that we've got 2 main event winners still in the mix. King 9 suited for Punat. Haven't seen him play back at Wai Leong Chen yet this tournament, from what I remember.
26 big blinds on the button against the cutoff open.
It's a wide cutoff open, given Chan's the chip leader.
There's the 3-bet that we were all anticipating. Going to get through Jaffe. It's going to get through Brent. And it should get through Wai Leong Chan.
Should.
It should.
Looks like it will.
Yeah, Punsri's up to second in chips.
Leverage, I told you.
I really like Punsri's game. It's very solid and well-timed.
Of course.
Precision on when to
You think
attack.
You're gonna play good cards, though.
Seems like all his bluffs always get through. Because he's not wild every single hand, you know?
No, of course not.
A lot of credibility to his name.
Yeah, I can't really.
You're not really
It's either like raise or fold.
Yeah, of course. We have no limp then. I feel very disrespected.
Randy, what's going on at this table? Aces and kings and ace-king are getting passed out like candy on Halloween. I mean...
Yeah, Halloween was about 2 weeks ago.
This is spooky at this point. It's like the poker gods want this to be over and done with in 30 minutes' time. I want this to continue for as long as possible, and I want it to finish off with an absolute bang. Whether that's a 3-way all-in, I'll take it, by the way. I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen a 3-way all-in for the win, but I would prefer to see, you know, someone...
We want a heads-up match.
We do. I want to see someone just earn it.
I want to see, like, the only time at a Triton series where we had a 3-way all-in finish was when Andy Nee won his title, if I recall correctly.
This is like, what, 2017?
No, this was very recent. Andy Nee, he's newer to the tour.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Where was that? In Montenegro?
It was the one where... I can't remember exactly, but it was a 3-way all-in. I believe it was Mustafa, maybe, and Brewer.
600.
Trying to find Andy Nee. So, his title came in the 25K in Montenegro.
Hmm.
And it was, yeah.
2023?
No, it was literally
this
the last
year.
trip, Montenegro.
Okay.
And yeah, you're right, it was Chris Brewer and Nicholas Chouiti.
Oh, Chouiti, yes. Man, that was wild. We didn't have a heads-up match.
And I'm just going to click into the app now. This is something you can do, by the way, ladies and gents. It was a 3-way all-in. Andy Nee with ace-jack, Nicholas Chouiti with ace-10, and Chris Brewer with ace-8. That's pretty insane. Brewer jammed button,
Like
Andy Nee re-jammed from the small blind, and Nicholas called it off with ace-10.
Yeah, and Brewer tanked.
No antes.
Just decided if he needed to call off the rest.
Seems so.
It was a really cool hand.
Yeah. That's a fun one. Well, I want a repeat of that, Randy.
You want? Come on.
I want either a 3-way all-in.
We've done it once. Let's just resume back to the heads-up matches, you know?
I wasn't there. I wasn't there for the 3-way all-in.
9s and 6s.
You know, if Vladimir Korzinin was here,
he needs both hands, though.
He's salivating over that.
I like that he's opting to 3-bet sixes rather than flat so that he plays a stronger range. The nines it's a precarious spot for him because he hasn't seen Haralabos 3-bet besides pocket aces. You know, that's pretty intimidating at a final table. Maybe he takes it to the flop.
Sensei Kenny.
On.
Great read from Bryn Kenny. Unfazed. Aware of Vulgaris having 3-bet bluffs.
This is huge for Bryn because he's going to be practically tied with Punat in second. They're just behind the chip leader Wai Leong Chan, and they've now created a massive gap between themselves and Haralabos and Jonathan Chaffee.
Yeah, like just smash it all in there.
Yeah. Fine. Why is the clock not running?
That's fine. You can run. Relax, bro. There's lots of.
No, of course.
Relax.
I'm completely chill.
What are you worried about?
Ain't worried about nothing.
I mean, you're probably pretty worried. The problem is I don't have a hand that's not like. It doesn't really matter if you're worried or not. So I'm the best on flipping. So. You gotta feel pretty good about that. A little ace 9 or ace. Maybe king queen. What is this here? How much do I have?
Bryn saying he's just chilling.
Flip her all here. I got left 4. I put 4 in there. 18, 1.3.
This would be a huge call off. Bob can just fold and still has 17 bigs.
Yeah, sixes seems pretty light.
Perhaps going to kick himself a bit for opting to 3-bet this one.
Oh, I'm the muck.
Sounds like 2 8s? Yeah. I had a good hand.
I mean, it didn't really matter. I had pocket 6s, so I didn't think he had ace 5, so could have had that.
I didn't. Pocket 9s.
The jam from Bryn moves him up into second. Just a few bigs ahead of Punat Punsri and just one behind the chip leader Wai Leong Chan. How'd you like that one, Randy? 35 bigs at the top, 15 at the bottom. Still all up for grabs here in Monte-Carlo. 4.4 million will be going to the eventual champion. Current payout 1,330,000.
Bryn Kenny.
How does he do it, man?
I mean, he hasn't made a mistake this final table. He's so close to having tied the chip lead. How does he do it? I don't know, but he's guaranteed 1.33 million. Of course, eyeballing that top prize, 4.41 million. And the Jacob & Co. watch with that extra large trophy.
Sensei Kenny. Can he close this one out for yet another multiple 7-figure score?
It's got tough competition.
Probably not.
I'd pocket 6s.
Dodged it.
I mean, dodging it would just be folding it to a raise, I suppose.
That's a hell of a dodge. That's
that would be
like
a dodge.
nothing that's ever come out of Motor City.
Is it? That's a good one.
Oh.
This guy's like.
Yeah, you can call it off there for 3-bet. No way.
Oh, he's getting. Yeah. You were just saying a little aggressive, so something you didn't want me to call. I feel like if you had like. Yeah, it kind of.
Yeah, nines.
It felt like a pair.
Nines, I
felt like a pair.
Yeah,
like
I don't want you to call nines.
That's what I mean, but that was bad
Except
for me.
your hand, yeah.
Bad for
Then
me.
when you started talking, it sounded like 8s. So I was like, oh, no, please call.
I mean, your reaction was just bad for me. If I have ace king, it's great for me, but the fact that I have a small pair, it's like, really, I mean, there's not really any good reactions to me once you say all in, by the way. But.
Yeah.
This is a good hand to start with. Much better than sixes.
All in.
17 bigs. He's just going to open jam due to the fact that JJ's so short. Doesn't want any of the bigger stacks to just play back at him.
Yeah, it's not really many good reactions to me once you say all in. Like if he's terrified, I'm flipping.
Plus, the best, I guess, reaction is all in. My hands are sweaty, and I expose a 5 somehow.
That's actually just
that'd be the best.
The fold. That's my best.
Oh, for sure.
I'll do it. Oh, you took it already? Okay. Please don't do that ever again. I like to feel the chips come to me first. No, now it's messed up the rhythm. Thank you.
What?
I was like, what? I was like, did I put it in? You put it in? You just kept it from the pot? Thank you. You didn't go with the heavy curls today? Yesterday you had heavier curls. Didn't have time this morning.
All right, Punat.
I appreciated them yesterday. That was a nice touch.
In there, ace-9 off. He's also had a very smooth final table, chipping up. Vulgaris, pocket deuces. Normally you don't want to play these, but given that it's just one more big blind, you get a C3 and try to flop a set. Seems like a pretty good proposition.
Thinking of a flop. Thinking of a flop.
Which one?
He's thinking of a flop.
Not that one, is it?
Definitely not that one. The ace-9-4 mono, top 2 for Punsri. He's going to cross the 10 million chip territory.
What's worse is one of Vulgaris' outs brings the spade.
Was that was you?
Up to.
Top 2.
You showed him an ace-9.
If I had the deuce of spades, you were getting it all.
Well, you check raising and boom, boom, boom.
Look at that. Why can that 4 just be a deuce?
Yeah, that would be bad.
Bad result for one. Good hand, good hand.
That would have been disgusting. Top 2 against bomb set.
3 on, 3 on.
It does feel like the path to a champion is going to be a bit of a bloodbath for Andy. I don't know why, but the hands that have been getting dealt. Chan getting in there with the Jack-7. And perhaps going to get himself in trouble on the ace-8-7. Bottom pair, Jack of clubs, Spring Kenny with a very good 8 king kicker playing, and he's looking to build a pot and extract some value.
Yeah, it's enough of a kicker to get called by worse. Warrants protection against overcards. Now though, Wylong Chan definitely going to lose a little bit with this bottom pair. Brings in call.
It's a bad turn card for Chan. Not to state the obvious, but undercard to the flop. Having the Jack of clubs feels like a pretty bad card to have. Blocking like Jack-10, Jack-9, Jack-X of clubs. Brent's going to knuckle it back.
It's a decent card for both, just because you don't get your opponent to bluff on it too much, since it's so hard to rep the 6. Wylong Chan still has reasonable showdown value with his 7. Just Plenty of unpaired hands he beats. Unless he feels that he can just muscle an ace out. Doesn't seem like he really needs to. Another pot for Bryn Kenny.
Yeah, he's up to 11 million, and in fact, with that pot, he takes
He's
the
there.
chip lead, man. I mean,
How is he there, Henry? Tell me.
was all in for his tournament life. 7 left, king, queen against the ace. 9 of Jonathan Jaffe. 17 big blinds apiece. And if JJ held there, I mean, he just runs away with it. He would have had 17 of the 40 million in play with 6 left, almost half the chips. But now, tables have turned. Bryn Kenny out in front with 5 left. The guy just gets it done.
Let's see how his strategy shifts with this chip lead. Yeah, it's a new player now. Queen 6 suited in the cutoff. Good for a raise.
We can only see one of Bob's cards.
It's a half mystery.
Set all in.
It's got to be pretty good.
Snap fold from Bryn. We'll never know.
I should have looked at you first. Got to read at least.
We got to read.
By the way, they said that that was fresh orange juice. Like adamantly to this guy. But it's not. There's no chance. It tastes
That's why Bryn thought it was interesting. They had a good orange juice in Monaco. It's brand, isn't it?
Bryn's not credible. This is what I've learned that spending some time with Bryn today at the poker table. He's not credible. The stories are, they don't hold water. He's lacking in credibility.
Well, the OJ's just not getting much love.
No, apparently it's not freshly squeezed.
Once upon a time, chip leader. Jaffe with king 7 of diamonds.
He's been very quiet. Haven't seen him get involved after losing that massive pot to Wailong Chan. Does hang in there king 7 and flops a little piece. That could get him in a little bit of trouble against Bryn Kenny. Feels like just enough of a pair to continue. Obviously unfortunate not to have a club in hand.
Yeah, Bryn reaching for a C-bet. Looks like a sizable one at that.
Is that about half pot?
Yeah, which is somewhat surprising on the monotone texture.
That might give Jaffe an excuse to just get away. King 7, not a lot of clean turns in rivers. 775k is quite detrimental to his 2.8 million chip stack. Nice fold due to the sizing he was up against. Feels like he would most likely peel against a very small bet.
Put the lead on.
He is leaning, as Bob pointed out. Bryn's switched gears.
Good hands. You're the one you shoved the button. That was a little loose.
Felt when you snap folded.
King 6 off a little bit.
No, like queen 6 suited, not like crazy loose.
It's pretty loose.
No, these stacks, I think it's a must open.
5 wings are crazy loose. It's like king 6 off.
A little bit loose.
Queen 6 is just a little bit loose.
If it was offsuit.
It was really
It was
loose.
suited, yeah. I hate to see what the solid hands are. And what those
Look at Bryn Kenny. In there a 4 deuce off.
This is against second in chips, and he might just find a way to win this one on the 8-6-3. Flopping a gut shot against Chan's 2 overs.
Wouldn't blame Marlon Chan to fire a C-bet, especially if single suit blocker. Block some of the continues. 10x also interferes with like 10-9, 10-8, these type of hands that can continue. But Bryn Kenny with that gut shot, pretty good candidate to check raise with.
Just comes with call instead. Perhaps visions of outmaneuvering Chan on future streets.
It's a tough turn card to multi-barrel on with Queen 10 high.
Does check through, and is that the invitation that Bryn needs to find a bluff? He hasn't come this far to just check down with 4 high.
Actually, this 9 is a good card for Bryn if he does improve, because some of the hands that check call as a flop are straight draws, and now they've got a pair. So he has a lot of hands that he can represent for value.
Doesn't even need to go big. This bet just designed to fold out ace highs, king highs, queen highs.
Yeah, I like the bet sizing because it makes it more credible that he's got a wide range, whether it be like an 8x, even a 6x could potentially bet in this manner, trying to get high card to call. Nicely done, Bryn Kenny. Really is just a crusher.
Breathe.
Sensei Bryn getting
Maybe
it
I've
done.
been out Stu. Trying to tilt.
Maybe 10,
Never
12
know.
of clubs.
Maybe deuce 4 off.
Maybe. Maybe. Chan with ace jack. Comes with min. Jaffe's down to just 9 bigs. Bryn's gonna get out of there. Bob's got an ace in the big. It's a trashy one.
Doesn't help that it's the hijack opening, which contains the stronger aces. Easy pickup for Chan.
The next pay jump worth $335,000. Everyone currently guaranteed $1,330,000. Bryn Kenny is running away with it, slowly but surely. We are heading towards a break, I believe. No, I do apologize. Be big blind 400K in 5 minutes time.
Vision players at 150K tournament, you are welcome to take your seat. Just 2 minutes remaining from your break.
Just heard an announcement behind us, Randy, about that 150K. 41 runners in that one so far. Ren Lin is chip leading. Lewis Spencer is the first one out. Wow, how did Lewis bust? Lost the big pot. Ace King against Jack 10.
It's Jack 10 enough for Jaffe. Big blind next hand. Sitting on 9 bigs.
Meetings in leadership, 2 and 1 days at the table, and
There's a huge gap between him and Vulgaris. A little bit too weak as he folds. Gives the option to Bryn Kenyon to make a raise, which he certainly will do so with 10-9 suited.
Bryn just seems like he's in the zone, doesn't it, Randy?
Very comfy at these stakes.
Yeah, he's just been here on so many occasions, playing for millions of dollars in a Triton title. That's how he's got 3. And that's how he became the most winningest tournament player of all time. At least in terms of earnings. Punch 3 defends. King 7-5. This is first against second in chips. Put 3 still with the best of it.
King high texture favorable to Kenny.
Just sprinkling out quarter pot.
This is kind of tricky for the force because the price is nice and it's got a little bit of backdoor potential. Might even have the best hand against a very high c-bet frequency.
Backdoor spades, backdoor straight.
Okay,
When it says
Bryn.
okay, Bryn.
Did a lot of things. Pre-flop, flop.
Bryn just getting away with murder right now.
Yeah, very easy for Bryn at the moment.
What did you say? Wai Leong Chan against Bryn?
I said
Jonathan
Bryn Kenny and Jonathan Jaffe, but at the moment Jonathan Jaffe is just trying to hang in there and get some pay jumps. Bryn Kenny on pace. Did he get a little upgrade? 10-9 suited. Size up, 2.5x into the short stack of the big.
These guys need to be careful, man. They can't just let Bryn run away with this. He's created a really healthy gap between first and second of 15 big blinds.
To be honest, though, they're okay with Bryn doing this until Jaffe busts. Because Jaffe is so short.
Oh, my.
Jaffe can get right back in it.
He can. King, Queen, 5. Sensei with the open-ender. SPR less than 1. Feels like it might go in the middle.
Yeah, I don't really see why Jaffe wouldn't want to check raise off of what he's got remaining. He's got north of 5 bigs. Kind of want your opponent to just call off with some weak holdings. Out of position 2, they get to check back and realize equity if you just check call. Unless he really thinks Bryn's just going to blast a lot of turns.
Well,
It does come in with call.
The fact that we saw Bryn, you know, betting with like the 10 high, opening the Queen 6. I mean, Jaffe knows that in some cases Bryn's just dead here. That's not the case. He's looking for an ace, jack, 10 or 9.
But now Bryn might not need to bet the turn and gets to realize equity when he pairs up. Only reason you bet here if you feel like Queen X would fold, but some of these Queen X's actually contain a club or a straight draw, and they're not really looking to fold. Then again, on the flip side, maybe Bryn Kenny thinks that King X would jam on him on the flop at a decent mid.
Goes check, check.
Oh gosh.
My.
Is that the end for Jaffe? feels like it.
The Jack-Jack run out against JJ. Turn went check-check. Let's see how Jaffe proceeds.
Jaffe's getting the chips in there. It's just whether he's betting himself or check calling it off.
Facing 2 checks in front of him on turn and river. Bryn's surely going to feel comfortable jamming this, or at least asking for something. 1.1 of the 1.2.
Oh my gosh, that's really technical here. Because he's leaving less than a small blind remaining in case Jaffe calls off to leave him in the tournament so that he can just steal the next hand rather than ask for it all.
It's weird because Bryn's going to be in the big blind next hand.
Right, good point. You got a little extra incentive, though, to call when you know that you still have that little bit left in case you're wrong. A little psychological warfare here.
Jaffe utilizing his time banks. If he calls, he's down to 0.3 of a big blind, and he's going to be forced all in the next hand out of the small.
Here's the problem for Jaffe is his hand kind of looks like Queen X, maybe even 5X, so maybe Bryn Kenny's trying to muscle him off of that. And there's sometimes they just chop the pot. The kicker on the board is the Queen if Bryn Kenny's got like King 10 or lower. And you don't really want to concede against that, especially with a bet and a call and on the flop. Would be a great fold, but I don't know if he can make it for this price.
Especially against Bryn. He's been showing up with bluffs ever since taking the chip lead. He's been loosening up, rightly so, of course. Just pushing the table around as the chip leader. If Jaffe calls, Bryn's going to be up to 16 million. He's going to have 2 times average. Such a sick FT for Jaffe. Came in as chip leader, looking very likely to be out in 5th. It's really those 2 key hands, Randy. I mean, the ace-9 against Bryn's king-queen, and then the king-queen of diamonds against Wai Leong Chan's ace-king.
Yeah, whether he calls and loses or folds, it's just a bad spot for him. It's much nicer if he can save some chips, and he does.
That's elite.
How do you do it? You got the microphone on your skin. It's so, you don't find it abrasive? Oh, man.
That is an elite fold from JJ.
How does he not lose the last 4 bigs in that spot?
Yeah.
Very disciplined fold.
I don't know. Sometimes discipline hurts, sometimes it helps.
I'm the big blind, right? Oh, it's 4 now?
Someone quote
What's
that.
the verdict there?
Discipline works.
Sometimes discipline hurts. Sometimes discipline works.
Jack 10 of diamonds. Good job.
King 8.
Folded a king?
Yeah.
You fold.
I like that.
Impressive fold. They're willing to tell each other immediately.
Yeah.
Bryn's always been like that.
Matters.
I don't think you have any fold equity or...
That's a good reminder.
Yeah, it's just like.
It's cooler when they mock you.
I'm gonna put him to the test.
Put him to the test.
Put 'em to the test.
All you can eat. Good luck, chaps. Cards on their backs.
Also gorgeous.
For the small blind, 3 blinds,
Fair,
it's gorgeous.
for a random hand.
Yeah, look at these 3 blind downs.
To get back in this fight, Jaffe can just hold with the queen deuce. We'll be back up to 2.7.
There we go.
Looking very likely on the queen 6 tray.
Nice one.
Gonna be tough for Bryn to win that one. Dead on the turn. Jaffe's still in this fight. Byproduct of that disciplined fold in the previous hand.
Right, because now he's got 9 big blinds once again. He calls that last hand and loses. He barely doubles up in this spot.
Unfortunately, blinds have gone up to 200k, 400k.
Now he's got some again.
Still in the danger zone with just 7 bigs. Well, just shy of 7 bigs, actually. Quick dealer change as the fight continues.
Hello.
5-handed. We've been talking about it all week long. You can bet on the Triton Poker Series over on BetACR and pick your favorite players. Always let me know in the chat if you manage to get a wager down, manage to spin it up by betting on one of the greatest of all time. There's a few of those around here at the Triton Series. You can check out the all-new BetACR Sportsbook, your exclusive live betting destination to wager on players in Triton events, and you can receive a 15% free play up to $250 on your first deposit. This would have been a really fun one to bet on. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if people like Punat, Bryn, Danny Tang had quite a few people betting on them.
Couple 5s for Jaffe. Let's go.
Good one.
Gotta make sure they're wise.
Bad start for Vulgaris.
Yeah,
First
he
one's
does.
really bad. Second one's okay.
I think it's like
I'm not sure.
ace 4 offsuit, maybe?
Very good for me.
No, he said this first one's very bad, the second one's okay. So like queen 4?
I thought. Didn't want to call until I heard first one's very bad.
I mean, to me, bad is like a 10.
Oh.
Well, very high standards.
Well.
I wanted like
So very bad's like a 6.
I wanted like, yeah, very bad. I wanted like 2 paints. 2 paints is like okay.
Tough
Aces
man to
is very
please.
good. What's that?
Tough man to please.
Tell you what, Herodovos doesn't want JJ.
Je ne sais pas.
Continue spinning it up. It's up to 9.5 bigs now.
Probably that one. Not that bad. 4 is just such a bad card. Dangling.
So about 9 big blinds. Jack 9 suited.
It's close, right?
Just enough. If he takes this one down, then Vulgaris has got company. Oh, he won't get to see.
Chan's got to squeeze it. He's seen the first one.
Yeah.
He said call.
Wait,
Just
don't
call and then.
Just go by the roof.
It snapped him off. Obviously, JJ's got 100k back.
3.7.
Yeah, he has to call.
Yeah.
First, and then you can do whatever you want on the floor. No influence there.
I'm sure there's a whole lot to do.
Still 100k back.
But for now, it's 3.7.
Got a funny feeling it's going to find its way in on almost every board.
Marlon Chan might just bet dark.
With the blind stuff.
A piece for both.
There we go.
100K goes in. JJ is live. 21% equity. Jack 9 or
You knew he has an ace. So
backdoor
you know he has an
diamonds.
ace, so at least you're live. It could be ace jack, ace 10, ace king, or ace queen, pretty much.
Thanks for breaking that down for me, Brent. I wasn't sure how the card rankings shook up.
Wow. 2 pair on the turn for Chan. Does bring some chop outs.
Yeah, let's jack it.
Not to be, as the man that came in as chip leader,
Yeah, great plans, man.
Good stuff.
Jonathan Jaffe, left
All right, now I'm the
a
short.
sour taste in his mouth after this final table. Would have had
I was always ready to
dreams
fight.
and hopes
The only hand I really
picking
guess
up
was
his second title and the 4.4 million that will be going to the eventual champion, but those 2 crucial parts just not going his way. The ace-9 against Bryn's king-queen, where if he held, would have been runaway chip leader with 6 left. And then, of course, that massive blow against Wai Leong Chan, the king-7 deuce, 2 diamonds, where Jaffe had king-queen of diamonds, Chan had ace-king for top. And then the final nail in the coffin, being struck in by Chan once more, ace-king against JJ's jack-9 for his final 9 bigs. Does pick up a 7-figure score, 1,330,000. One of his best on the Triton Tour. For that second title, we'll have to wait, as we're now 4-handed, Randy. Everyone guaranteed 1,665,000. There's Bryn and Chan tied for the chip lead. Rollerbos Vulgaris in 4th with 11 bigs. Punat Punsri in 3rd with 23. Crunch time.
That king-queen hand is going to haunt him for quite some time, and yeah, it was really the key hand for his tournament.
He even said against Bryn that sometimes discipline hurts, sometimes it works. And it's funny because in that spot against Chan, it's almost like he had made his mind up before the river card was dealt. That like, it doesn't matter if this guy goes all in, I'm calling. And he basically snap called with second pair in that spot. But then against Bryn, multiple time banks, finds the discipline fold. It's tough, man. Sometimes you get it right, sometimes you get it wrong. And when you're playing for 4.4 million, that can be very costly when you're on the wrong side of the decision.
Sure can. I'm sure he's going to rest up and jump into the 150K after a little breather.
Yeah, let's have a look at that 150K. 45 runners. Renlin still chip leader. Vladimir Korzinin, 5th in chips, bro.
One puck up and you're on the bottom.
Joe Trent's out there as well. He's in 6th. I mean, that one's looking like a fun one. Understandably so.
So blind versus blind, Punat now has a different opponent in these blind versus blind confrontations. Before it was just all Jaffe, now it's Bryn Kenny. And it's trouble for Punat because he actually flops a decent piece on this texture.
And we already saw him fold the 4s on the King 7-5 to Bryn before. This one a very different dynamic. Blind versus blind. Cold deck. It's tough to make pairs in this game.
Yeah, this is a really nice spot for Bryn Kenny to see his opponent bet into him when he's holding top pair. Just because Punat Punsri's got some incentive to trap a king in the spot. So kicker not as relevant of an issue.
Disastrous turn card for Punat.
Yeah, because the deuce could still be good against the straight draws.
Who knows? Fun game. Came within perfect information.
Feels like he needs to keep his opponent honest at least one straight. Maybe a little unclear if Bryn Kenny bets this turn or wait for the river. There's not many scare cards besides the ace. About 30% pot. Ponsri did inflate this pot slightly with that flop bet. It just seems like too strong of a hand to fold now. Be a nice fold if you can find it, but I don't blame him.
$3.4 out there. I mean,
they got counterfeited at least. The queen deuce, that is. Maybe that'll save them.
Bryn with a boat. Queen high, unblocking some of those straights, Randy. You know, 4-5, 4-6, 6-5.
Ponsri's check call on a turn, though, does exemplify some kind of showdown. So Bryn, if he did show up with air in this spot, probably have to give up a decent amount of the time. As played, king is clearly nice in case he was up against some kind of 3x. Spades got there, he can value bet against a flush.
2-2-7-5.
Comes for 2/3 pot. Limped pot, blind versus blind, not going Ponsri's way. He's down to 6.8 million, still good for 17 bigs. The next pay jump worth $380,000.
I knew as soon as I folded it was a bad fold. Like,
Sorry.
you had a bad fold.
Yeah, $380,000.
Just a hand I can't fold that. But that's what you get when you play one turn in a year.
Yeah. When he kept saying, "Oh, you're 9-3," I was like, "When is my Jack 8 gonna come up?" And then I'm gonna get the same comment.
But I just turned it for yours. I actually wanted to know. His, I just happened to flick it on and it showed up.
Bob with a very rejammable ace-jack. There it is.
That's comfy.
Jan's going to ask for a count.
Starts to get dicey in this kind of 10 big blind territory where it feels like the price is never too bad. Then we ask the question is how often we're dominated. Is it too ambitious, or do we feel like giving it a spin? And Wai Long Chan's the type of guy that loves to kind of just go for it.
Too much.
Too much.
You'd have
Perhaps
6
by
big
2 big blinds or so.
He said he folded.
Let's see it later.
You want to see it?
I mean, they were. I just didn't get red. It wasn't those two.
So bring Kenny in first. Wai Leong Chan of Malaysia in second. Punat Ponsri of Thailand in third. Rolabos Vulgaris of Canada in fourth. Everyone guaranteed 1,665,000. They're playing for 4,410,000.
It's like not really under the gun. It's like
A lot of love
got up.
in the chat for everyone here. Shout out to all of the Thai viewers, as always, showing up in real support. I mean, the chat is basically in Thai, Randy. I don't know if you read Thai.
No, but every time Punat Ponsri shows up, like, they're there. They've got alerts.
Pum Chu Henry. Pum.
Translation?
Ni Kwam Suk Makrab.
You sound hesitant as you say this.
Yeah, I was, you know, it's taken me a while to flashback to my Thai lessons as well. There's going to be some flashbacks to winning and losing flips here. Just depends which side of the coin one falls on.
Slight favorite over to Wai Leong Chan, and this is a mandatory get-in for both players off of these stacks. Limp jam, and we're gonna go to the races.
Good luck, chaps. This is huge. Blind v blind, four-handed. Harolabos with 45% equity. Wai Leong Chan, slight equity favorite with the black tens. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Jack 6 deuce. Rainbow 1 club. Bob with all of the back doors available to him. That, however, leaves him drawing to just 6 outs once.
That's it.
10 on the river. Chan improving to a set. Handshakes all around, as always. Harolabos Voulgaris, one of the true OGs of this game. I mean, listening to stories from Rusty in the booth about battling with Bob 2 decades ago, back in the nosebleed online cash games. He has crushed sports betting, now venturing into the business world. I'd love to see him showing up, playing the high stakes poker at the Triton series, still showing us that
2 for 2.
Look,
making
man,
final tables together and being three-handed.
the old dog
Yeah,
with the
yeah,
same old
I
tricks,
said,
he
let's
can
just get
still get it
three-handed,
done.
you know.
I told Walang as well. Like,
Best career cash
The
at
bad
Triton
news is
Stop.
I said, let's get three-handed again with you.
1.66 million for Harolabos Voulgaris for his 4th place run here in the 125k main. Has a taste for the high stakes now. Came 9th in the 200k Invitational this time last year in Monte-Carlo. That was the only event he actually played in MC. This year, decided to play 3, cashing the 125k for a 4th place run after losing a flip blind v blind. 1.66 million for him, and now with that, everyone guaranteed $2,045,000.
39 big, is it? Yeah, 39 for it. We have 17.
It is Wai Leong Chan with a chip lead, 43 big blinds. Bryn Kenny in second with 39 bigs. Punat Punsri in third with 17 bigs. Let's go.
Yeah, we've got 3 sharks remaining. Kenny kicking things off. King 3 suited. Just Jack 3 off for Punat Punsri.
Oh, 1 check.
He's out. You know, Punat Punsri, ever since he joined the tour, is the single player who's earned the most at Triton ever since joining in 2022.
Yeah, that's true. And we were talking earlier on about just how impressive Bryn's cash percentage is in terms of how much he earns per cash. Punat's another one of those. I mean, 14 million. Make that 16 million with this cash here, because he's guaranteed 2.2. He's cashed 20 times. Like, that means his average cash is 800k, man. That's absurd. No wonder he's #1 on Thailand's all-time money list. Looking to grow the game as well. I don't want to say anything I shouldn't, but it's looking likely that poker will be taken to Thailand in the near future. Would love to take the Triton tour to Bangkok or Phuket. I know Punat and the team are working tirelessly to make that a reality. And perhaps with a win here today would really help him kind of convince Thai officials that, hey, this is a skill game, okay? It's a great game at that. But has some tough competition ahead of him. And Bryn Kenny and Wai Leong Chan.
Ponsri is the shortest stack, but you know, still 15 big blinds, still room to throw in raises that aren't all in.
800.
What a monster hand here for Bryn Kenny.
See how he wants to play this one against the short stack.
Clearly gonna 3-bet, but what price?
21.75.
That should get rid of Chan.
Yeah, Bryn trying to induce some action.
Chan, just fold it, pal. There we go.
2.125.
That should get rid of Ponsri. Queen Jack-O. It's tough because Ponsri's at that stack depth now where he raise folds this. He's down to 12.5 bigs. He's about to put 2 bigs in out of the big blind. Feels like it's inevitable.
You call if I shove?
No, if he shoves, I might call.
He's going to be all in soon.
No,
I'm saying, yeah. I was saying if he shoves after my 3-bet, I think I call. Yeah. So I definitely call your jam.
Luckily,
I had jacks.
I had 8 jacks.
I wouldn't have been happy with it. What'd you have over there?
8-5.
Sevens? Now sevens you might have ripped.
Yeah.
You would have walked into bad trouble.
Wai Leong Chan gonna look at Ponsri's stack if he can just outright
I
shift
think
into
he
him.
can. I mean, what's this? 11 bigs, blind v blind.
It's easy when you have like that.
4.8 mil.
Yeah, something like that.
There's the jam. Ponsri's got Queen 10 of diamonds.
I feel like this has got a call. Such a good hand.
Good luck.
Let's run it.
Oh, he says good luck. He is behind. It's as close as it gets. 53%, 46%.
When the king 4. No, yeah, of course. You're just happy to see Queen High.
Yeah, like you're happy with head.
No. I would shove your M for sure. Yeah. It's just the best outcome when you get called.
Normally you're behind.
Ponsri
Yeah.
in need of some diamonds. Queen or a 10. There's the 9 of diamonds in the window. The 9-7 deuce. Now moves in front as favorite, equity-wise, still behind. Looking for a Queen 10 or a diamond as we see Kiat Lee, good friend of his, on the rail, sweating this one out. The King 4 is going to hold. GG's.
Played well again. Huh? You played well
and
again.
handshakes all around.
Yeah, you played well.
Not the first time Bryn and Punat have battled it out on a final table for a 7-figure score.
I said we're going to get heads up and we're here heads up.
So here we are. Heads up. Punat Ponsri out in third, picking up another 7-figure score. This one worth $2,045,000. The man just seems to show up at Triton and go home 7 figures richer. Title number 3 will have to wait as he falls to Wai Leong Chan, who now takes the chip lead as we head into a heads-up break. It's going to be Wai Leong Chan leading over Bryn Kenny, 57 bigs, plays 43 bigs. Don't go too far. When we come back, we'll be playing down to a champion. We'll see you very shortly.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Feels like a collision incoming. The two shortest stacks, Jacks versus Ace Queen. Now it is under the gun versus +1, but we are 7-handed, so these positions are a bit ladder as it seems. Be pretty shocked if he doesn't 3-bet this Ace Queen in this spot.
Tang says all in, and the two shorties get entangled. Jaffe looks down at Ace King. He's going to look to turn the lights out potentially here, but $3 million. Randy cold?
Ace King's coming in. That's a no questions asked. He should be smashing Danny's range. I'm more interested in what Mario does when it gets back to him, when he sees a 3-bet jam and a cold call. Because Jaffe can't just splash it in there too light, so his range should still be strong despite having the chip lead. Mario swiftly folds the jacks.
You know, the flat from Jaffe looks powerful. And of course, we can't overstate that pay ladder, as Mosbach can guarantee that Danny is going to have to take a swing for his tournament life here, and he's doing so in rough shape. Dominated. $7 million in the middle. Can the ace-queen get lucky? We've seen plenty of this thus far here at this festival, and it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing it here.
150K tournament, continuing playing 3 blinds, 1,000 small blind, 1,500 big blinds, 1,500.
Queen needed. Not found.
No chops, right?
No chops. Just a lady on the end. We'll park Danny's bones back in that seat. And the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award winner says goodbye. Love that. From Punsri. Danny says win it. Such a fierce competitor. So much respect being shown to him. Obviously had higher hopes coming in, Randy.
Rain dancer over there. Like,
but the last of the 6-figure payouts will be his.
Yeah, I was looking for his 6th Triton title, 5 titles already under his belt. This is his 3rd cash of the festival, increasing his earnings to about 18 million or so.
Yeah, of course.
Nothing he can do in that spot. Ace Queen versus Ace King.
Oh yeah.
I don't think you're gonna.
probably that one. Not that bad. 4 is just such a bad card. Dangling.
So about 9 big blinds. Jack 9 suited.
It's close, right?
Just enough. If he takes this one down, then Vulgaris has got company. Oh, he won't get to see.
Chan's got to squeeze it. He's seen the first one.
Yeah.
He said call.
Wait,
Call and then
just go by the roof.
And snapped him off. Obviously, JJ's got 100k back.
3.7.
Yeah, he has to call.
Yeah.
First, and then you can do whatever you want on the floor. No influence there.
I'm sure there's a whole lot to do.
Still 100k back.
But for now, it's 3.7.
Got a funny feeling it's going to find its way in on almost every board.
Marlon Chan might just bet dark.
With the blind stuff.
A piece for both.
There we go.
100k goes in. JJ is live. 21% equity. Jack 9 or
You knew he has an ace. So
backdoor
you know
diamonds.
So at least you're live. It could be ace jack, ace 10, ace king, or ace queen, pretty much.
Thanks for breaking that down for me, Brent. I wasn't sure how the card rankings shook up.
Wow. 2 pair on the turn for Chan. Does bring some chop outs.
Yeah, let's jack it.
Not to be, as the man that came in as chip leader, Jonathan Jaffe, left a sour taste in his mouth after this final table. Would have had dreams and hopes of picking up his 2nd title and the 4.4 million that will be going to the eventual champion, but those 2 crucial parts just not going his way. The ace 9 against Bryn's king queen, where if he held would have been runaway chip leader with 6 left, and then of course that massive blow against Wai Leong Chan, the king 7 deuce, 2 diamonds, where Jaffe had king queen of diamonds. As always, showing up in real support. I mean, the chat is basically in Thai, Randy. I don't know if you read Thai.
No, but every time Punat Punsri shows up, like, they're there. They've got alerts.
Pum Chu Henry. Pum.
Translation?
Ni Kwam Suk Makrab.
You sound hesitant as you say this.
Yeah, I was, you know, it's taken me a while to flash back to my Thai lessons as well. There's going to be some flashbacks to winning and losing flips here. Just depends which side of the coin one falls on.
Slight favorite over to Wai Leong Chan, and this is a mandatory get-in for both players off of these stacks. Limp jam, and we're gonna go to the races.
Good luck, chaps. This is huge. Blind v blind, four-handed. Harolabos with 45% equity. Wai Leong Chan, slight equity favorite with the black tens. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Jack 6 deuce. Rainbow 1 club. Bob with all of the back doors available to him. That, however, leaves him drawing to just 6 outs once.
That's it.
10 on the river. Chan improving to a set. Handshakes all around, as always. Harolabos Voulgaris, one of the true OGs of this game. I mean, listening to stories from Rusty in the booth about battling with Bob 2 decades ago, back in the nosebleed online cash games. He has crushed sports betting, now venturing into the business world. I'd love to see him showing up, playing the high stakes poker at the Triton series, still showing us that
2 for 2.
Look,
man,
man,
final tables together and being three-handed.
the old dog
Yeah,
with the same old tricks, he can still get it done.
You know?
Best career cash
The
at
bad
Triton
news is
stop.
I said, let's get three-handed again with you.
1.66 million. Well, Randy, what do you know? The man whose average cash is $2.6 million per cash has made it heads up in the 125K main, which means he's going to continue that 2.6 million average cash. In fact, he's going to increase it as he's guaranteed 2.97 million here. Randy, at this point, we just have to ask ourselves, how does he do it? He just shows up for the big stuff and gets it done.
I don't know how he does it, but what we do know is that he's here heads up. He's got a competent competitor who has more chips than him going into his heads up match. We have an average stack of 50 big blinds, so it's going to be 43 versus 57. So this can go quite lengthy, actually.
It can indeed. I mean, a 50 big blind heads up average is quite some, stack depth, and I think we're really going to see the better man take it down as they look to battle it out. You mentioned the opponent he's up against, Wai Leong Chan, who has been around for quite some time, nosebleed cash game reg, also plays PLO, venturing out to play the highest stakes tournaments in the world. Joined us for the last 3 series. He's got 16 cashes, 8.2 million in Triton earnings, and I'm looking over on the Triton Poker Plus app. It's been a bit of a rough series here for him, just cashing the 50K, 14th for 114K and that, everything else bricking, but of course making it up for it here in this 125K guaranteed a 7-figure score. This man's been around the block, man. I mean, he's played some of the biggest games in the world. He's not going to just allow Bryn to push him around.
No, he's not. But the difference here, too, is despite having a chip lead, he's got less experience in heads up. He's only reached the heads up match 1 time here at Triton Series, whereas Bryn Kenny has won multiple titles already. So he's got his work cut out for him. Bryn Kenny, a fierce competitor, advantage in terms of chips. Wai Leong Chan.
How much of a role do you think that plays when you mentioned there that Bryn's played for a title on multiple occasions for millions of dollars? He's got to feel comfortable, right?
I think so, especially with these stacks. There's a lot of room for play.
Let's throw it down to the main stage as these two look to battle it out. Wai Leong Chan of Malaysia, part of that ever-growing Malaysian contingent, with 57 bigs, 14 more than the 3-time champion Bryn Kenny. 50 big blind average. This one could take a while. It's exactly what we asked for. We wanted a deep heads up match. We wanted to see 2 of the aggressive players like Chan, like Kenny, battle it out for the title and the $4.4 million. And to just add a little bit of a sweetener on top for the viewers at home, no whispers of a deal. These guys I mean, no surprises to us, and probably no
I'm not
surprises to a
surprised.
lot of the viewers. Not even discussing a deal. They're just like, listen, best of luck. Let's play a little $1.5 million heads-up match.
That's what I want to see.
Epic series here in Monte-Carlo. Look at the size of that trophy.
Look at the first hand for Bryn Kenny as he isolates out the big 4-3 of hearts.
Chan gonna just pitch the Jack 6. Let's see how they approach their buttons. I'm curious to see if there's going to be a limp strategy implemented. Obviously, hand sample size of 1, impossible to say.
In general, though, with these stacks, you tend to lean a little bit more with a raise strategy. A pure limping strategy comes in more around like 10 to 15 bigs or so. And 20 definitely introduces limping and raises as mix.
You have a Triton trophy or no?
Nope.
No? You didn't play many of these anyway, at least in recent years.
Yeah.
You used to play a bit. Now
Yeah,
you're
Wai Long
back.
Chen took
In
a little
big
break.
way. 900.
Raised to 900,000.
Yeah, Bryn's right. Wai Leong Chen, one of the OGs. Philippines 2016, Montenegro 2017, Montenegro 2018, Jeju 2018. This man's been playing the highest stakes for quite some time. But still without a title as he flops middle pair against top 2. Had Bryn dominated pre. It's all Bryn Kenny on that board.
What a start for Bryn Kenny, especially against the hand he's up against, which can pay him off at least 2 streets, I would imagine. Flush draw texture is nice, where he can get his opponent to think, wow, did he just go full pot?
2.1 into 2.2. Just correctly recognizing just how wet this board is and how connected Chan's going to be.
What a play with top 2 pair, because you kind of block a lot of the hands that can continue, but once you get resistance like this, you're really loving it, given it was able to call a pot-sized bet.
That is the thing about Bryn. He seems to get paid the max. He plays big pots with big hands. 7 of spades on the turn. Troublesome turn card for Chan. See what Bryn comes with. He's got 14.4 back, and it's a byproduct of that large C bet on the flop.
He probably comes in big again.
One would assume.
Yeah, like 2/3 to 75%, I would imagine.
5 seconds.
3.7.
Actually, exactly half the pot now. A quick fold from Wai Long Chen. Nice with the queen 9. Figured if he was faced with another bet that he was cooked. What a pristine trophy. And watch.
Yeah, that custom Jacob & Co. timepiece going to the main event champion.
Can't buy that one. Gotta win it.
That one has to be earned, my friend. Bryn Kenny has taken the chip lead. Just 4 hands into this heads-up match. Still close. 53 bigs, plays 47. He's been here on numerous occasions, most recently in London 2023, where he took down the $250,000 Luxon Invitational for $6,860,000.
9.
Raised to 900,000.
Bring Kenny content with a raise strategy at the moment. King 4 off.
It's working out for him. Honestly, this man just needs to release a course. How to crush Tritons. I feel like a lot of people would sign up.
Yeah, I think he's making enough money just playing them himself. Don't think he needs to sell courses.
That's true. What about a book? You could write a book.
To be honest, it would get a lot of sales.
Probably more than my book sales.
10-7 wins it against the Brunson.
So Bryn, who came into this FT third in chips, Chan, who came in second, both behind Jonathan Jaffe, who had just, well, a disastrous final table as he bowed out in fifth. But it was a really snug start to the FT. I mean, there's only like a 5 big blind difference between second and sixth, I believe.
Long Chen is playing conservatively from the big blind. What, a queen 4 off just now? Maybe with jack 7 earlier.
Yeah, not to state the obvious, but heads up is tough, man. There's nowhere to hide, and people who don't have much experience playing heads up, don't know how to adjust, can fall into that camp of overfolding and just getting pushed around a bit.
It hurts a little bit more in this format due to the big blind ante. So you kind of want to play a lot of your buttons and big blinds if you're faced with a small raise pre. Not sure where his threshold is, but we'll see, as this match is expected to be a long one. Imagine jack 3 suited is enough to defend. Bryn Kenny playing a pure raising strategy at the moment.
He plays fast as well.
It's confident. That's up.
Bryn's playing very fast. What's Chan thinking here?
Ooh. Did not see this coming.
It felt a little bit antsy, yeah, like, he was like, okay, I have to send a message eventually. You know, we're only 10 hands in, but if Chan feels like Kenny's just getting away with it.
Yeah, and Bryn's been raising every single button nearly, so we are going to take a flop. Jack 3 suited versus Queen 10 of hearts, 6.6 million. Plenty of stacks to play for.
Chan needs to be careful to not find himself in no man's land, as he does on the King 8-7, 2 diamonds, 1 heart board.
A little bit of interaction for Kenny. If Long Chen doesn't bet big enough, this Queen 10 of hearts might stick around with position.
That looks pretty big. Just shy of half pot.
Yeah, this might be just enough to shake out this Queen 10 of hearts, which he would love. If you can see what his opponent got.
Bryn is in position if he ever thinks that Chan c-bets and then slows down on turns. Does incentivize him to come with the flow, but no, just got to pass up on it. Chan retaking the chip lead. Fighting back.
Nice one. Feels like if he sized down to like 25% or 30% or so, then maybe that queen 10 of hearts sticks around.
$250K, $500K as the blinds go up. Does bring the average stack down to 40 bigs. Queens for Kenny. Now the big blind. Vladimir calls it in his favorite hand. In Chan's seat. He's going to raise it up.
We could easily be seeing a flop here. 3-bet pot. Depending on sizing. 9-6 suited has decent playability. Even as 2-gapper. Oh, doesn't want to play. Some others might take a flop there, but good for him because he was up against 2 queens. Difficult to win with 9-6 suited in that spot.
So a couple of 3-bets being exchanged. Just settling themselves in to what is set to be an epic heads-up match. Although having said that, Randy, I mean, both showing a willingness to play big pots. Recall the near pot-size C-bet from Bryn with the Jack-9 on the Jack-9-6 earlier, and then that 3-bet there from Chan. Oh, hello.
Wow. Monster hands.
Raised to 1,200,000.
Bryn continuing in Bryn fashion with the open on the button.
Don't blame him. Now, how to respond once the 3-bet comes in with Ace-Jack is interesting. This will be the second 3-bet of this heads-up match after such a short time, which might make Bryn Kenny think that the Ace-Jack is just crushing this range.
See how Bryn responds. Ace-Jack is a lot of hand, heads up. Throws out a time extension chip.
It's a hand worthy of actually 4-bet getting it in.
100%.
If he's very careful, he could potentially call. Ace-Jack is a monster.
Does he go for the 4-bet in juice, or does he just rip it himself?
All in call. That's bad news for Bryn Kenny when it's an instant call. Mylon Chan can close this one out.
Insane spot. Just 10 hands into this heads-up match.
So Ace-Jack's all in.
Wai Leong Chan covering Bryn Kenny.
It's close to there's one. So yeah, he's got like 3 blinds behind. This is it.
This is it.
Kings for one of the Malaysian OGs. Looking for his first Triton title. You can see some of the Malaysian rail here watching him. Just 5 cards away from victory. Bryn does have 28% equity. Here comes Jack 7 deuce, adding 2 additional outs for Bryn. $1.5 million between first and second. This is practically going to seal it. 3 of diamonds on the turn, and now Chan is just 1 card away from picking up his first Triton title and the 4.4 million that comes with it.
Oh! My God. $1.45 million just gone like that.
Oh man, that one. That Jack of Hearts. A blow to the rail, to us here in the booth, and
that's hard to swallow.
All of the viewers, yeah. I mean, that one stings, man.
That more than stings.
You're 1 card away from lifting the trophy, picking up a 4.4 million paycheck.
Even if I call your 3-bet, that hand plays it all no matter what.
Yep.
Poker really is a brutal game. And just like that, Chan is down to 1.4 million, 3 bigs. Bryn Kenny has 96% of the chips in play.
I don't. That's something I need a break from after taking a beat like that.
GG, I guess.
Not yet.
GG, I guess. Not quite yet. Still
Not
has
yet.
3 big blinds.
Yeah, let's go.
Bryn just
Definitely have a
finds
hole to dig out
ways.
of, but the hole's still there at least.
Indeed.
At least the hole hasn't closed.
Always on the biggest stage, the highest stakes. So getting really fortunate there against Chan's Kings. Man, someone check the pulse on that guy. I mean, it's what we all sign up for, Randy.
We do.
There it is, Ace King.
How much is it?
Less.
This is such a bad hand. But I guess I don't think
1.4?
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, Bryn with 8 tray.
At least if I win this one, I could get a winner's picture with this hand. That's pretty good. 1.4?
1.4 million.
1.4.
Sounds like Bryn's excited
Ace
at the
King?
prospect of...
Oh, last main event, I beat Ace King too.
Uh-oh.
Can it
Wow,
be
he's
deja
really...
vu?
He's conjuring.
Yeah, he's really bringing out all of the voodoo tricks. The rituals. Saying that he'd love to take a winner's pick with the 8-3 and that the last time he won, he beat Ace King for the title. Can he do it again? Not on that flop, but there are some backdoor straight draw potential for the 3-time champ. Needs an 8 or a 3.
Could chop it.
Could chop it. That would be really dirty. I mean, Chan's been through it. It's going to hold with the Ace King.
Close, deuce and 7.
Back up to 3.3 million. 6.5 bigs. He's got a mountain in front of him, though.
It's a start, though. You know, he gets one more double, he'll have about 14, 15 bigs. Very playable. Just needs to really win this next hand.
Yeah, we've seen some sick comebacks in Triton. I remember Makita in Madrid 2022 overcoming a 19-1 chip deficit against Danny Tang.
Yeah.
There's been some sick ones for sure. Well, well, well. What do you know? What was expected to be a lengthy heads-up match was almost over inside 10 hands. Bryn has a 10-1 chip lead.
How awful is this for Wai Long Chan to get 9 deuce?
Easier, less chips.
One of the biggest buy-in tournaments of the series. 125K main.
Win.
Down to heads up. Ace-9 against 6s. It's going in. Chan with the 2 overs. Bryn looking to just hold. If Bryn holds here, Randy, he's going to pick up his 4th title. He's going to be up to $43 million in Triton earnings with 16 cashes.
Wai Long can hold here. We'll have about 10 big blinds and a chance.
He does pick up an additional out on the 5-5-5 board. Looking for an ace, 9, or a 5. Just one card away from elimination is the Malaysian OG. 7 outs once. Can't find it.
That's it.
Bryn Kenny is a 4-time Triton champion, a 2-time main event champion, and now has amassed over $40 million on the Triton Tour. Picking up $4.4 million for his efforts. GG's to Wai Leong Chan, who came into this final table second in chips, was 1 card away from picking up the title. Kings against Ace Jack. Bryn rivering trips
Little surreal.
to leave Wai Leong with just 3 bigs and just couldn't spin it back up.
Sometimes
Really is a cruel game.
Meant to win.
This game that we all sign up
Back
for.
on the river for all the chips. Got it in bad.
But still, Chan has to be happy
Nice to be
with
lucky
the $2,970,000 for his efforts. Bryn Kenny reigns supreme in Monte-Carlo. He reigns supreme at a Triton Series once more. First place, $4.4 million, and his 4th title. Randy, how does this man do it?
I don't know how he does it, but man, he played an incredible final table. No mistakes throughout. Was willing to just get in there when he needed to. And sure, he won that big all-in confrontation with Wai Leong Chan to double up with the Ace Jack against the Kings, but I thought he played perfectly.
Yeah, it was a moment where Jaffe was down to the shortest stack, 5 left. Bryn became the chip leader. And that's when he really started getting into his groove. It was just like, okay, I now know what I'm meant to do. I have the chips. I can start leaning on people. And, you know, we talk about that hand, Ace-Jack against Kings. Everyone has to get lucky to win tournaments, but you can't take away from the man that he just overcame a stacked final table, man. I mean, look at this. Jesse Lonis, Thomas Mulocker, Danny Tang, Mario Mosbach, Jonathan Jaffe, Harolabus Volgaris, Punat Punsri, and Wai Leong Chan. This is a tough final table. There's multiple title winners out there who have all won millions of dollars at this game.
Yeah, and the thing is, Bryn Kenny knew what to do once he got that chip lead. He was shifting his ranges a little bit tighter, of course, early when there's the short stacks out there, but when he won that double up against Jaffe, he started to open up and chip up in spots that others might not try and raise. And I don't know, Bryn Kenny's done it once again, and this feels like something that we might hear again in the near future.
Well, the stakes are only getting higher here in Monte-Carlo as we do have the 150K running behind us. That's event number 12. It's going to be the last Hold'em Tournament Tournament rather of the series. So we're going to be jumping into that. So you won't want to go too far as we continue on our journey here in Monaco at the Triton Super High Roller Series. But for now, a word with our champion, Bryn Kenny and Marinella. We throw it down to the main floor.
I am here standing alongside our champion, Bryn Kenny. You, sir, have an exceptional way of somehow finding your way center stage for these big ones. For me, it honestly feels like Groundhog's Day with you every time. It is unbelievable that this is your 4th title. This is your 2nd main event title. You've amassed over $42 million in Triton earnings. I don't really know what else to ask except what is the secret?
Never give up. That's the secret for sure. Never give up. You know, everyone has their roller coaster, their wave that they're on. It goes up, it goes down. I decide to have a crazier roller coaster and a more intense one than most others. So, you just got to hang on for the ride and, give it your best, not let things bring you down, and never stop fighting.
You seem to do that very well, sir. And you also mentioned to me that your father had a vision that during this stay here in Monte-Carlo, Lady Luck would be on your side. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, so he's had a few like that. Like one was before my daughter was born. Before she was even conceived, he just shows me a picture that he drew, and he said, hey, someone's going to have a baby girl in the next year. And next thing you know, I'm having a baby girl like in the next year that was like 2-3 months before it was even conceived. And also, it wasn't something that I was intentionally trying to do. So it just like happened, not like I was pushing it. And then here, yeah, a bit ago, he calls me and he says, hey, you know, like Lady Luck came to me in my dream and shows me this painting. And he says that good things are coming. And I guess this is part of the very good things are coming.
For sure. And speaking about calling it, right before the FT, I remember we were standing over there, you lean over to Wei Liang and you told him, hey brother, you and me, 1 and 2, basically insinuating that you guys were going to be heads up. So you called that as well.
Even crazier, I called that Puna to him was going to get 300 with us even.
The stars are aligning here in Salle d'Étoiles. Another crazy stat that I want to bring up, you are basically averaging 2.6 million, someone check my math, but I'm pretty sure that's right, per Triton event, which is gross that you literally upticked that.
Crazy. It's a bit surreal for sure. Amazing to be up here and, you know, just super blessed and grateful for, you know, what the cards life gives me.
And talk to us about the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series in general. What is it that makes it such a can't miss for Bryn Kenny?
I guess it's what gets my juices flowing. It's like, you know, a long time ago when I was a lot younger, they used to call high rollers $2,000 tournaments and then 10s, 25s, 100s, 250s, millions. And that's kind of been my like shtick always, like playing the high rollers, doing well in them. So, you know, you could think it's like easier so, but I mean, I put my life into poker. I mean, for 13, 15 years, I played 12, 14 hours a day, all day, every day. Didn't think about anything else. So, you know, quite the mountain climbing, but, you know, incredibly lucky, grateful, blessed, and yeah.
Yeah, super blessed, breaching 70 million all time. Like how many all times? What is next for you, sir?
Just stay on the wave and see where it takes me.
And let's talk about watches, because as you know, only main event champions get to clinch this as well as this trophy that's coming. And it's a Jacob & Co. Epic X. Here, we'll let you.
It's my first, actually, because it's my first one. Because when I won the last main event, it wasn't going on like this thing. So
okay.
Another fresh trophy.
Another first for here. And now let's not delay this any longer. Let's bring out tournament director Luca Vivaldi. Sir, shake it off, get ready. There you go, sir. Look at that hardware. That is numero 4 for you. Ladies and gentlemen, your $125,000 main event champion, Bryn Kenny.
Congratulations to Bryn Kenny, Ali Najad, and Brian Rast here at the desk. We weren't far away as he was coronated. Yet again, Rasty in one of these big Triton Super High Roller Series. I don't know what it is. I don't think anybody really can put their finger on it, but I'm going to task you with trying to explain precisely what it is specifically about Bryn Kenny and his approach to the game that seems to work oh so well when it comes to the big stuff.
Listen, I mean, one thing is that Bryn doesn't play that much small stuff anymore. But the other thing I would say is there are guys in life that show up and under the biggest pressure, there's not a worse performance. There's not even the same performance. It's a better performance. Like the pressure makes you focus, really makes you play your best. Your A game comes out when maybe other players are feeling a little bit of the pressure. And Bryn has just shown an aptitude in those spots to really make good decisions, to really be tough, and just have a feel for how to get it done. So, I mean, some good fortune, but the guy definitely, it's like the Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady effect, if you will, of some guys also just really perform under the brightest lights and the biggest pressure for the most money.
It's so peculiar because it's not as though the regulars on the Triton Super High Roller Series are incapable of finding the bright lights and performing incredibly well, and yet he stands so alone for me with regards to just the mains and the invitationals. The guy's got multiple titles. He is the winningest player on the Triton Super High Roller Series. He's the winningest player in all of poker. He added $4.4 million to that tally here today. And I marvel. I stand in wonder and awe at Bryn Kenny, and I think many in the poker community do, and I don't think many regard him as one of these GTO wizard type of players.
Yeah, I don't think that would be his specialty. I mean, listen, you know, I've won 3 PPC titles, all right? For mixed game players, that's the Super Bowl. You know, I think I've played great in those. That said, I also just have to feel grateful for Lady Luck that she smiled on me, because even playing great, like, you don't deserve to do it. I would say, and the reason why I brought that up is to draw a parallel to Bryn. I do think Bryn plays awesome in the biggest spots, but, he should also be grateful that Lady Luck has smiled on him in some of these spots in order to come through, because poker is that mix of like when preparation and hard work meets opportunity and luck, right? You do need some luck in order to take them down. So I think it's just a good mix of you take a guy who really performs like Bryn does in the best spots, and he's run kind of good, and then you get that result in your career.
Yeah, it's interesting because Jason Kuhn, who we always talk about here at the Triton Super High Roller Series as being the most successful player, the most titles, he will humbly let you know that he has run good in some really, really good spots. Now, the spot that we've got is the 150K, 25K more than the main, and it's going down over our shoulder, and we're going to get you coverage right now. Let's send it down into the arena where we do have hands in progress right now. A couple of featured tables. There's Stephen Chidwick at one of them. We'll give you a little rundown as to the lay of the land. 51 total entries thus far. 45 players in the field. Blinds of 1K, 2,500. Joe Chuen is the chip leader, 628,000 in front of him. A distant second is Mikita Badzikowski, 464,000 in front of him. Shortest stack in the room right now belongs to Chris Brewer. He is evaporated down to 49K, and Lewis Spencer and David Yan, the two players who have been eliminated. So, Martirosian, who already has a title here in the 30K Turbo Bounty Quattro, opens with Ace-8 in the hijack. Ace-Ace, however, for Orpin, will have something to say.
Yeah, and I don't think Ace-8 will have anything to say, so unless the blinds pick something up, this pot should be relatively uninteresting.
Three bet to 21,000, and indeed, hand done. Kisachikoglu. Wouldn't have minded a little bit of action there. obvious reasons. Sitting 360K now. He's been chipping up nicely. Looking at his Monte-Carlo thus far. He's got 3 cashes. One final table. That came in the 30K 8 max, where he finished 4th for 371,000. 12th in the 100K. 13th in a 50K 7 max. Ace King now for Dan Smith. Behind Adrian Mateos, who under the gun opened to 5,500 with Ace 10 of hearts.
$15,000.
Very standard 3-bet here in position. See how Mateos wants to deal with it. Maybe even Dvorak as well, how he wants to deal with it. Pretty dicey spot for 60 bigs, though. He probably folds 9s here. It's one of the best hands that I think it's standard not to play, but...
Into the bin it goes. Back over to Mateos. He has made the call. In rough shape here. 36K in the pot. Two 5s and a 10. Mateos out flopping. Checking over to Smith.
It's an all-right flop for Dan's range. Given their stack sizes, it's like just over 30 big blinds effective. Dan has a big overpair advantage. Neither player really has much 5x.
Can't lose.
So Dan's gonna small bet this at a high frequency, I think. Now Mateos has to decide how he wants to play it.
How many, like 4 million?
Thing is, Dan's gonna have a lot of hands like what he has right here, where
40 million.
Mateos has them almost dead to
27.
instead of 6 outs, 3 outs. So I think call or raise is okay. This board isn't dynamic at all.
So the 11K follow through now. Must contend with the check raise to 27K, another 16,000.
It's really insane. Only 15 cashes and 40
Smith is going to peel here. He's in an awful way, as we can see. Turn doesn't bring him any help or added equity whatsoever. Mateos is going to feel quite good about it.
Yeah, this is going to be a really
How many cash?
tough spot for Dan here versus what you'd have to think is about a half-pot shove coming from Mateos.
But 20 million in one pot.
He's really only beating just stone air balls from Mateos. And some of those Mateos probably gives up on. I mean, he certainly wouldn't give up on if he picked up equity somehow, like a straight or flush draw. But that's not going to be that many of his check raise bluffs on the flop. That said, Dan is getting 3-1 from the pot, so even if he's behind, he will have some equity. Now we can see that his ace is covered, so that equity is actually quite low.
All in, 0.5 SPR. And the call comes in instead of the time bank, and this is going to be a disappointing thing to look up at for Dan. Will still have 332K if he doesn't find the king, but the pursing of those lips is certainly consistent with the emotions one would expect when being shown ace-10, the ace-king on this 10-high board, and that ace on the end does not help.
I think this is a case of, because Mateos is an aggressive player who can take lines like this, believably with weaker hands often enough, he earned that action from Dan. My guess is Dan Smith folds either flop or most likely turn against other players who he would view as less capable in those spots. Probably turn, actually, against most people.
Fairly wicked blow dealt there. Smith, 133 bigs.
Chidwick with a suited wheel ace. Pretty standard open. Looks like he's playing 70 blinds.
Can I see your stack? Thank you.
6,000 being contemplated by Mokri.
Mokri with some decisions here. Versus +1, you can find kind of reasons to make any of the choices.
He flats. Mateos comes along as well. 2 deuces and a jack. All Mokri. Wrapping around that deuce of hearts is Chidwick. 2 rapid fire checks in front of him.
So Mateos is the only person in this pot who can have a deuce, really. And I wouldn't rule it out with his particular holding if he ends up making a play, even though I'd say it's not very likely after bet and call, and extremely unlikely after bet and check raise.
5K follow through does get flatted as Mokri flicks a single chip out there. Kaihan enjoying a title under his belt already here at this festival and enjoying way the best of it here.
And I would guess the Queen 8 being a little too disconnected around the jack to want to get frisky with it is what he ended up deciding against bet and call.
Bowing out. Mokri once again with the check.
Now Chidwick chewing on a little to no equity turn double barrel here.
Check back, and now jack's full for Kaihan. Value available.
Yeah, he's going to have some jacks full. He's definitely going to have some better jacks up, with hands like 5s or whatever. So jacks and 5s, jacks and 6s, etc. Kaihan can have ace high. Probably his worst hands would be maybe some king high and queen high.
Would he peel with a player left behind him?
Yeah, no, not with a lot of them, but like maybe definitely something like king queen suited or king queen, probably any king queen, maybe not king 10 off. You know, maybe queen 10 suited backdoor flush draw. But some of those hands either might have 3-bet pre-flop or might have played flop as a check raise. So he doesn't arrive with all of them in this line. So he doesn't have a ton of natural bluffs here, but could also, Chidwick could also be chopping.
$33,000 does get called on the river there. Stevie keeps an eye on Mokri. Peak of the chip counts. Well, we find Chidwick slipping down to 60 big, second shortest stack at this particular table. No cause for concern when you're 60 big blinds deep and you got the talent under the hood that Chidwick does. 42nd in chips overall out of 49 runners though. Orpin, boss stack, 144 bigs for him. As we're still just taking our first steps down the path here in this 150K.
Yeah.
You should try more.
Yeah, I should
I used to watch like one episode of this La Casa de Papel, just to keep it fresh, you know.
I love that series.
Yeah, it's good. But now I've seen it so many times.
Did you ever watch that show?
No, I've never even heard of it. What is it?
It's like a Spanish series.
Okay.
Where they get together to like rob a bank. I watched the first season.
Okay.
Thought the first season was quite good, and then I started the second season, and I thought dust. I'm like, wow, this show just fell apart. So I like quit it after one or two episodes of the second season. I'm like, I can't do this going forward. First season was great. That'll be what stays in my mind.
There's nothing more tilting than that. When you make the investment in season 1 and then season 2, you just have to give up. And as Mateo's not giving up, from the small blind, he took us to 10,000, 4x with 9-4 suited. Martirosian with enough to defend. Ace Jack off. King 6 and a couple of spades. Mateo's 5,500 C-bet. Martirosian making the call. And finding a jack on the turn. Ace of Hearts becoming a little more relevant now as well. I think Mateos senses another barrel here. It would be a tough sell. Sure enough, there's the check.
I think so. He's going to have a lot of stuff with equity or blockers to barrel here, so I think on this turn you just give up with these no equity stabs on the flop.
$20K out of Martirosian, and curtain gets drawn. Touched on the fact that Artur has already got a title under his belt here in Monte-Carlo. That one came in the 30K Bounty Quattro, where he won $531,000 for the win. But then he eliminated every single player at that table and collected $360K in bounties. The way that one works, it's not mystery. Every bounty worth $40,000 and activates when a quarter of the field remains. Pocket kings for Kaihan Mokri. Cutoff open. Playable one for Mateos, who's trending in the wrong direction.
18.
He decides to play it as a 3-bet instead of a flat, which Mokri's going to be pretty happy about. Definitely looking for action when you open kings in the cutoff.
5 seconds.
42.
Ace Jack and Martirosian 4-bets it. This is delightful in terms of developments behind the open for Kaihan. Mateo's picking an awful time to put in 3 scoops. His exit will be swift.
And Martirosian, an even worse time to put in 4. This is going to be 5-bet, fold, fold. Kings is way too good here. I mean, this is kind of like late position shenanigans. And sure, by the time Artur 4-bets, he's got a pretty strong range, but not strong enough that you're overly concerned about it with kings. I mean, if somebody has aces, it just is what it is.
There's the jam from Mokri. Enough to play for already in the middle, he says. takers, of course.
Maybe you get fourth again, Orphan. Maybe you get fourth again and I win. That'll be fun. Yeah. Good result for both of us. Actually, I'm not sure you would. Would you take that?
Mukri 5th in chips overall right now, as we see Smith, pocket 10s. Takes us upstairs. Kaihan's title, the lone cash that he has so far at this festival, was good for $1 million in the 30K 8 max.
Queen of clubs 5%.
Chidwick, small blind suited king versus UTG, a little bit less attractive. Does manage to flat though, Rast. Are you at all surprised by the decision?
A little bit. This feels like a very fearless play by Chidwick in the small blind, certainly. They're about 60 blinds effective, I guess.
Ace Jack 4 board.
Yes.
Smith doesn't love it. Action checked over.
Chidwick hit this. Chidwick hit this 8, which maybe he didn't want to hit. Possible he could take this down bluffing, but now he's probably going to try to get to showdown.
Smith didn't have any interest in c-betting.
I don't know.
27?
I don't know, no idea.
Oh wow, he's still going to bet, and this should get the job done.
Yeah,
27,000, and he can represent the Jack X, Ace X somewhat credibly here, having flatted the under-the-gun raise from Smith.
I skipped too many at the
He's
beginning.
blocking turn
only have, like,
improvements
4
by hitting the 8.
no-limit
That's probably
events.
what he's thinking.
I didn't play
And he's
short
betting
games,
big
so I
enough to
skip a
try to
lot of
get
them.
Jack X or
And
pocket
then
pairs that beat that
when they
8 to
changed it
fold.
mostly no limit, I play.
Nice hand by
like
Chidwick.
2 years and a half maybe. After COVID, actually. What? I don't understand what you said. I cannot. I only play
A little
like
bit
2
of a
events because I have a wedding and I
rough
win a max
orbit
tournament at the same time. So.
for Smith.
Madrid was fun, but I only can play 2 events.
Kind of hard for you because you couldn't play there now.
And we're back at the desk ever so briefly with a pause in play there. You saw Smith just moments ago getting felled by Stevie Chidwick. That call from the small blind, as you mentioned, a little bit unexpected. I felt the same way about it. Does it inform you as far as perhaps procedures for Chidwick at this point? Deep stack poker, maybe we take the risks?
So you guys might have noticed me just looking briefly to the side right there when the camera came on us, and that because I had just finished looking it up in a pre-flop solver, and it turns out that King 8 suited is one of the lightest flats there versus 2.3x at 60 blinds. So Chidwick is just knows his stuff, is really what it comes down to, and is not folding tight versus even a player as good as Dan Smith.
It is pretty remarkable just how consistently, in terms of the solver-based structure, infrastructure, architecture, whatever you want to refer to it, you know, Chidwick is making these sorts of decisions. It's not the first time that you've been in that spot looking it up because it raised your eyebrows, and then by and large, when you do, you just realize that this man, like you said, knows his stuff. Able to get Dan Smith off of that particular hand. Let's just take a quick peek inside the Triton Poker Plus app in this 150K, which now has 51 runners of 58 entries. Joe Schwen, as we mentioned, chip leading up top. His compatriot, Ren Lin, 450K, running in second. The American Seth Davies in third. Kaihan Mokri was on our feature, 371,000 in front of him. Got Ponikovs out there in the hunt. Ike, average stack, currently 227,000. That's good for 91 bigs. You see Vladimir Korzun hovering in that territory right there. Gambledore, as you guys have christened him. Had a chance, actually, Rast, during the break when we weren't on, to just run up and shake the man's hand and say hello, which I had kind of talked about. Hey, we really want to hang out with this guy. We want to get to know him. And he was just so humble. He said, thank you so much. Appreciate all of the kind words that you guys have been saying. Chat, I know you've been clocking his progress throughout the course of this festival, so definitely looking forward to an opportunity, hopefully, fingers crossed, to get him on one of our features.
I mean, did you let him know how much just the chat and everybody on stream was enjoying watching him play? I mean, he was definitely the highlight of that final table. I mean, even though he didn't take it down, and congrats to Patrick, but just, yeah, everybody enjoyed watching Vladimir.
Very much they did, and now you're going to enjoy watching some more of this 150K as we get it back down to the feature. There's another glimpse brought to you by GTO Wizard. Blinds, 1K, 2,500 with a 2,500 big blind ante.
So you know, you guys, though, if you did think the King 8 suited was a fold, you're not exactly wrong. Just to let you know, it turns out the solver is doing about 80% call, 20% fold. So it's basically like a break-even spot. So you're kind of good either way.
So you have options? Is that what you're saying? Right?
Yes, but Chidwick took the majority option, and he's just not a guy that I think is really, like, he knows Dan Smith is great, but I'm sure Chidwick feels comfortable playing out of position or otherwise against just about anyone.
The way I like to describe it is he ain't scared.
He ain't scared.
Ace-10.
I like that.
Mokri ain't scared. Under the gun +1 open. Dominating Martirosian in the cutoff. Artur does flat.
Yeah, some of these guys, the precision on their decision making is quite impressive.
Here's Smith with ace-king. It didn't perform well against an ace-10 earlier, which belonged to Mateos. And here he is. Going to put the squeeze on to 38K. Snap folds elsewhere. Let's unpack Dan's Monte-Carlo Festival rest. So far, he's got himself 4 cashes in 9 attempts. Deepest run was a 3rd place in the 50K 7 max. Finished 12th in that 30K Turbo Bounty Quattro that Artur won. Picked up a bounty there. 20th in the 30K 8 max. 19th in the main event. Now at 21.2 million in career Triton earnings. Pocket 5s have opened. Smith deliberating. King Jack.
5 seconds. 6.
A little too much to go away for Dvoris. Imagine she's going to defend this with a call.
Queen 9 offsuit. 2 overs. Neither of which hit this board texture that Mokri's going to be a fan of.
Yeah, he definitely will. Curious if Tavoris will play tough on this with his holding. Nope.
Reaches over and puts Kaihan's cards right into his own.
Are you playing with yellow?
Okay, wow.
No, are
You
you?
don't have to be that excited. But
No,
yes, I am.
No, I'm not. But can't you let me buy?
Can I get change?
Can you let me buy a small piece in all of them? Just for the humor. I want to feel like I'm there without being there.
Why aren't you going to be there?
I'm going home.
That's disappointing.
You might not even play now. Huh?
Moku's trying to buy some pieces. Look at
Telling
him.
Tavoris he doesn't even have to play, maybe. Just scam him.
I don't like PLO cards.
In the PLO part of the program, of course.
Oh, you just like 5 card, but not 4 card?
Yeah, I wouldn't
Couple
play
of
5 card
jacks.
tournaments either. Just don't like the tournament format of PLO. I think it's very boring.
Okay.
Ace-8 suited, flatted, king-queen suited now, deliberates.
25.
And up, we are taken.
You go home too, or?
A 3-bet to 25,000. Mateos loves to see it.
See how Mateos responds here.
Yes, at 134 back.
We play the first event.
Would imagine he's not folding, but between call and
I think
shove.
it's 25.
Okay, he's gonna ship it in.
First one's 50. If you buy 90% of my action,
Huh?
This is not
Okay, so
what
then
you
you have to
really
buy-
want to see with king queen suited here.
Oh, well, let's do something fun with this.
I'm not staying.
I can't really say either.
Kind of doing all right if he has pairs, because even though some of them have you in bad shape, others you're flipping, but
I'm definitely not staying.
not doing very well against his unpaired hands.
You're flying normal flight or?
Most of them will going to be ace high, and a lot of those have you dominated.
There's the jam that Tavoris obviously doesn't love to see. Mateos
Oh yeah, because you're going.
is covered by just 1K, it would seem.
Oh, okay.
Looks like he's cast the call about 114K to win 174. I'm guessing he needs approximately 40% equity, right? Which we could see in this specific matchup, he has well over that. But he's asking himself, does he have it against Mateos' range? Some of that gets into how many, let's say he's doing it with jacks most of the time, but how many times does Mateos show up with 8s or 5s or 9s? How often does he have like ace-5 suited or ace-10 suited? And I guess he's deciding often enough to make this call.
Well, 288,000 works its way into the middle here. Tavoris does have 2 overs to the pair. Can he find the needed king or queen? Paint on the flop, and it's not the type that connects with Daniel. Top set for Adri.
But at least a 10 something you gotta give.
Tavoris maintaining a sense of humor about things, and it would have been a flush draw, but instead when the board pairs, it's a draw-dead situation for Daniel. He's going to be left with just 1K, Rast.
It might be GG.
0 bigs as we round down. Surprised at all that the King Queen suited took a spin for the full amount? I mean, 25,000 already committed.
I wouldn't say surprised. I wasn't sure what Dvorak was going to do. It's a pretty tough spot. I mean, I think that a lot people are folding that against a lot of people. Again, this could be a spot where Mateos earned some extra action than maybe other people would have. Yeah, mildly surprised.
Blind versus blind now, Mateos. Gets to check back as Mokri limps Jack Deuce off suit. This is pretty far down in range.
You know, I think it's a situation where it might be the weakest hand he's supposed to call. And I think against most people, you should fold it because they're not ripping enough weak hands in that spot. But Mateos probably is. I would guess if I looked it up, the solver just barely calls it, says it's like break even.
Are we talking about the limp from Mokri or the Dvorak?
No, the Dvorak King Queen.
Just making sure.
Yeah.
Ace, Ace, 8, couple of spades here as El Conquistador calls the little 2500 probe. Mokri all done, telling stories. King on the end. 10 no longer plays. Or does it? He says, yeah, it does. Forgive me. Front door flush arrives.
Check. Jack high. No boot.
Jack high. Announced with a cheeky measure of pride. Mateos rolls over the queen high for the W.
So, 2% every event? Huh? 2% all bullets?
Kaihan really angling hard for a taste of Dvorak's PLO action.
It's so funny.
You said 1.5?
05.
Oh! I thought you said 1.5. I said
170.
Dvorak from the cutoff has flicked the all-in out there as the negotiation.
Only because I like you for isolating.
He's going to take a back seat.
You mean it's a markup or just?
Yeah.
1.05 action.
What? No, like 2% all bullets at 1.05. Maybe even make it 1.045 if you already got this. Merci.
Martirosyan hanging in there with 9-7, and he has smashed this thing. It is all but showers for Dvorak.
So this is the third in a
unable to book a table for two.
Tournament, which I think is a great testament.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I've won a PLO tournament before.
Side pot,
Strong,
12K strong, where the bulk of the chips rest. Dvorak might be feeling like this 5 is useful, as we can see. Not at all the case.
And Nacho Barbero. And they were unbeatable, really.
Yeah.
Artur betting his boat for 8,000. Ace high for Kaihan. Oh, and he's going to keep Artur honest here. Arturosian loves to see it.
Wow, that's a pretty light call.
It's an ill-fated one.
Oh, my goodness.
3 of hearts on the end, and your oh my goodness isn't because somehow Kaihan has improved his hand, but rather that ace of hearts could lure him into a jam.
Yeah, listen, his ace high might be able to beat Divorce in the pot in the middle, which is quite small, but there. And so he now has a great blocker. He's blocking nut flushes. So he might find a bluff raise here. I mean, most of the money's in the side pot now anyways. Let's see if Mulcree gets himself in trouble.
$12K bet. And Mulcree does avoid disaster. But Divorce cannot avoid elimination.
Hard enough, you could, I know, but straight flush possible. I didn't feel the heart by him, you know.
104.
I think 105 is actually a good deal, and I would only do it because it's a small piece.
If someone tells you,
and I like you,
see the open table
I don't
step.
mind giving you this one, but no.
Okay, 104.5, and then you sell me 5% of both. You said you go down to 104.5.
I said if you blocked him out of the pot.
Oh.
And you at no point even made an attempt to block him.
I really, yeah.
Like, had you just rifled it off into him, and then he called with a boat, I might have done 1.04 because I appreciate the effort. But you didn't. You checked back the flop and then you passed
1.06 now.
Alright, have fun, boys.
See you, double D.
Double D. I remember that.
So I guess Kaihan does not get himself a piece. Divorce looking for 1.05 markup.
And Mulcree was trying to negotiate it.
To 1.045, by the way, I think Dan said no. Shrewd operators out there.
I mean,
You see how I stalled? So you see how I stalled? So it became you like that one, huh?
King 10 and King Deuce square up. Button
Might
versus
backfire.
big. Advantage Chidwick here. He defended against the Mateos button open.
Yeah, that would be a disaster.
Adri
But somebody
outkicked.
busted. They're not
Doesn't realize it. 15 in the middle.
Well,
He's
you-
going to flick
you
a
could've
third
won
pot
the
out
all-in.
there.
Yeah, but he didn't.
So that was that. Let's see. Take it back.
You might. You know what? I'll take my chances. Still. I'll take my chances.
Plus king, plus queen, plus ace king.
I'll take my chances.
Chidwick check calls. Front door flush arrives, giving him the 10 high flush draw.
pot can no longer be chopped.
Did you say you lived in Oslo? Sounds like a great place.
Fantastic. Really is fantastic.
Goes check, check. Now a four-liner.
American ones, you mean? Or like...
Shows up.
Yeah, it's more popular with the big, like the thick, what do you call it?
Cross?
Thick cross. Like the American version.
I mean, like there's deep dish Chicago.
Yeah, like well, if you go to restaurants, you'll mostly get Italian, of course.
They charge like 30 euros for it or something.
No. Pizza in a restaurant, maybe 20.
I was wondering if Chidwick would try to get value, maybe a block. I don't think Mateos will in position
like,
on this run out.
alcohol.
Chidwick has a weird like block and then potentially 3-bet as a bluff type lines.
They get taxed a lot because of
Shut down.
OOP, but yeah, Mateos, I think, pretty clear check in position on that run out.
It's more expensive. Like if you want to buy 6 beers in the store, it's like, yeah, 20 euros. 6 beers in the store is 20 euros. Thank you. And do you live in Sweden?
Right.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
1,500, 3K, 3K. 7,500 in orbit. The price of poker right now. Neck and neck are Mokri and Kisichakoglu up at the top of this leaderboard. Dan Smith in third. El Conquistador had a little nibble taken out of his stack there by Chidwick. In a pot that played out a little less eventfully than we would have imagined.
Yeah, I'm ashamed. But it's
nice, you should go.
Yeah, I just talked to my girlfriend about it like a week ago or something when she was here. The day she came.
Let's go to like Trollstigen.
Trollstigen? That's the mountain, right?
But it's like just there.
I think I've been there.
Just like top of the fjord.
Is it Stavanger? No.
Huh?
That is Stavanger.
Pocket fives here from Arturosian.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
7,000?
I'm not even sure. I'm not a big nature guy.
Takes it to 7,000 and runs into the hooks for Orpin.
Raised to 35,000.
Three bet to 35,000. Out of the big blind.
Let's see if Artur peels here. Kind of feel like his decision's going to be between call and fold.
28,000 is a decent re-raise sizing.
Yeah, 5x. It's no joke, but they're pretty deep.
Oh, and I'm not sure that's the kind of flop that's going to allow Martirosian to step aside early in this one, as he's got the gut shot. But what he's really got is big problems for the time being and just 24% equity.
Yeah, no, he has a pretty good hand, all things considered, because, you know, let's say he's defending with his pair some. You'd rather have 5s in this spot than like 7s or 8s, because Orpin probably doesn't have 7s or 8s specifically too often, nor a 6, and the 5s give you, I mean, when you're behind with 7s, you have 2 outs. With 5s, you have 6, so you have 3 times as many outs to beat a better hand.
25K C-bet called. Another 50 into the middle. Oh, wow. 5 of spades, giving Martirosian a set. 4-liner on board, no spade in hand. I'm not sure how often this part of the deck is what Orpin suspects Artur is working with, though, in the face of that 5x pre.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't that bad of a card from Orpin's perspective. It's definitely not a great card, but he's still beating quite a few hands at this point. Kind of any suited wheel ace that just flatted, you know, maybe king 6 suited that flatted pre-flop, 7s through 10s. You know, some hands have improved, but many haven't, and they're playing just north of a 1 SPR. So I think Orpin's decided, I'm just going to play my hand for value, and he's going to see the bad news.
75K turns into 143. Of course, it's not a big enough jam for Orpin to step aside, but it's a big enough card to put Artur squarely in front. As now the chop comes courtesy of a 4. The clean winners are the 2 jacks. What will it be? An ace. And that is a big pickup for Martirosian. Well, credit to him for hanging in there as a speculator.
I mean, all in all, that was a pretty standard hand, I feel like.
Orpin might be feeling a little bit differently about that 2-outer being standard on the turn. Very unfortunate. As Juan Pardo joins things. Filling the void left behind by Dvoris under the gun.
And maybe I would just wonder about, if anything, Orpin's bet size on the turn, but beyond that, very standard hand.
Mokri activates courtesy of Jack-8 suited up front as more of this deep stack poker is on display.
And Orpin takes the passive line here. Could definitely 3-bet this combo out of the small blind.
Feeling happy that he didn't on a Jack-6-5 board with no spade out there. He does check it. Mokri, backdoor hearts and top pair.
Perhaps, but perhaps he takes it down if he 3-bets as well. Jack-8 suited, a dicey defend.
That's a good point.
We'll never know.
Contingency. Everybody grinding the Triton Poker Plus app, maybe providing some updates to their camps with regards to how they're faring out here in this 150K buy-in event. 66 total entries, 55 runners now. Alex Kulev, bottom of the pack, 15 bigs. Jason Kuhn has shown up. He is down toward the bottom as well. Just moments ago. Might his stack have been vanquished, or did he double efforting? No, Kuhn found a little double. Up to 26 bigs in front of Jason. Ace-Jack taking us up to 7,000. Chidwick flatting the suited ace. Nine, 8-5 board, and the inferior ace has turned into second pair here in this heads-up altercation.
Yeah, Chidwick has decision there in the cutoff as to whether 3-bet or call ace-8 suited. I mean, a lot of solvers in these type of spots mix most of the range between flat and 3-bet. With very few pure flats and some pure 3-bets of some of your very best hands. Chidwick checks it back. This is definitely a board that favors the in-position flatting range. It's going to be overall a more condensed range with less hands, and it'll have very strong hands as a higher portion of that range, stuff like 8-9 suited and the sets.
So no action on the flop. Martirosyan still no appetite to barrel as he checks a second time.
I kind of think Chidwick can bet or check here. Against ace high, you don't mind checking back. Has very few outs to beat you.
Now both players finding an ace on the river, courtesy of the Chidwick check back on the turn, which has been rewarded handsomely. Might expect Martirosian to be barreling here for value.
Yes, I mean, that's Chidwick's dream river card. As played, despite the fact that he has an ace, Martirosian has a lot of ace high. And I think the only ace high that's beating Chidwick is ace 9, which we can basically take out Artur having checked the flop and turn. So kind of think this is a pretty easy value raise for Chidwick here, even against what's an over pot bet.
5 seconds.
33K being contemplated. It is 1.5x territory.
Artur can easily be value betting ace jack, ace queen, ace king, even a hand like ace 5 or ace 4, which Chidwick is all beating. So a little bit tricky maybe to find bluffs in Chidwick's spot. I mean, he's going to have a bunch of hands that can bluff. What you should bluff with, I'm not as sure. But this is a clear value raise. And yeah, Chidwick obviously finds it.
Artur asking for the count. It's almost all of Chidwick's stack, 160,000.
I'm guessing if you're trying to find a bluff as Chidwick, maybe you'd want a 5 to specifically block like ace 5.
Oh, great shot there of Chidwick in the foreground. Artur undressing him.
Maybe like 5-6 if Chidwick has 5-6 suited. Great bluffing combo. Artur could have randomly double checked 6-7 and can have ace 5 and you're blocking both those hands. So yeah, and this goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway, that Artur is not beating any value here. So he's kind of put in the blender of, I've got a bluff catcher against Mr. Chidwick. His big mustache is blocking so much of his face, I can't get any reads. What do I do?
Artur covers by a good chunk. It's not the end of the world if he fights on making this call and being wrong, but obviously that's not the mentality that guides him.
5 seconds.
And ultimately, Martirosian correctly finds the fold. It is always weird when you get 2 checkbacks and then the guy activates when the ace, which is your card, rolls off on the river. In the face of a 1.5x bet, no less. You never really expect to get raised off of those. But Chidwick's good enough, Rast, where he understands how absolutely strong his hand would look when he does move in there for value. Ace-Jack is just never, ever good.
Yes, definitely isn't. I mean, unless Chidwick's bluffing. But Chidwick's not doing that with ace-10.
I can flat 2 jack off without getting harder by Danny. Buena, buena.
Even number 12 points, you are welcome to take your seat, just over 2 minutes remaining.
Folded around to the small blind of Pardo. He's going to limp in, dominated by Mokri's King 8.
Just to remind you players, table number 5 now our main TV table and second TV table will be table
Queen Jack 3 board here.
It's not a board that interacts with any hand. But certainly Juan Pardo's going to find more reasons to bet on many runouts with only 8 high than Malkry, whose king high can be good at showdown. Even decent king high.
Does go check, check. Board pairs on the turn.
Okay.
It strikes me as just a very clear check back by Malkry. There's really no value betting this hand, and one to come can easily be good in showdown.
King connects with Malkry. And perhaps now we'll have a little action. Could come from Pardo with no showdown. One never knows, though he has no spade in hand. And
it's an interesting card to bluff as Pardo. He can definitely rep King X that would check for the same reason that Malkry's been checking. Now that said, Malkry can have kings, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him bluff this at all, trying to get like 10 high to fold. Yeah. I mean, repping King X for the exact same reason that Malkry had a king there is super believable.
Once again, players, table number 5 is our main PV table, and table number 8, secondary PV table. Indeed, let's see if you have 2 or more.
lightly we tread. Still very much in the early goings of this 150K. Back end of the Invitational and main event. Part of a 14-event schedule here at the Triton Super High Roller Series Monte-Carlo. Ali Najad and Brian Rast, glad to have you with us. A7 suited here on the button for Pardo.
7,500.
Declares 7,500. And we're not going to see 3. Boy, this table is no walk in the park. I know we talk about that so often, Rast, you know, especially given that it's 150K, you don't expect cakewalks out there. But
No,
just,
certainly not.
You know, ask yourself if this is the spot you want to find yourself in for 150K. These 8 obviously accepting those risks when they bought in.
I mean, I think I agree with where you went with this, and this is a very tough table. I mean, among guys who are considered to be elite, this table has some of the top dogs. Chidwick and Mateos, considered by many to be 2 of the very best. If people are making top 5 no-limit tournament guys right now, those guys make most people's list, and I'm not just the public, but like very good players as well. Artur Martirosyan is an absolute beast, and so is Juan Pardo and Dan Smith. I mean, these guys are awesome. I mean, Dan's one of the kind of no-limit tourney goats who's been up in top 5 or 10 all-time money lists, just still crushing with results. The other 2 being younger beasts, and I mean, Kayan Malkry is been having a lot of great results recently. I'm not as familiar with his game. You know, I'm sure every time I say that, someone in the chat tells me that I just don't know some online legend who's won all this money online. But, like, you know, maybe that's him. Again,
Malkry losing 20K right there after 3-betting the ace-king, which spoke up.
What a tough table for Orpin, who actually, for a guy who's, as far as I know, I'm pretty sure didn't make his money as a poker player, you know, being on the invitee side. I mean, he's a guy, though, that for that profile is, like, very studied and good. I mean, listen, he's one of the founders of GTO Lab.
No.
So despite not being a poker professional, the guy loves poker enough that he's, creating a poker training site.
Yep.
So he's definitely into it. But
he keeps good company in that regard
yeah.
too. One of the more invitee types, non-professional poker players, but everything that he endeavors to do, he approaches with professionalism, and now he's made the investment. Definitely one of those guys we expect to be here to stay. And we know Chidwick ain't going anywhere in terms of his commitment to the game.
I mean, Artur Martirosyan at this stop has been playing amazing when I've been watching. He's got 2 final tables and a first place win. Triton title.
Mokri raised it up again pre-flop after that king-6 suited failed. This time ace-6 fares a little bit better. Chidwick defended, check folds easily to the c-bet.
Yeah, this 150K, I would guess this probably ends up being the toughest field.
You have to imagine it, right?
Right, in Triton. It's either this or there was a 100K that happened before the Invitational, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So it's probably one of those two. Biggest buy-in that wasn't like the main or the Invitational. It's either this because it's bigger or the 100 maybe because some of the people hadn't arrived for the Invitational yet, but the pros were here. But those, if you're going to single out, like which are probably the toughest 2 fields of this series, it would be one of those 2 tournaments.
Unsurprisingly. Just given the barrier to entry. Not that we don't have some of the most well-capitalized professional players and invitees on earth that descend upon this series, but just maybe there are other spots where we perform a little bit better. Here, Mateos, the opener to 6,500, got flatted by Martirosyan, who has 10-7 of spades and now a flush draw on this paired board. Mateos still with a significant advantage. Does bet. Just 5K, quarter pot. Well, Martirosyan wants to play fast here. Semi-bluffing to 23,000.
And Mateo's not going to do a lot of re-raising in general in this spot, but definitely not with kings. Very easy call here.
Second flush draw arrives on this turn. Now, Artur's flatting range on the button versus cutoff open could very well contain some Jack X Rast. Will he continue to tell that story, though?
Yeah, or 3s in terms of his really good hands. Definitely, he can have a bunch of hands like Queen Jack off, King Jack off. Some of the suited combos probably mix, 3-bet or not. The offsuit ones probably more likely don't 3-bet, like Queen Jack off. So, very believable for him to have 3 jacks or even 3s full at a pretty high frequency. The turn the flop is pretty comfortable for Adrian still. The turn is one of these spots where you're pretty uncomfortable, and a fold wouldn't be ridiculous, but I really expect a call. I think you're just under defending a lot at this point if you get rid of kings. I think with kings you wait to the river and see what happens. You're just under defending too much if you fold a hand this good. You're kind of then only continuing with like 3 jacks. So against a tough player here, the backdoor flush draw hit the turn. there can kind of be a lot of shenanigans going on, but it's not a open and shut case.
66-5.
Wow, and something smelled funny to Adrian, who I made a kind of tight laydown.
Unexpectedly, Mateos steps aside. I thought he would certainly be seeking the river there just to see whether or not something dry rolled off. You know, maybe it's just future game. He thinks Artur's high frequency going to give him that river barrel, and if Adrian's unimproved, he just can't call it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the hands that are probably supposed to continue there, obviously 3 jacks are better. Probably either one of the nut flush draws. And then I would say queens, kings, and aces with the nut flush draws that don't improve, and even potentially queens, kings, and aces getting away on the river at some to all of the time type of frequency. So, you know, I mean, Adrian's a world-class, one of the best right now, decided to fold. So I'm curious, but I would guess a solver doesn't love that. But who knows? I don't really want to question El Conquistador.
Yeah. Martirosyan, credit to him for keeping the heat on, which he does here, courtesy of ace-queen of hearts in the cutoff. He takes it to 7. Orpin will flat with king-jack of diamonds. Pocket fives have been doing all right here. Just ask Artur. He took a chunk out of Orpin. Doubling through him. Smith hops in. 24,000 in the middle. Jack-9 tray, all clubs. The only flush draw belongs to Dan. Top pair for Orpin. Really breezy board for ace-queen of hearts.
Not a lot of reason to see bet, though, 3 ways with ace-queen of hearts.
Hence the check. Board pairing 9 arrives.
This 10-9. This 10-9, we had 10-9. Yeah. If I go all in on the river. If you all in on the river? Yeah, 2 points. It's more difficult to plan.
But I don't know. Depends. I'm feeling player. Depends on the feeling.
So I think we hear Adrian breaking it down that he kind of went with his feeling on that one, which I think is totally fine. I kind of understand why his feeling probably feels that way. Okay, I'll break that down after this hand.
Yeah, 15K from Smith here. After Orpin checked a second time, Artur steps aside easily. Not so sure Kisachoglu is going to be feeling the same way.
Very much expect him to call. Dan can have a lot of hands with some shenanigans involved, such as the one he has, where King Jack is just doing fine. And if this is a brick on the river, I'd expect it just to go check, check, because Dan can sometimes win with 5s on bricks. Not exactly a brick.
Now from jacks and 9s to kings and jacks goes Orpin.
Dan's going to consider bluffing this card.
That's why I'm
Probably doesn't think Orpin has a hand like Queen 10 very often. And you can consider bluffing a jack out. That said, he's still beating like ace high. This is kind of a tough card. I'm curious to see what Dan decides. Something like a 6, I'm very confident he would check.
It's not comfortable, you know.
You tried to trick me earlier, right? You see that small. Oh. Raise your flush.
If you bet here, you're kind of repping at least 3 9s.
Which hand do you try
straight, flush. So you probably go kind of big. If Dan bets, I'm expecting something around the pot, not much less, maybe more.
I want to know what you have there.
Interesting. It was interesting for me from each moment.
No, he's going to shut it down.
Yeah,
Yeah, but Dan was thinking about it.
Yep.
King Jack, he's probably happy he didn't bluff, although it still might have worked, but it probably wouldn't have.
I think the size is going to have a lot to do with it right there for Orpin.
Of course.
Contingent upon how hard Smith would have went at things.
Orpin even has a pretty sick like check jam versus like pot as well.
Well, not that time, decided Dan Smith. And on the topic of time, our official timekeepers over at Jacob & Co. bring you the beautiful works of art that you see on your screen. Museum quality work coming from their craftsmen at Genève in the factories. And of course, Bryn Kenny earning the Triton Epic X watch, courtesy of his main event victory not long ago right here.
Getting back to the Mateo's hand, so he did say outright that basically implies he folded because of feel, which makes sense. And I think one of the reasons why maybe he felt that way would be, I think my guess is that not enough players barrel turn for like pot after getting called by the raise on the flop. Often enough where you, like maybe a solver would tell you to call kings, but against many people, even good players, Adrian feels like they're not following through enough. They just check back to realize they're flush draw equity. Because I mean, Artur had like 10-7 of spades, right? Like he's kind of toast whenever he gets called. He's just kept mashing. And so I guess that goes to show that whether or not he's right in terms of a probability distribution, he was wrong directly in that hand, and maybe Artur is not the guy that you can make slightly tight folds first there. Maybe Adrian will watch that hand back and come to that realization. Well,
Pardo
If it was me with 9s, I would min raise
takes
the other
bait here as Smith limps to kings in the small blind.
Really?
Ace-queen understandably wants to get more forward. Is in a bad way here, unbeknownst.
Why, Kaihan?
No fault.
wow, this is
I mean,
a bit of a setup here.
At some point.
I mean, heads up, Pardo can't fold.
No,
I
well,
think.
I am getting paid, but
I mean,
at
these
some point
guys
it
are like
depends
300 blinds deep here, almost.
Yeah, but
looks
the
like
thing
maybe
is, it's
just
like-
under 90.
Yeah, I don't
See what Pardo decides. Probably just calls in position would be my guess. Yeah.
Yeah, but I
Not
don't try-
loving the
I
idea
don't really
of
try to bluff.
four betting here, especially when you can use a positional advantage. I mean, there's still a pretty large SPR of just over 2. And Pardo has a good hand.
And just win.
Yeah, just pay. And some donkey jam king 6 off.
Smith
Make my
charging 46,000 to look up at 8-7 deuce. Not what Pardo had in mind.
No.
I did my homework.
Yeah, you did.
It's a tricky flop. And he definitely might continue if Dan doesn't bet too big. He's still beating every other high card hand other than ace-king. It's a hefty bet.
58,000 means business.
Which one? Against open?
It's 58. He
I don't know, you
calls.
can check in the app.
It's like 211 with. So Dan is kind of being somewhat geometric and going for a 2-street game here, because he's setting up about like a 3/4 shove on the turn. Right, he's bet like just over 60% here, and then maybe like 70 to 75% shove turn.
Well, a call out of Pardo, which doesn't feel altogether likely, would bring the pot to 211,000 and leave them playing 1 SPR roughly. Juan does let it go, however.
You had 88K after double up?
No, before double up.
Before double up. So here you have.
Looking elsewhere in the room, guess who's coming to the feature? None other than Gambledore himself, there in the 8th seat. Next to Alex Theologus, runner-up. The 60K Turbo, Jesse Lonis.
Ivy.
Festival winner. Ivy was there as well. And there's your other feature that's going to be making its way to the stage. Soiza and Ponikov's present. Chris Brewer there. Those looking to keep tabs on action elsewhere in the room, beyond that which we bring you on our featured tables, are encouraged to download the Triton Poker Plus app completely free of charge. Not only can you watch our streams through the app, courtesy of our YouTube plugin, but you can chat. You can look through the archives. You can keep tabs on every single player in the field, every pot they've played, their chip graphs. As Rast has described it, it's the greatest app ever made. I mean, you did say that, Rast.
I did say that, yes.
Don't get shy now.
It is an amazing app that, honestly, you're just not really watching the stream right if you're watching it without having the app on your phone. Might have been a little hyperbolic with the greatest app ever made, but it is just a must download and use if you're going to spend any time watching these streams. It just adds to the experience so much. I'm even say that, like, basically I'm here watching the stream with you guys, Ollie and me both, and we have an iPad which has the app on it, and that's it. So we're just watching it with you using the app. You could be doing the same at home. You just don't get to talk like us. That's it. Sorry, guys. There's rules.
Mokri.
Without the rules, we'd be like animals.
Being silenced here by this 4-bet, but he is going to hang tough, and all of a sudden we play a bloated one. Ace-Queen of Diamonds did open, suited connector, deep stack poker, chose to 3-bet, and this is not the board it had in mind. Out of position, Mokri does knuckle over to Smith, who's got top pair.
Yeah, I mean, they're deep, but Dan's decided button versus big blind. Just getting value out of ace-queen suited here, the 4-bet.
50K, C-bet, just under 1/3, and still, where are we going with 9-10 of clubs?
Always fun to watch Dan play. I mean, he's such a thoughtful, like, I've played against Dan quite a lot over the years. So between playing with him, but now especially watching him on the streams, he's such a thoughtful player who just always is thinking through the spots, and just, he finds a lot of cool, aggressive lines. I mean, like, I'm telling you, the 5 spot was interesting, and I immediately thought, okay, Dan's going to think about whether or not to bluff here. I really don't know if he should bluff with 5s. I don't have a super strong opinion, but I'm excited because I know Dan's going to think about it, and I get to see what he thinks, which is exactly what happened. And it's just like, that's what you get when you watch Dan Smith. He's awesome and thoughtful.
My guess is you're having a lot more fun watching him play than you were when you had to play against him.
Listen, I'll tell you, in the last like 5 or 6 years, I don't play against him a ton, but when I have, he's run super good against me in all-ins, so it hasn't been very enjoyable. We've gotten all-ins. I've actually had the best of it, like probably more than half of the time, but he just like wins all of them.
Well, Chidwick's got way the best of it here. Pre-flop with the aces, monotone diamond board, both parties with a flush draw as Mateos defended his big and checks over. $18.5 in the middle. Chidwick follows through, 4,500.
I don't know. At the WSOP, though, it's fun. Sometimes you get like guys like Dan. It gives you a chance to talk, kind of. You know? I mean, you don't love it from the poker EV standpoint, but from the social aspect, it's fun. Okay, cool. I get a couple hours with Dan. Maybe chat a little bit, see what's going on.
Mateos trying to find out what's going on here as he check raises Chidwick from 4,500 up to 16,000. Stevie gonna flat. Pot grows to 50,500, and there's a diamond. Now the 8 of diamonds is actually the 4th nuts, barring King 10 of diamonds, of course.
So this is
Mateos
when
checks.
you're Adrian, and you were doing some kind of fun, aggressive stuff on the flop, but now you've bloated the pot, and it's not going to be super easy to play. Out of position against Chidwick, who probably more than most players can find some bluffs in this line. He's not a guy I'm going to feel super comfortable making big folds. Not that an 8 of diamonds is a big fold, I'm just saying. This is a pretty interesting hand. I mean, Stevie, for all intents and purposes, has the nuts. So it's pretty easy to play from his perspective. It's more just a bet sizing questions. But what will Mateos do now? That's the interesting question in this hand.
36,000 is what he's facing.
So to me, this is a bit of a closer decision than I think King's in the other pot.
Well, the thing is, when you check raise and Chidwick sticks around, you're kind of running a test to figure out whether or not a diamond's out there, or is that not really the kind of information you can glean from Chidwick's
No, he doesn't have to. Like, Chidwick could have a hand like Queen 10 right here and be turning it into a bluff. That
No
said,
diamond.
Yeah, no diamond. That said, I mean, he has a diamond a lot. And looks like Mateos found the fold. So, nice fold by Mateos.
Yeah, keeping the damages minimized after the check raise on the flop. And not the note that he wanted to head to break on, but that's the music that plays. And that was a frame that was music to Dan Smith's ears. 441,000, sending him up the leaderboard. Currently sitting 5th in chips overall, number 1 at that table. As they are disbanded, Orpin, for a time, was up toward the top of the leaderboard. Now 49 bigs, and he has just 195,000 in front of him. Back at the desk here, Ali Najad alongside Rast. Momentarily, I'm going to be stepping aside, bringing Henry Kilbane in. Do want to take note of stuff that's happening elsewhere in the room here. Rasty, Fedor Holtz, now your new chip leader overall, 627,500 in front of him. That's good for 157 bigs. And just moments ago, it was Ponikovs who was up there sitting 150 bigs deep, as they have both dethroned Joe Chuen, who did hold the chip lead with Renlin running number 2 when we started that particular frame. Down at the bottom of the leaderboard, I regret to inform all of you that the freshly arrived Jason Kuhn is back on the shortest of stacks in the room at 19 bigs. But in terms of that frame, Rasty, they were getting after it, the boys.
Yeah, there were some interesting pots in that frame, which is not at all surprising considering the caliber of player who was at that table. So, I mean, a lot of fun pots where I thought there were dicey spots where, to me, it wasn't at all clear, you know, what the player should do, you know, navigating those tricky waters. So, yeah, fun frame.
Yeah, and you're going to be around for the next one. Like I said, Kilbane's going to pop into the desk. Don't go anywhere. More coverage of this 150K comes your way from Monaco after this.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Oh, very warm welcome back to continuing coverage here at the Sporting in Monte-Carlo. Henry Kilmaine stepping in for Ali Najad, joined by Brian Raston. Rasty, the stakes are getting higher here. We've gone from the 125K main to the 150K 8 max, and it's the usual suspects in the mix looking for a title.
Yeah, tough field, man. This field is no joke right here.
It's one of those fields as well, and I remember speaking to a few of the players at breakfast that they were saying, you know, people after they bust the main, they kind of, if they don't play PLO, they call it a day, they go home. And a lot of regs currently sitting this one out that haven't even regged yet, that were in the main event. And I guess just kind of keeping an eye on that field to see if it's like too tough, too soft, and if it gets softer, obviously, then they'll be jumping in.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's a big buy-in, right? 150K, one of the largest here. You know, actually the largest outside of the Invitational,
of course, yeah.
Right? Which has the, you know, the invitee versus pro kind of situation. So just a lot of things to consider, you know. Yeah. I mean, with different guys, you want to lock it up? Are you stuck? Do you want to try to get it back, or are you just going to call it quits, you know, cut it off before it gets too bad? You know, I don't know. Everybody has different feel. Also, just like, how do you feel about how you're playing, right? I mean, I think that's probably, if you're really being honest with yourself, the most important consideration. If you feel like you're playing great, okay, fire another one. But if it's like, okay, my decision making's not so good, maybe I'm a little tired for whatever reason, not getting good sleep, sit this one out.
That makes a ton of sense. I mean, we're 11 days into the series.
Yeah.
People are going to be fatigued. As you said, there are going to be people that have fired every tournament and, you know, 0 for 7, 0 for 8, down 7 figures on the trip. And the idea of showing up to play 150K is just one of those that keeps you in bed sometimes, and you just don't want to come out here and battle.
Yeah, and so wouldn't be surprised if some people, as you said, are sitting it out, see how the field develops, and maybe do a late reg.
Late reg day
only
2.
Do one bullet.
Yeah, you can start jumping in from the start of day 2. We've got some incredible tables as we look to throw it down to the main stage. Ivy's in the mix. We've got our man Vladimir Korzanin as we head to the final 2 frames of day 1, the 150K. Enjoy this one, ladies and gentlemen, because you're about to see some Ivy magic on Vladimir Korzanin magic. Not to take anything away from anyone else at those 2 tables, but
listen, I think we know which one the chat's going to want to watch more. The table with Vladimir Santa Claus Korzanin and Philip the Goat Ivy, right? I mean,
the goat against the wizard.
Not exactly rocket science.
Quite the square off. Blue feature table. As always, the Triton Poker Series is a star-studded affair. So, here we go. 2 more frames, 4 more levels. The players have been fed at their dinner break. Fedor Holtz is the man leading the field. 157 big blinds for him. 67 entries so far, 53 remain. I mean, what a top 3, by the way. Fedor Holtz, Alex Ponokovs, Mikita Baziaguski. Obviously, very early doors. But seeing those 3 up top does not come as any surprise. This is how things stand at the tables we'll be covering.
Don't count out the red table over there. I mean, Ponokovs and Hrabets and the rest of the gang going to play some interesting pots, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's a spicy table, actually. That's a table you could certainly see some monster pots being played, especially with Ponokovs ruling the roost. On the blue table, it's Chun Tong Xiao, now in pole position, joined by Alex Theologis, who, I mean, the man who just seems to final table near every event he plays. He came second in that 60K 8 Max Turbo last night.
How to beat the Phils. Maybe Galfon was there. That might be
third final table
but anyway, yeah, it was like
the series.
How to play push forward and beat the Phils. Just go all and don't let them outplay you, kind of. I'm gonna try it. It was a good book at the time, for sure.
Yeah, we'll try it out.
But yeah.
Let's see if that works.
Just hearing the story there behind David Yan's hat, Kill Phil. From back in the day, apparently, there was this book that was released on how to beat the likes of Phil Galfond, Phil Ivey, Phil Hellmuth. And it was a very simple strategy, if I'm not mistaken, Brian, where one would either go all in or fold to deny players as good as Phil
post-flop,
to play them post-flop and outmaneuver them. Talking of Phil, oh, there he is. He's in the background. I thought he was perhaps running a bit late from dinner.
Oh, he was there to muck the first hand.
So
he just
how long
stepped
have you
away,
had
I guess,
that
to use his
hat?
phone.
No, I went to, he's got like a hotel thing there, or a retreat rather, and then not too long ago, like, or maybe half a year ago with my wife. I was like, do you want a hat?
Okay.
Speaking of Phil,
New Kill Bill. That must be the spin-off. Kill Bill.
here he is, starting stack 200K, raising it up to 8,000.
Love to see what Jesse was chewing on. Oh, 5-4 of hearts. Here we go.
The battle we've all been waiting for. Vladimir Korzinin and Phil Ivey.
Vlad's really chewing on this one.
Yeah, he does take his time, doesn't he? It's the same in the 200K. Before every decision, just
yeah. But here we are on day 1, and he's still same method, same process.
Perhaps that's the method to the madness. Does flop best. 22K out there. At that stage of the tournament where we're still just playing for chips. No ICM, no payouts to be mentioned of. Expect it to be a bit
standard. Would be a little C-bet here. I wouldn't be surprised if Ivy potentially builds up live reads versus Vladimir. Just within his kind of expressions, how long he takes, especially, you know, showing some hands for confirmation.
I think the highlight reel of Phil Ivey's live read hero calls and hero folds over the years is one of the most impressive of all time. Well,
Ivy was going to find a reason to double barrel here with still only ace high. You'd think it would start with a 3 or a deuce coming, give him gutter equity. So let's see if he takes that route. By no means obligatory.
Calls it in, checking on over. Once more to Ivy. He's got a knuckle behind. The 10 of hearts on the river, improving, causing into 2 pair. Ivy with just ace high. See if Vlad decides to try and lead this one, or if he wants to slide it on over, afraid of the monsters under the bed. Hands like ace king, king 9.
Well, Ivy's not really beating anything, right? The straight draws just hit a 10 or made a straight. If Ivy thinks he can get a jack or a 10 to fold here, then he could sling a bluff out, which is what he does. And I think this bluff makes a lot of sense. Just some of the jack X that hits the 10 is a pretty easy river call. Or not fold.
Ivy's going to say goodbye to that 40,000. See if Vlad comes with call. Oh, hold on.
95.
He's coming for the check raise. No nonsense from Ivy, who snap folds. Somewhat surprised to see that check raise there from Vlad.
I wasn't ready for any of that.
Raise to 9,000.
He's just having a good time.
He just loves the game, mate. Just loves the game.
Oh.
Go.
For a +1, opening up to 9k. Partner calls with the flat on the button. Does open the door. Kuznetsov to 3-bet jam this one. He's going to get rid of Brewer, and obviously a snap call from Parnikov. With the 2 10s. So first flip of the 150k for me in this booth.
Makes sense.
You can join.
Head, you're out.
I'm out.
145 out there for Kuznetsov to get back in this 200k starting stack in this one. No help on the 854 board.
Yeah.
Dead.
Wow. How about ace of spades on the turn to give Nikita a 95% edge, which turns into 100 on the river.
Get him ball, man. I lost minimum.
You just jam over the top, get him ball.
54?
He 480k.
Back up to 75% of the starting as we venture on over to the blue feature table. Vlad's involved again, Brian. I mean,
looks like a queen 3 suited flat in the small blind.
Love to see it against the button open.
He flopped the best hand here. Tricky one to play though.
Not 12.
Just comes out leading, which is pretty unorthodox, all things considered.
Wizardry.
We're witnessing the magic unfold before our eyes.
This trip has truly just been the birth of a new legend.
Yeah.
#1 on Estonia's all-time money list. Santa's little helper.
The most dedicated sweater in the room. Here he is on day 1, helping out Santa.
I thought you were talking about Jesse's sweater there for a second. I was like,
no, that was Jesse, wasn't it?
The boss. The hero.
Yeah, that was Jesse.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not his sweater. No. I'm talking.
I know.
Oh,
yeah, it took me a second. That's what I'm saying. There was a bit of lag on my end.
Don't worry, we'll reset the router, get you up to speed. Things are moving fast nowadays, Henry.
They are, mate. That's the problem. Is
84, 85, 86. I mean, what's going on?
86.5, you know. Chun Tong Xiao, a couple of 4s in the big against the hijack open. One would expect to just see him flat. Ten deuce. Jesse gonna knuckle this one back. Oh, hello. How about just turning a boat? Gonna slide it on over once more. King of clubs. Yeah, Jesse just happy to take his showdown. See how extending the rope as much as he could, casting it out into the middle of the ocean. Jesse not biting. I gotta say, Brian, it's a different kind of vibe in the room. Feels like we're at that stage of the series where some people are buried, man. Some people aren't as excited to be playing poker as they were 10 days ago. There's the last of the Hold'em tournaments.
Turns out Xiao at this table, who's the chip leader, he's actually played quite a few Tritons.
He has. Yeah, he's part of that Malaysian contingent.
And yeah, definitely. It's getting late in the series. I mean, big numbers this series. We went over this, but if you just one-bulleted everything, including the 3 PLOs, but I believe it was 1,035,000 in buy-ins. And you know, a lot of these guys aren't limiting themselves to one bullet, so got some pretty big swings.
Calls it in with the swingy play style. Yeah, always seems to be building a stack. Opening with the King 7. Jack 10, 5, 2 clubs, 1 diamond. Both players remaining pairless.
Phil does have backdoor nut diamonds here. He's not super deep, but he probably calls a smallish c-bet. Yeah, like third pot. Yeah, I like this continue by Phil. Obviously, this scenario, assuming he gets the showdown, is kind of beyond your wildest dreams, but there's some backdoor stuff going for his hand.
Such as the 8 of diamonds on the turn. Giving him a gut shot and nut flush draw. See how Vlad proceeds. Does now have equity. He wants to try and get like a 10x to fold or 5x to fold. Bulldoze his way to victory. 32k. 80% pot.
It's big, but not going to be big enough to get Phil out of there. I do wonder if Phil will call or jam.
Just comes with call. 104,000 out there. See what happens on Brick Rivers. That is a brick, but it does pair the board. Ah, Vlad's going to knuckle it back. Ace high's good. Phil Ivey up to 189k, almost back to starting stack. Vlad just unable to find the river barrel.
What a play, huh? I see professional now.
Real deal.
Real deal, yeah.
Real deal, Holyfield.
Beautiful.
Ivy getting some recognition for being the real deal.
Yeah. Deservedly so.
That's an interesting one. Ace high just being allowed to show down certainly does lead one to think about, okay, well, if this guy gives up rivers, you know, in spots where you're perhaps worried about getting blown off your hand, you know, marginal holdings, such as like middle pair or something, perhaps we'll see some adjustments made from the players.
I mean, the thing about it is if Ace High gets to showdown and win there versus give-ups, it makes turn way more appetizing. You know, I was speculating, will he call or jam? I think it's close. But it makes call way more appetizing there.
Yeah, that
when,
makes sense.
when you get river give-ups, right? And you get to just showdown Ace High and win maybe at a decent frequency. When it's good. Not saying it's going to be good at a decent frequency. It's probably mostly not going to be good, but
that's all Jesse. See, I'm not even interested in taking a stab on the flop. Well, Jesse's not thrilled about putting more money in this pot.
Nine.
There he comes, though. Making me eat my words. 9k into 22,000. Gets the job done. Jesse's had a great series, hasn't he? I mean, made the final table of the main event today. Of course, would have loved to have spun it up a bit. Picked up his first title in the 50k. 1.5 million.
We're very excited by Monaco. Very impressed.
Yeah.
So are you thinking of moving here or?
No, I mean, anywhere but America. No, I'm kidding.
They cannot leave prison, you know.
I don't. It's not allowed. Yeah, eventually, maybe one day. Love you. Where do you live?
I live in Vienna.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful there.
It is.
I need to check it out. Never been.
But so, yeah, I think I prefer it more than Monaco because it's like a bigger city. It has more things. The houses here are so expensive, whether it's rental, buying, or anything.
I would.
Some absurd numbers.
I'd live right here at the hotel.
Okay.
Before I'd pay the apartment. 8 million euros for a little closet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out Vienna. One of the poker hot spots of the world, where a lot of the European crushers call home. Xian is facing a 3-bet. Coffee hijack.
Per square meter or something.
But I've seen it. It's crazy.
Something just that doesn't make sense to the number. Like there must be a mistake here.
But I mean, I do understand.
Cards on their backs, boys.
Just like majestic, where I just didn't feel like
Yeah, just jamming. Xian not wasting any time to click the call button. 100 bigs out there. 50 bigs apiece.
Rich people like rich people. Not all of them.
Yeah, I'm going to chop it up 91% of the time. Xiao with the free roll.
Oh,
Is there gonna be another?
Uh-oh.
All of a sudden, that threat of the free roll got a lot more real, didn't it?
No.
To David. Oof. It was black.
Right color, wrong suit. Chop it up. Sweaty one there for David Yan.
Thought I had a flush. When he gets caught when he gets caught bluffing, he just says, "Oh, I thought it was a flush out there."
I wear my red glasses today.
Yeah.
Jesse saying he'd rather live at the hotel than drop 8 million on a studio apartment here in Monaco.
I mean, is it 8 million for a studio apartment?
For like
that's not
like a box, bro. Like we're talking like 40 square meters, 43 square meters.
Really?
It's insane.
So like a 150 square meter apartment or something. We're talking
150 square foot.
No, square meter.
Oh no, don't know. I mean, that's going to be infinitely more. It's going to be close to like 20 million.
That's pretty crazy. Just because it's a tax haven, that's it. It got that expensive.
I have no idea, man. I'm not sure. I mean, I do like it here, but I don't like it enough to drop 10 million on a studio kind of thing, you know? Alright, what odds will you lay me on a deuce coming on the flop? One of these boys making a set. Randy laid me 1,000,000 to 1 the other day. I was like, Randy, you're crazy, bro.
He did?
Yeah, I snap booked $1. Obviously, I owe him $1. Definitely happens more than 1 in a million times, right?
No, probably not.
No?
But it's like, so what? What if it's 1 in 2 million and you're losing 50 cents? You're gonna pay 50 cents to beat Randy for $1 million, like in the craziest thing of the lifetime. You know what I mean?
Oh man,
you're definitely paying for entertainment, I think.
For sure.
But I think in all my time in Triton, I don't think I've ever seen them have a foul deck in the tournament and have to redo it once.
No, I can't remember either. I've been to stops where it's happened, not Triton stops, other stops, and it's just like, oh, that's funny. But yeah, never here.
So.
9.
But yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible.
Deuce is going to hit the mark. Snap fold from Ivy. Pretty quick fold from Lonis as well. We've also final tabled.
Randy's crazy.
He is crazy.
It's just like, why?
It's Randy. I think he just didn't really think it through. He was just like, okay, bet. And it's just like, okay, I know you're going to win this $1, you know.
How rich is Randy? I didn't know he was that rich. He's just slinging out. I mean, you know. Dude, if I lost that bet, I'd have a problem commentating the rest of the day.
I think
Right.
he'd leave the booth. Yeah. I think he'd just be on the next flight home. He's a madman. Go on, Vlad. Get in the mix, mate. Some interaction here between these two hands. Could collide on certain ball textures. Well, that is one of them. Open ender for Jan. Bottom pair for Vladimir.
SPR is very big here. It's like 15 to. So, spot where I think Jan's very natural to bet his hand. Just immediate fold equity of getting better than 7 high to fold. You know, he has a pretty good draw.
Does come out firing once check two. A half pot.
Vladimir with bottom pair.
14.
Oh my goodness, he's check raising. That was unexpected.
Here
He
we
loves
go.
this play, dude. He
Yeah.
loves check raising the flop.
Here we go. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Hope everyone's buckled in.
He normally doesn't go crazy in these spots when he's called, though.
He still has the best hand on the turn.
It's tricky to play. See if he finds a bet here. Yeah, this bet actually makes a lot of sense. I mean, he's the one who's really repping 2 pairs. Now he can have boats. His particular hand makes some sense to bet as well. A lot of protection involved against some. You can get some weak draws to fold at this point. Exactly the type of draw like David Jan has. Oh, he's gonna float.
And I guess, again, going back to that conversation we were having just an orbit ago, this is a guy that we've seen, you know, fire flop, fire turn, and then give up rivers. Perhaps Jan thinking, well, in position, if I brick, there's might be an opportunity for me to steal it away from him. Which is
I mean, he's got to be thinking about bluffing here in position, right? If Vlad checks, I guess that needs to come first.
Would be shocked to see him triple this off. And there's the check. So all of the front door draws bricking. I mean, everything bricking. Hearts, straights, diamonds.
True. But if you're Yan, you'd rather check bigger front door draws back, right? Like Jack 9, Queen 9, Ace high flush draws, Queen high flush draws. You can check all those back if they have some modicum of showdown. But this, I mean, surely is a bluff.
Doesn't go big. 14 into 82. Is this designed to just fold out like 7-9?
Yeah.
9-6, Jack 9?
Exactly. It's designed to fold out bigger draws.
Gets looked up, calls it in, picking up 110k pot. A check raise flop, bet turn, and then check induced on the river.
He got the max.
He got the absolute max, mate.
It's the wizardry. It's back out.
Fresh off that $3 million score. Oh, hello. Oh, top set for Spencer.
9 of diamonds.
Broadway draw for Kravets.
Reverse psychology, huh?
All in pre. Right, we're looking for a king and a king only.
Nice time.
I don't want the king of diamonds.
Does not find it. So Lewis Spencer back up to starting stack. Roman will have to be clicking the re-entry button. I'm about to crack open a cold one. Beautiful.
If that was a beer, what would you like it to be? If you could pick any beer.
Pilsen.
Thank you.
Pilsner?
Yeah.
Like a specific brand?
Pilsener.
Okay.
Not much of a beer guy, but
Okay. I enjoy beer.
grew up in Eastern Europe, mate. We're on the hard stuff from a pretty young age. Chip counts brought to you by BetACR. Bonakov's leading the field over on the red table. Chun Tong Xiao in pole position over on the blue table. As we head into the final 3 levels or so. Working our way down through the final Hold'em tournament of the series. Tomorrow we've got the 50k PLO. November 13th, we have the 100k PLO starting, and then the 25k on the 14th.
I'll tell you what beer I would choose.
Go on.
There's this company called Kona. They're from Hawaii.
Okay.
And they make this beer. They make a couple different varieties, but one of their IPAs is called Hanalei. It comes in usually in an orange wrapping, and it's kind of like a light IPA, little citrusy. They add a little fruit. It's a great, it's a really light IPA, basically. I think it's delicious. It's a kind of beer, for me, it's not like so heavy. Like sometimes I really like heavier beers than that or stronger IPAs, but not to drink. You just want that like an everyday beer. I don't drink beer every day anymore. I'm trying to watch the calories currently, but I do love that beer. It's a good beer. Check it out, guys. Hanalei.
I'm more of a vodka guy myself, you know.
I drink very little hard alcohol anymore.
Yes.
I'm not really trying to get drunk.
I have a pretty big bet in 2025.
Yeah.
I had 9 months off in 2023, and then I went to Taipei, got hosted by some friends out there, and you know, when you play private games against Asian bosses, one doesn't turn down drinks when they're offered.
Yeah,
and
of course not.
That Asian boss was finding an excuse to drink a shot of tequila after every hand. He would get dealt 8-3 offsuit, and he'd be like, hey guys, I got dealt 8-3. That means shots for everyone. We'd all do a shot. And then he'd find an excuse to do another one and another one.
Oh my.
Back to this. Soy's backed in to a 10 high flush. Spencer has a flush of his own. This went open cut off, big blind defend, check, check, flop, check, check, turn. Now disaster for Spencer, who's on bullet number 2.
Soiza has the exact flush that he should have at a high frequency, which is flush with a 10 in it. Unfortunately for Spencer, given that it was middle pair on the flop, and I think a lot of Soiza's combos that are unpaired bet the turn, bet either flop or turn. So,
see what size Soiza comes with.
Yeah, pretty clear value raise here. It's a meaty bet, right? What are we? We're talking 16.5 into 22, so it's like 3/4 pot. Feeling great about the 10 high flush.
I'm struggling to think of where the bluffs would come from. Had like Queen 10, Queen of clubs.
Yeah, Jack 10 with a club. Queen 10 with a club. Those are all great candidates.
10 high flush.
Spencer wasting no time to call off there. Soiser scooping a sizable one. He's up to 1.5 starting stacks. Pretty good series for him. He's coming second in the 100K for 2.3 million. Yeah, eye roll from Spencer indeed. Understandably so. Sometimes you're just destined to lose chips in a pot. That was one of them. Love the engagement over on YouTube, as always. Thanks for getting involved, being a part of the conversation, keeping both myself and Brian company, and for showing your support as well by watching this continuing coverage from the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series in Monte-Carlo. Get involved over on socials as well. If you haven't already, dropped us a follow on Twitter or Instagram. Shout out to our social media team who are working night and day, tirelessly around the clock to just put out behind the scenes content with some of your favorite players. Just trying to come up with new creative ways to keep you all entertained.
Can I get
Triton Poker Series on Instagram and Twitter, as Brewer absolutely drills the Queen 7 deuce 2 spades.
Who? Check calls? No check raise? Got that ace of spades.
Oh, that's a fun turn card. Brewer turning the flush. Who with that nut flush redraw?
Excuse me. Opportunity.
Oh my goodness, he checks it back. That was unexpected.
What a sicko. 36k out there. That's a kind of annoying river, because now who has legit showdown? This river top pair.
Yeah,
I wanted to see a
probably
brick, you know?
check calls, right?
Yeah, I wanted to see the 4 of clubs and just see who go for the 300% river lead. It's a funny one for Brewer because he's blocking flop top pair. That's part of the reason why perhaps he slowed down on the King of Spades turn. Tough to get value from a deuce X or a 7X.
22. I have a flush.
Snap called on the river.
Could have gotten more money.
Brewer up to 404k.
Oh, yes, I don't know.
Just recognizing that you could have gotten more money, given that who snap called.
Tiger. Na super. Tu ani sedí ty Jožek takhle.
To 76 runners now. Top 3, Fade or Holt still in first position. Mike Hackstead in second. Makita in third.
Hopefully not so soon. 11:30, yes.
11:30?
Yeah, it's the end of day 1.
You can be like Zoe or Guangzhou.
Konzo, yeah. Is he falling asleep?
At the table, yeah, a couple of times.
Couple of times.
I don't know, but Some people calling him sleeping tiger.
Event if he did. Interesting hand.
8,000.
It's tough out there, bro.
Yeah.
People are falling
His
asleep at the
three-bet
tables.
like
It is.
8-6 of diamonds. And it didn't value me on the river. So sick. Yeah, I had 7s or something. It's like an 8 on the middle pair or something. Yeah.
Late position?
Yeah, like
Okay,
button, like
not
button,
out of
like
line.
button cut off. That's okay.
Okay, yeah.
But I didn't expect you know, river he thin value as well, like the 8. Like second or third pair.
Is this just going in? Who 3-betting from the small? Lewis playing 30 bigs.
So much respect. I could have shoved 7s.
Playing less actually, 28.
Wrong. I should have shoved.
Yeah, 30. 30 bigs,
I
right?
haven't played with him for a long time, so
Little shipperoo.
He's having good results.
isn't he like chip leader?
No, just call.
He plays PLO as well, right?
Not sure. Can't remember.
64k out there.
Yeah, he plays PLO.
Lewis the effective stack with 94k back. SPR of 1.5.
I haven't played a ton with him.
But oh wow.
Diplomatic answer.
Yeah. I mean, also I'm just not particularly good to even judge
Okay.
myself with PLO, so I play because it's fun and I like tournaments.
Beatable points, maybe. You never know.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I was in the running last time.
Do you think a Hold'em player, only Hold'em player stands a chance?
No.
No, right?
The fact that you get points from buy-ins and stuff, like even if you had like the sickest Hold'em deal, you have to fade them like doing something, and you have to be like ahead enough of whoever
To fade the buy-ins,
They
yeah.
don't even fade. They don't even get you just a buy-in.
Buy-ins, yeah.
So, like,
Tough spot for Spencer here, facing this C-bet on third pot.
4 titles, like they're all big ones.
Yeah.
One of them is the main. Like, yeah, that's super sick, but like someone's gonna win 3. Like, no, seriously.
Yeah, and they play PLO.
Yeah,
and then you're
someone
fucked.
who like plays every event is gonna win 3, and then that person's also gonna have like more cash.
Oh, it finds the jam. Well done, mate. Does find the jam.
I don't think you can fold the king of diamonds here.
Made the call. Spencer's in front, as you can see, equity-wise. They're flipping. All in brought to you by WPT Global. See if Spencer can hold against King Queen.
Other than the outright wins, who helpful cards to who would be a 8, 9, 10 or jack.
Would have been that.
Yeah.
There's the 9 of hearts that you were mentioning.
You just hadn't thought of what it was.
Actually, sweat
It lets the fun 9988 counterfeit.
Would it be fun for Spencer?
Nope.
Spencer finds the hold. Back up to 250,000. Back up to over starting. Got to win flips to win tournaments. Back on over to this star-studded lineup. See, we've got Boyven in the mix as well. Came 8th in that 60k. Was chip leading. Actually lost a brutal hand to Luke Greenwood, where Boyven turned the nut flush. Greenwood rivered a boat. This was when average stack was like 15 big blinds. They were like 1st and 3rd in chips at the time.
9.
I think there's a lot of people here that are kind of like up stuck. They're like down on poker, but up decent on the crypto pump that we've experienced whilst being here.
Certainly. I mean, one of the main ways that, you know, I think people pay is with USDC, USDT on ERC20. So, like, I think a lot of the people here are pretty familiar with crypto,
33.
I would imagine.
Oh, Vlad's
Again, it
price
just has a
himself
lot of
in.
utility for international gamblers. So, you know, I would speculate that
people are down but up.
That the room's pretty happy this week with the price action.
Vlad's potentially priced himself in with this action, pre-flop opting to 3-bet the King Queen.
Let's see what he's going to put out the feelers, get a feeling. Looks like it's 83 more.
Flip. Oh, flip. Yeah.
I folded a queen also. Everyone has a queen.
Yeah. I can have a little big king.
Oh, hello. 4 additional outs. It's gone from 3 to 7.
Yeah.
Oh, and the 7 for the chop.
7. Yeah, 7. 7 seems fair.
Easy.
I'm happy with the 7.
Oh.
Good luck.
Oh, that's just disgusting.
King has to come.
I said it before. Yeah, but I only did that because you have to go second time. Yeah.
Dude, this guy's a legend.
I would fall.
I'm sorry, I'm just a bit in shock. Everyone's calling for the 7 for a chop.
King has to come.
King ball, corner pocket.
So ordered immediately.
Ivy's loving it, man. Yeah. Ivy was just like, wow, you really are magic. Just said, like, King has to come.
I'm sure at this point I've just heard a few stories.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he was gone for a little bit, right? Did he play the...
He played, yeah, but late.
Did he play the Invitational too? Oh, yeah, he was
Yeah.
Paul Faw's partner. That's right.
Yeah.
So he played. So, yeah.
The sickest thing is the ending to that hand. Korzenen's just like, well, I only spiked that king a bit so you can go and re-enter.
Yeah, I know, right?
Guys just felt it someone in 150k buy-in. He's like, yeah, re-entry's still open, pal. Jesus.
That had a little more zing on it than I feel like a lot of his previous interactions after busting people, where he was like basically super nice and gracious. That one was like actually kind of a needle.
That was a needle, yeah.
Yeah.
He's learning. He's learning. Leonard Maui has taken the chip lead. Just stacked none other than Ossi Ketola. Aces against jacks.
10,000.
Pretty brutal for Ossi. I mean, he was, what, top 7 with 21 left in the 125k main. Then lost ace-queen against Foxen's king-queen. And then lost ace-queen against nines after the ace-king-10 flop against Danny Tang to just be out. See what Boivin comes with. A couple of red nines. Yeah, there it is. In it goes.
200?
What does Vlad want to do? I refuse to try and guess.
Even it was 100, I fold.
No, he hasn't been playing crazy in those type of spots. If anything, I feel like slight overfolding at
He got a read
times.
on me trying to raise to 9,000. He knew I didn't have a good hand.
Yeah.
He does like 3-betting pre, sometimes light.
Always
That's
a fold
true.
then.
And he likes
Yeah.
check raising the
when
flop.
When he tried to raise less than 2 big blinds.
Loves the flop check raise.
Yeah. Probably his favorite play.
Oh, yeah, flash it.
Causing him with a legit hand now. He won't get to three bet this one. He can RFI.
Nine. Can I take it back now? Nice. Nice job.
Oh, he wanted to make it 9. Didn't realise that the blinds have gone up to 2.5K, 5K. 30K out there. Oh, and Boyvin's got a flush draw on the King 10-4.
Ten.
Vlad going to continue for third pot. Thomas has all the options in front of him.
35.
Takes the aggressive route with the check raise to 35K.
Players in the 150K and at this level will be having a 15-minute break. During this break, we will have a chip race for the 500 value chips. We kindly ask the chip leader at each table to now start buying up the 500 value chips. Thank you.
100K out there. See if Boyvin fires again on brick turns. He does now pick up a gut shot to go along with his diamond draw, as does Vlad.
See how much Vladimir believes in his own trick, the flop check raise.
Hey, buddy.
He does have a gutter now. I don't think 40K is going to be enough to get him off jacks, but we'll see.
Vlad's so unpredictable in these spots.
Does have a gut shot to go with. Right.
Just really depends on how he's feeling. What he thinks the energy is like out there.
Definitely going to chew on this one a little bit.
Does have the jack of diamonds in hand. Makes the call. 180K out there. This has to be pretty uncomfortable for Boyvin now. It's check raise flop barrel turn, but it doesn't matter because he's got there.
He doesn't have a hand that's going to be super happy to hero river, I would imagine. But again, he is unpredictable.
Boyvin set this up for around a 0.75, 0.8 SPR. There's the jam.
Yep.
See if Vlad can now get away from it. The front door diamonds do get there. 3-2-1 in the middle. Vlad calls. Boyvin's going to be playing a very healthy 470,000 chip pot. He gets away from it. Good fold, sir. Put the chips in whilst he was ahead. Found the fold button. Once behind as we head on over to the other table. Looks like a 3-bet pot between Soiza and Kuznetsov. This went raised by Brewer to 11k, Soiza flat. Kuznetsov 3-bet out of the big to 35k, very small 3-bet. It's come queen 8-6 and the money's gone flying in.
Wow, and there it is.
Oh, I just felt like it was coming as well.
Every day is an auspicious day.
I felt I promise you I felt it coming. I felt it coming, bro, after our conversation about, you know.
I was like, why is he nodding his head on the jack of hearts?
I was like close.
Like,
almost.
you think he turned
I was like almost. That was a close one. Yeah. I really did. I really did feel it coming. Yeah. Power of positivity.
Feel like I believe
you know
him.
what? I really felt I was gonna win.
Yeah, I was like, why is he nodding his head?
For reals, you know. I was like, oh yeah, okay. It's like, oh, almost.
I was
just like
squinting at the board to make sure I didn't miss.
Look at this mug getting it in with aces when I'm clearly gotta make 2 pair. But no, I mean we've all been there, right? It's a great feeling where your confidence is just peaking. You're like, yeah.
Was it a flash?
I got this.
Yeah, they've been dudes.
Ah, okay. No.
You get it in with queens, they show you the ace king. Just like, mate,
Even I blocked one.
you've got like 2% equity at best, bro. Why are you putting it in with ace king?
So I'm gonna make this 5-outer.
You
Feel like
deserve
you've
it,
got
you know.
5 outs.
You put so much, invested so much. I don't mind.
So it really is one of the most positive people in the game. Maybe there's something to it. Number 2 on Malaysia's all-time money list. Jan bumping it up to 10-5. Mateo's joining the table now. How about this for a lineup of stone cold killers? Gonna flat. Opens the door for Ivy to go set mining as well. A couple of small pairs against Jan's King 10 of Hearts. And this could be showers for Jan on the 10-6 deuce. Very decent top pair against bottom set.
Yeah, SPR's not that big.
Oh, go on, Ivy.
Oh, I was just gonna lead out. How does Jan want to deal with that here? Call the raise. He is in position. 15 into like 35 though. Maybe he can find the call.
37.5.
Nope. This is a path that's hurtling towards the double, is what it is.
Ivy loving this. Came out with the lead. Gets the good news. Xian bumps it up to 38k. On a board this dry, 10-6 deuce. How does Ivy proceed? Just going to come with call. Give Jan as much rope as possible. Oh my word. What a disgusting turn card. I don't think Jan was ever getting away from it, regardless, unless, I don't know, maybe like a 9 rolled off or an 8 rolled off. But now that he's turned top 2.
I mean, maybe not even with those, less than 1 SPR. It's hard to say.
Yeah, it's time for me to start my work.
Showers. Or you can
No,
eat.
I already did on
Snap
first
call
day.
from Ivy. At least Jan is drawing live. 9%. King or a 10 needed. Doesn't find it. Ivy going to hold with the set. Eliminate a very tough opponent in David Jan. Ivy's second bullet going much better than the first. Oh, I do apologize actually. I think Ivy is just on one bullet. There's one hand missing on the Triton Poker Plus app. That could have been the hand that he bust. It looks like
top 2.
Of course. I was burning.
Looks like he's on one bullet according to the app. Up to 82 runners, by the way. Pretty huge.
I like in one bath.
Not that I'm surprised to see so much support in 150k. You can show your support by becoming part of the Triton poker community, heading over to the shop.tritonseries.com and picking up some Triton merch. For this entire series, you can get an extra 10% discount with the promo code Triton10 during the Monte-Carlo event period only. Grab yours today. Join the Triton community. They've got some pretty sick merch over there.
Sneaky Philly.
Vlad's loving it. He's having the time of his life. Phil Ivey at the table.
Oh.
Ace Jack for Xiao. Vlad's opted to limp under the gun.
He just mixes it up, doesn't he?
He really does, man.
Okay. Good.
I assume the plan is to just
call.
Call.
One time.
What do you say? One time. Oh man. Quirky character, isn't he? That's the best of it on 10.95. But it's a byproduct of limping in. He has given up the aggression to Tong Xiao. Does check through. Xiao with an open ender on the turn.
Yeah, if I've been watching Korzinen, I feel like I don't want to bet too small in these spots. I think that encourages him to peel. I'm trying to go at least 2/3 or 3/4 pot. But everybody just keeps betting small. He still might get him off sevens, though. But he might not.
I'll give credit to Vlad for the most part. Post-flop, he's been putting money in when he's been good. And he's been folding when he's been behind. Which is a pretty good strategy overall, as he does make the call here.
I mean, a small bet doesn't really even make that much sense on this turn, like from a theoretical standpoint. Oh, there it is, though. Ace Jack got there. Pretty hard call now, though, as Vlad, I would think.
What do you mean? He's got the 7 of clubs, so we're just all in.
Yeah, no, I mean, bluff over bluff catch, though.
You have change?
This guy is great. He's actually thinking about bluffing, though. It's pretty strong.
It's really throwing me off a bit. Just how much fun he's having out there. It's like 150K, and he's memeing around with the dealer.
Oh my goodness. He just went all in.
What a gangster. What an absolute gangster. I don't care if this doesn't work.
Dude, it might work.
I don't care. If it does, I mean, incredible. If it doesn't, incredible.
I
This
agree.
is just the sickest play. 7 of clubs just ripping it in. Oh, man.
Dude, this guy's got moves, man. This is quite the move right here. I mean, there's 70K in the middle, so he's ripping it for like 3.5x. I mean, like, you definitely don't need to call this with a straight. 350% pot.
Yeah, this is wild, right? I mean, Salle feels like he's calling to get half the pot back.
No.
Oh.
I would be thinking you're just losing to a flush a lot.
Very good fold.
This guy. Clip that one for your highlight reel.
I'm joking, yeah.
Dude, that was a pretty epic play.
Just
actually.
hits him with the lead B100, 350. I mean,
I'm joking.
What a gangster
He had
play.
a club in his hand, too.
Who?
Vladimir.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. He's blocking the straight flush, bro. It's just out there in these streets. Santa Claus is gangster this time of
Is
year.
this the new stack? Is this the new stack?
And then he follows it up with the very good fold for me. Reminds me of that meme. Call the ambulance, but not for me. This guy is an absolute memer. Love this man.
Ivy excited to flat behind on Vladimir's big blind here with a pair. I'm just have little doubt. Hoping Vlad also calls along. It's not quite there. 9-5 is not the hand. He likes the 9-6.
Yeah, 9-5 is just like, you know what? I'll let you two battle that one out. Pass up on it. Boyven checking this one over to Ivy. Opening from +1. Does open the door for Ivy to do something crazy, which would put Boyven in a rather precarious spot, just bottom pair. Now a 4-liner out there. You see Kuznetsov joining this feature after getting showered on the other one. $86 runners in 150K. They're both happy to just get this one to showdown. Ivy getting shown a hand that perhaps he could have got to fold. 34k pot going Boyvin's way. Everyone's pretty tired out there. It's been a pretty long grind the last 11 days.
This deal?
Sounds like a missed deal.
Wow.
This is yours? This is your card?
Gonna fold all the way around to the bottom. Just wait for the graphics to catch up. Yellow just activating. 11k. King 8-0. Calls it in with ace 4-0.
How will Vladimir approach this? 3-bet? Call?
Wants the C3.
In table number 1 now is our main TV table. Table number 3 will be secondary.
The old ace-10, Vlad, with the magic once more. The flopping trips. See how Theologus proceeds.
$9.5.
Bang on 25% pot.
How will Vladimir proceed here? This patented flop check raise or just call maybe?
Attention team, if you have 2 or more players at the table, please start preparing your deck.
Nah, Brian, we only check raise with bottom pair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Trips.
When we got trips, we just come with the check call. Give as much rope as possible. This is so good for poker. He just makes it so difficult to play because you just never know what to expect. That 350% pot river lead. When have you ever seen a pro do that? Not that often.
He actually makes it look shockingly easy to come in here and just dismantle the best players in the world. Like,
yeah, he does. Second place in the 200k. 3.3 million. It's absurd.
Theologus has the King of Hearts and the 8 of Clubs.
57.
And he's he's going for it. Well, at least Theologus, in my opinion, has figured out the necessary part of like, okay, if I'm going to get him to fold a 10 or a queen, I need to bet big.
Yeah.
Which seems like other people haven't figured out yet.
Agreed.
That said, Vladimir has the 3 aces this time, so it's not going to work. But I have to think there's a pretty good chance Theologus is going to bluff a flush run out, which I don't know. That's going to be interesting. Like, will Vladimir call a pot-sized bet on the river with a flush? Oh.
Not today. Snap fold from Alex.
We're just going to avoid the river situation entirely by shipping the turn.
Just smacks the hand of Theologus.
I will say, though, as the guy who's supposed to analyze poker here, that play was wildly irresponsible because the problem is yes, it looks great when you get bluffs to fold that have little equity versus you, but when he's losing, he's just getting called and going to have very little equity.
Two draws, I cannot risk.
Yeah, with last draw, yeah.
Alex entertaining the conversation.
I would like to play longer first.
Levels for today, blinds are 3,000 small blinds, 6,000 big blind, and addition is not dealers, deliveries.
Couple of players on the outside looking in. Paulie V, Roman Hrabets, Maha Nora, Sir Watts, Michael Watson, and Tan Xuan. Up to 87 runners now. Oh, hello. Alex just coming with call. See, I'm getting laid a good price, 6K, 34K out there. Does come with the defend. Alex with a very disguised pocket jacks. And it's just showers on bullets, bullet number 2 for Kuznetsov.
Not 100%.
What odds will you lay me?
Well, it's probably a favorite. What do you mean lay you odds? What odds will you lay me?
What, on him getting showered?
Not getting showered. Yeah. You said it's showers.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, I didn't say he's probably not going to get showered. I said not necessarily. Implication being he might not. But I would agree he's a favorite too.
I'm just trying to give you a way to win some money back, bro, but
yeah,
it's
well,
fine.
so lay me a price.
I don't know, what side do you want?
You have showers, I have not showers, clearly. Since your statement was somewhat authoritative that it would be bust.
Maybe not on this turn.
See, a bunch of runouts. That's kind of my point.
Could have won some money back there, Brian.
Right. You didn't throw anything out there.
I don't know what to tell you. What should I tell you on the Ace Jack 6? 3-1? That's insane.
But they're
4-1?
But the thing is, they had like a 4 SPR or something, so they were going to have to be 3 streets of betting to get there.
100%.
Which is where the don't comes in sometimes.
Especially on turns like this. Isn't that sort of checking it on over to Alex? SPR of 2.5.
$45?
Yeah, Alex goes big, setting this one up.
It's immediately uncomfortable here, but I think ace-queen. I mean, I wouldn't say has to stick around, but it's going to stick around a lot. This would be a pretty insane fold here. Yeah. If call feels like the very reasonable, normal play. Oh my. See? You could have taken my money.
Dirty.
You just had to man up and lay a price.
I couldn't, bro, because Kuznetsov covers Theologus. So
Well,
he was never busting the tournament.
All in, clearly, or whatever, would wins, right? Like,
no, just let me save face, okay?
Bro, you've already picked me off for a dime.
I'll give you a chance, but you're much better at laying.
You're not going to give me a chance.
You're much better at laying odds than me. You're throwing out like 10 to 1s and stuff, you know? I'm out here trying to
knit it up, man. Let's be honest. Let's call a spade a spade. You're out here knitting it up.
Hey, come on, listen.
It's all good, man. I respect it.
You can't call me in it. I'm leveraged out my ass over here. Alex.
I wonder who's long one leverage right now.
Just Nikita not loving this, pained by the proposition and flicking it in.
Yeah, he kind of knew ace queen. That flicking belays the fact that he had a feeling it wasn't going to be good, but I don't see where you can go.
No, it's not Olena. I left.
125?
He doesn't love it. Just waiting for confirmation from the dealer. So Alex Theologus practically getting a double up. It's going to be our next red table. Who we got over there? We got Santosh, Christoph Vogelsang, Alex Foxen, Peter Ayarts, Steve O'Dwyer. Looks like he just got paid against Vogel. And then over to the other side of the room, I spy Ben 86, Lucas Greenwood, Ike Haxton, Patrick Antonius, Ivinger. Looks like Ding Biao also in the mix there. So we will be heading into our final frame.
Let me pose something. I just read something in the chat. I'm just bring it up. I think it's an interesting topic. Someone said he doesn't know how to fold. LOL. It's like
who?
The ace queen. Yeah. Wow. Guys, let's put it this way. If somebody's folding ace queen there, which is the best 3 aces, if someone's folding that good, then there isn't value in betting jacks, right? Jacks full beats, I think there was one smaller card, like 4s full, and then ace queen is like the next best hand. So it's like logically, if you think value betting jacks is a good play, then that means your opponent's calling with 3 aces and the nut kicker, right? You can't kind of have it both ways. So, and the point of me bringing this up is to say ace queen's a very normal, reasonable call. Like, I know that you can feel like a super genius when you can see all the cards, but that's not how poker works when you're actually playing. So let's have a little bit of grace. And it's basically just a cooler. Like, there's really no other way to put that with the run out. I was implying that on some run outs, maybe ace queen would be able to get away, but not that one. Not the ace on the river. That's pretty dirty. Wouldn't you agree, Henry?
I agree 100%, man. I think it's very easy to fall into that trap of, you know, watching from home, seeing the cards, and just think that the decisions in front of the players are easy ones. And, you know, it's not. You and I have both been out there, the bright lights, the big cameras, the big stage. It's not easy, man, when you're staring down a world-class opponent as well.
So, like, pair and open-ended on the turn.
I mean, honestly, if Nikita folds ace-queen there, it makes, like, a big fold highlight reel. That's a sick fold if he folds it. Like, I'm totally expecting him to call. Doesn't mean he thinks he's good at a super high frequency or something, but that's like a highlight reel fold if he folds. Like, just being honest. Like, there's one hand in between ace, queen, and jacks. It was like 4s, right? So it's actually turning, if you fold ace, queen there, You're like owning pocket jacks, basically.
Queen 10.
Oh, Queen 10. Okay, 2 hands in between. Yeah, that's right. It's a big one, too. Queen 10 has a lot more combos. Good point.
But still, point remains the same. It's,
yeah. It's kind of an own if you fold ace queen there.
Yeah. It wasn't bad. Posture is a little bit, but it was no point.
So Nikita all in for his final 2 bigs under the gun.
Yeah.
Ace 3 of clubs.
No ace queen.
ISOing from the small with the Queen 8.
It doesn't matter whichever of ace queen.
Yeah, it's been one of those days for Nikita. Is he going to fire a 3rd bullet, or is he just going to call it a night and maybe come back tomorrow and max late reg?
Huh?
This year I've seen Nikita a few times. I just feel like most of the time I see him on the stream, he just doesn't run very well. But he plays pretty, I mean, he plays good. It seems like he's playing totally fine. Just, I don't know. When I've been in here, I feel like I see him run kind of bad.
I couldn't agree more. It was the same in Jeju. 1 lone cash out of 10 events played. It was a min cash as well, thereabouts. 90K and the 25K. And then it was the same in Montenegro. Just 1 cash. The 40K mystery bounty, where he collected 553,000. And it's been a similar story here.
Oh, he got 2nd in the bounty.
The Turbo Bounty Quattro, yeah. He's in for 2 bullets in this one, and I got a funny feeling that maybe, just maybe, he's going to call it a night.
Oh, that was his 2nd bullet?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's rough.
It's just like, Jesus, do I really want to be in for 450 in the space of an hour? Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Aussie Katola has reloaded. So hang on, what's going on here? So Brewer opened the A7, Ponokov's flat on the button with King Queen of Spades. Aussie 3-bet to 32K from the small blind with pocket 8s, and Jesse's come with the cold 4 to 98K with Ace King suited. Let's see how much gamble Aussie's got on him. See how much gamble AP's got in him. He's going to have some traps on the button against the cutoff open.
Yeah, wow.
Especially against this lineup.
And it's dealer versus the blinds. AP really might not be done with this one. Ooh.
Thinks better of it.
Got away.
I'll see with the back jam.
Tempo, okay.
That's good, I guess.
Jesse snaps calls and out of nowhere. 622K pot. This is for a top 4 stack.
You wanted to do something. Would you have ace 4?
Of course. Classy as always. Never reveals what he had because he doesn't want to ruin people's sweats.
You have me covered. I'm not sure.
9-3 deuce. Safe flop for Aussie.
Ponikovs would have flopped the king high flush draw.
Wow.
Hello. Jesse going from 6 to 14 ounce. Doesn't get there. Aussie gets the double to 622,000. The 5-bet ripping pocket 8s.
A7-0.
We're just making up patterns.
Why would I make up A7-0?
No, I mean, I just assumed Alex is making
298?
King Queen of Spades.
I have King Queen of Spades. I don't know what to do. Not common spot.
298?
Alex, I would have made the flush in 1 had he just ripped it in.
He wanted to do something, didn't
Rampage posted like a new got scammed thing. These guys are the dumbest.
Again?
Yeah.
This one's even dumber.
Oh my word.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a sequel. This one he's betting with a bookie on like whatever, like a private bookie. So like,
let's gamble. I want a cheap lead before break.
Fail.
You offering blind all in or what?
Aussie saying, let's gamble. I want a chip lead before break.
Yeah, that seems like a bad deal.
I believe him.
Lewis just gets to be in the big blind against two guys who are blind all
That
in.
sounds sick.
I will need to.
Why are you killing my action? What's wrong with you?
Linus got to do that. I told you about that story.
Okay.
11.
Brewer would love to see some all-ins in front of him. Oh, sorry, behind him rather.
No chip lead.
No chip lead for Aussie.
Yeah, I will buy your chips.
What do you want?
I will buy your chips. Just those ones. Purples.
Jesse making the call for his final 4.5K. Try and spin back up to 3.5 bigs.
What's happening?
Not really the spot one wants to find themselves in a 150K buy-in tournament. Not a diamond in sight on the 655. Cowboy needed.
king.
Doesn't find it. He's going to have to click the re-entry
we
button
get off it.
after
No
losing
more
that
feature.
monster flip against Aussie Katola. Ace King against pocket
Oh, yeah.
eights. Unable to get there with the Ace King.
3,000. Okay.
So, Brewer finishing him off. There's 87 players in this one. It's Germany's Leonard Maue out in front, Ponakov's second in chips, Fedor in third, Aussie Katola in fourth, and Ike Haxton in fifth, rounding out the top five. Obviously, very early doors here.
Yeah, it was a fun
The guy who's won
little
the most
stretch
at
with these
PLO.
two tables.
Look at that. Vladimir Kozinin, 93 big blinds, chip leading over on the blue table after that epic 350% pot jam, leading in to Chun Tong Xiao, who ended up folding a straight. You have to see that one. I assume it's going to get clipped and put over on our Instagram. He's, you know, this Kozinin is becoming a bit of a highlight reel himself, Brian.
Yeah, that was quite the bluff. Impressive stuff.
Aussie, also another one of those, not afraid to put in chips and play big pots. He just got it in with eights. Won a, what, 124 big blind flip there against the Ace King of Jesse Lonis. You got to win flips to win tournaments, and Aussie not afraid to play big pots. So Brian and I are stepping away with the rest of the field for about 8 minutes time. When we return, we've got 2 more levels of play, playing down to the end of the day 1, and then obviously everyone that's left will bag and tag for day 2. And yeah, late reg still open. I mean, perhaps we get 100 runners in this one, generating a 15 million prize pool. We'll see you on the flip side of this break. Don't go too far as we return.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Table.
Oh.
Ace Jack for Salle. Vlad's opted to limp under the gun.
He just mixes it up, doesn't he?
He really does, man.
Okay. Good.
I assume the plan is to just
Call.
What do you say? One time. Oh man. Quirky character, isn't he? That's the best of it on 10-9-5. But as a byproduct of limping in, he has given up the aggression to Tong Xiao. Does check through. Xiao with an open ender on the turn.
Yeah, if I've been watching Korzinen, I feel like I don't want to bet too small in these spots. I think that encourages him to peel. I'm trying to go at least 2/3 or 3/4 pot. But everybody just keeps betting small. He still might get him off sevens, though. But he might not.
I'll give credit to Vlad for the most part. Post-flop, he's been putting money in when he's been good. And he's been folding when he's been behind. Which is a pretty good strategy overall, as he does make the call here.
I mean, a small bet doesn't really even make that much sense on this turn, like from a theoretical standpoint. Oh, there it is. Though Ace-Jack got there. Pretty hard call now, though, as Vlad, I would think.
What do you mean? He's got the 7 of clubs, so we're just all in.
Yeah, no, I mean, bluff over bluff catch, though.
You have change?
This guy's great. He's actually thinking about bluffing, though. It's pretty strong.
It's really throwing me off a bit. Just how much fun he's having out there. It's like 150K, and he's memeing around with the dealer.
Oh, my goodness. He just went all in.
What a gangster. What an absolute gangster. I don't care if this doesn't work.
Dude, it might work.
I don't care. If it does, I mean, incredible. If it doesn't, incredible.
I
This
agree.
is just the sickest play. 7 of clubs just ripping it in. Oh, man.
Dude, this guy's got moves, man. This is quite the move right here. I mean, there's 70K in the middle, so he's ripping it for like 3.5x. I mean, like, you definitely don't need to call this with a straight 350% pot.
Yeah, this is wild, right? I mean, Salle feels like he's calling to get half the pot back.
No.
Oh.
I would be thinking you're just losing to a flush a lot.
Very good fold.
This guy. Clip that one for your highlight reel.
I'm joking, yeah.
Dude, that was a pretty epic play.
Just hits him with the... Well, a very warm welcome back to the Sporting here in Monte-Carlo for continuing coverage of the final No Limit Hold'em event of the series. It's the 150K 8 Max, and it's Leonard Maui from Germany leading the pack up to 88 entries in this one so far. 52 remaining. There are a few players on the outside looking in, perhaps looking to max late reg tomorrow, as late reg is open until the start of day 2. Just looking over on the Triton Poker Plus app, there's, 7 players looking to potentially rebuy. Paulie V, Roman Trabets, Michael Watson, Tan Xuan, Christoph Vogelsang, Nikita Kuznetsov, who we saw lose 2 bullets in the space of an hour, and Jesse Lonis. And I have to ask, as I scroll through the field, Brian, is this the event to fire multiple bullets in, or are we just sitting this one out from the sidelines now?
Well, I mean, that, like I said, this and the 100K probably the 2 toughest fields, so personal decision, but you're not feeling good, maybe time to pack it in.
You're not. I mean, when you've got the likes of Leonard in first, Ponakov's in second, Fedor Holtz in third, then it's pretty brutal. Ike Caxton and Ossie rounding out the top 5. Ossie Katola happy to play a monster flip there just before the break. He's playing 104 bigs on his second bullet, and we know that just because he's got 104 bigs doesn't mean that it's just going to be plain sailing until the end of the day for him. That could be 0 or it could be 300 in the next hour, given how this guy plays.
0 or 300?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean big blinds?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I was like, that's a pretty pessimistic outlook.
0 or 300 bigs.
His chips or all of them. Sorry, buddy.
We do have 2 new feature tables as I turn my attention to table number 1. Ike Caxton, Patrick Antonius, Greenwood, got Biao Ding, Ibinger, Joe Tren, and Ben 86. I'm looking around. I mean, Biao's on 15 bigs, Greenwood's on 16, Ike Caxton on 104. Could be some collisions over there between Ike and Joe Tren, and especially Ben 86. He's also on 93 big blinds, so some huge stacks over there. Who's got the worst seat at this table for you, Brian?
Probably Tolerine. Yeah. He's just directly out of position to the only guy at the table that covers him, and directly in position to Ding Biao, who has dust. If Ding Biao busts, then it would be Ike, right? If nobody filled in that seat, I think.
Well, this is table 3, the red feature table. Savannah, who we haven't had the chance to really see much of this series. No real deep runs for him. He's got 28 bigs. Yaroshevsky, fresh off that second title in the 60K Turbo the other night. He's got 14 bigs. Ren Lin, 67 big blinds. Alex Foxman with 46. O'Dwyer 46. And, of course, Peter Aerts, who took down that 100K, picking up his second title. He's got 94 big blinds. And, again, I'm just looking at a table and thinking, okay, where's the value? Where am I getting my chips from? Even Savannah on the invitee side of the invitational bracket, he's got a title, man. This guy's been winning 250Ks out in Vegas. He's winning Tritons. He's making deep runs. Another tough invitee.
Certainly, yeah, and another tough table. It's going to be a lot of fun to follow that one as well.
So obviously this one being the final of the No Limit Hold'em tournaments. Tomorrow we do have the first of the PLO events. It's going to be the 50k PLO. And then on the 13th we've got the 100k PLO main event. I've got a funny feeling we're going to see perhaps 10, 15, 20 guys fly in specifically for the PLO events. And you from the booth going to be jumping in for the final PLO event, the 25k, which is on November the 14th.
Yes, I will be. And I have a feeling the guys who are going to fly in specifically are going to come from that like northern Europe region.
I think
you'll
read
like maybe
strong.
A couple Finnish guys.
I think your read is strong, my man. I think we'll be seeing a lot more Scandinavian flags over on the Triton Poker Plus app. But throwing it down to the main stage for the final time tonight. 2 more levels of play. You can see in the top right hand corner of your screens. Download the Triton Poker Plus app now, where you can sweat along all of the action from the outer tables, including your favorite players, especially that table that we just had. Phil Ivey, Vladimir Korzinin, Adrian Mateos, just to name a few. 88 runners in this one. So here we go. Here we go. How about that for a venue? Just got that pan around the room. Absolutely stunning. Wouldn't want to play high stakes poker anywhere else. But these are the chip counts coming back to big blind 6k. Art's chip leader on the red with 94 bigs. Ike chip leading on the blue with 104. And the overall tournament chip leader out of Maui over on the orange table. That's a pretty tough table over there, by the way. I didn't even see that. Leon Sturm, Kulev, Jan, Nikolaitis, Boss Paul, and Juan Pardo will be looking to take away from the chip leader.
This is the Triton 150k, man. All these tables are tough.
Yeah, I'm just scanning through this field. Pretty brutal. Just the best players in the world competing against one another. So, here we go, cards in the air. Hour and a half left before bagging and tagging. Cameraman's getting his steps in today, ain't he? What do you think? Do you think he's hitting as much as we did?
Just did a complete 360 on this table.
See Patrick posting over on socials, trying to get the viewership numbers up. Shout out to Patrick Antonius.
Oh,
and
look
all of
at
his
Joe
fans.
Chen over there, dressed all spiffy and elegant in that white. Looks like a white suit almost.
Yeah, he shows up with the blazers, man.
Yeah, I don't think he's I don't think he's fallen asleep at the table today. Not in that.
Does show up with the
Those snazzy
blazers.
threads.
Yeah, look at that, mate. Love to see it. Straight out of a Bond movie. It's the right place for it. Bet 86 activates from the hijack. Yeah, Patrick just pitches it.
What's the strategy now then on the divider? We keep bluffing or we don't?
When we go on the camera, we start bluffing again.
I've been just asking Ben86, what's the play? When we're on the TV table, we keep bluffing? I think so.
Ben saying they stop bluffing on the TV table.
No, Ben said that's when you do start. He was agreeing with Ibinger. Apparently they had been knitting it up.
Oh, and now that's
on
time
the out
to bluff.
table. Yeah, 100%. Peter turning the 10 high clubs after opening on the button. Savannah, who's had a pretty rough trip out here in Montenegro, in Monte-Carlo. In for 2 bullets in this one. Sorry, make that 3. It's been a rough series, just 1 lone cash, 20th in the 50K for 93,000, but we know that the man can close these things out. 6 million in Triton earnings, 1 title. Gets away from it on the turn. Would love to see a Santosh deep run here.
Yeah, likewise. Really standing out on the screen with the bright red hoodie.
Yarashevsky with title number 2, eh? Late last night in that 60K turbo, beating Alex Theologis. Heads up for the trophy.
Oh my god.
Go for. Yeah, what do you want to do? All in? So close. Wow. So free full all in, huh? You get those full and it's so close. Wow.
Kind of close to being a pair.
Deuce and the 4 is hard to close these pairs.
You know, it's too hard to rest. One direction or the other.
Give me one more chance.
Renlin's another one of those OG live pros that just, the table talk is next level. Guaranteed that he's talked people in and out of decisions, ones that have been favourable to him.
Yeah, I want to pay attention to that. I feel like I've seen his table talk more just kind of being funny and friendly as opposed to kind of fishing, but I want to keep my eyes out for that. Foxen finding ace deuce offsuit here for a polar big blind 3-bet strategy versus under the gun 7. Dan Smith.
Yeah, interesting to see Foxen opt to 3-bet this one. Does flop best on the ace 8-6. Smith with an inside straight draw.
As advertised, we're on the TV table, so time to start bluffing. Foxen's 3-bet pre is definitely on the light side. But versus this bet, I think Dan has a pretty comfortable call. Obviously, Foxen has a lot of ace-X, and even his other kind of value hands, such as kings and queens and jacks, are all beating Dan. But that said, he's getting, what is that, like 5-1? Has a gutter.
Says the price is right. Getting 5-1. Absolutely nails the turn. Seven of diamonds, just giving Smith 100% check mark. 169 out there.
And this becomes very tricky to play now from Alex's perspective. He is ahead of some hands, but the 7, I mean, as we can see, it fills in Dan's hand. It does fill in other hands as well. Alex would love to just get the showdown. So, best way to accomplish that is to check, which he does. You have to think that with a larger than 1 SPR, Dan probably decides to bet the turn, but he could check this back. No flush draw.
That'll be 25.
Likely with an ace here, Alex will call and evaluate river. He does have worse hands to fold. Maybe some king high stuff, or just any pair, even kings, like jacks, queens, kings.
Makes the call. 253k out there. River changes nothing. If anything, unfortunate for Foxen that they have 5, 9, or a 10 didn't roll off. We know what Smith's going to be doing. I feel like having a diamond for Foxen's really bad. Like he's unblocking backdoor clubs, backdoor spades.
I just don't think Dan has almost any hands with a deuce in it, though. So, I mean, opening under the gun and calling a 3-bet. But Alex is definitely not beating value, and I think at this point, Dan has to essentially be turning some of his weakest 1-pair hands into bluffs. I'm sure he would be. Is it enough for Alex to call? Hands like pocket 5s, pocket 4s, 6-5 suited, 8-9 suited, 7-9 suited if he opened it. Maybe pocket 9s as Dan. That's starting to get to the limit of what you would maybe either check back turn or just not bluff with.
I agree. Foxen agrees. He gets away from it. A little pick up there for Smith. 578,000. Who have we got? Christoph Vogelsang. with a fresh stack. Not opting to wait until tomorrow for the max late ridge. He wants to get involved now.
I raise in first position.
It's pretty brutal for Christoph Vogelsang. Lost queens against ace king to bust his first bullet. Hopefully you won't be busting bullets over on WPT Global. The new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series is the best and only place to qualify for Triton events. You could be playing the new WPT Global Slam at future Triton stops by winning your way in online. Download WPT Global with the code Triton for a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Good luck, ladies and gents. Hopefully we'll see you at the next stop.
In the beginning, you play level in 150K NLH. Small by 4,000, big blind 8,000, and big blind only 8,000.
Those of you just joining us perhaps missed 125K main. Bring Kenny taking it down for 4.4 million. Would you believe the man just shows up and gets it done, crossing the 70 million in earnings mark, first player to ever do so. He was overtaken on the all-time money list for about 3 months.
Are you serious? Boss, eh?
Oh,
Wow.
Vogelsang.
How much?
Just ripping it in. 32 bigs out of the big blind against the Ren Lin 2.5x open. Bit of a nit roll from Rennie boy.
Wow.
Fives are good.
Gamble, gamble.
Let's gamble, boys. Let's gamble. Queen 8-7. Fives holding on the flop. Could be some counterfeit outs on the turn should the board pair, which it doesn't. Ren with 6 outs once. Ace or a king needed.
King Gaga.
Doesn't find it.
Wow, gamble, gamble. So tilty.
Vogelsang. Fresh stack.
194.
Doubles up hand number 1. Let's go, my man.
Okay. Every time flip, but with me, you every time win. That's why. Oh, yeah.
Yes. I said, I think you saved me.
You're welcome.
I don't know what the flop is, though, so.
Sounds like you could save you 3,000 more if you just raised.
Yeah, Sensei Bryn.
Yeah.
71.4 million in earnings.
I almost shoved when I learned about him, but
7 million
seems
more than
like
seconds, Justin
unless you
Bonomo.
were folding, I was toast. So I guess that one woke up for me.
Greenwood's got 9 bigs. Patrick wants to see 3. As will Ike, who has Patrick's hearts dominated.
Will Ike find a squeeze here? It's a hand he's can consider it, that's for sure.
Patrick flopping best on the Jack 10-4. As we work our way down to the end of day 1 of this 150k. A level and a half left. Up to 91 runners. Spicy turn card. Joe turns the nut flush draw. Yeah, Pat got to come out firing. Half pot, that should get rid of the ace deuce. Although with Ike, you never know. Find some sick bluffs. Pitches this one though. This man's not folding. The question is whether he decides to play it aggressively. Just comes with call. We need to get him in the booth, man. With a suit like that as he backs into the nut flush.
Patrick's blocking 8-9 and so very rarely plays 9-8 like this. I mean, has played top pairs good pretty often. Patrick goes for a meaty bet size here. It's pretty easy as Joe Schwen here to divvy up your range. I mean, if you did happen to play 9-8 like this, you can raise. Maybe if you made a good 2-pair on the river with the 7, and then obviously flushes. And you can find bluffs from some hands like maybe King Queen, Queen 9, especially if they have a diamond. Could even turn some hands into bluffs like pocket 8s. Pocket 8s or pocket 9s with a diamond.
Really feel like Pat kind of put himself in the blender here with this hand. Easy for me to say, obviously, you can see the cards. Let's let go of it. Still pick up there for Joe. He's up to 3rd in chips. Joe up to 3rd, Leonard Maui still out in front, Fedor Holtz in 2nd, Ossi Katola in 4th, Lewis Spencer in 5th.
Ben Tollerine with the silver hair. Honestly, if it wasn't for some grays in that, you'd still think he's a young man.
Silver
in
Wolf,
great
my
shape.
friend. Silver Wolf.
I mean,
think Ding was just sweating that one with Greenwood.
I have like, my beard is white platchy. If I honestly, if I shave clean, so you can't tell, it does make me look a lot younger.
I don't think
I have this white patchy beard.
I couldn't imagine you without a beard, bro.
Yeah, been using it for a while, but once upon a time. Got the white suit and his glasses. I think it's the colored glasses that we've determined are only used by aggressive players. Yeah, but no colored but see-through.
Yeah.
Matthias is, but no, you can't slip in there with. Those are just like EV glasses.
I think there's a max EV glasses.
Yeah, like no one can see your eyes.
Yeah. As expected by Ibinger, by the way. I mean, the guy is great at extracting
Honestly, I
EV.
might just start using that to wear a point. I'm going to start showing up to to tournaments with a hoodie, sunglasses, and a mask. And then just be like, well, the rules, bro. I mean, I can do this, right?
Go for it, mate.
Yeah.
If anyone says anything, send them our way, mate.
Show me in the rules where I'm not allowed to do this.
Yeah, exactly. We'll sort them out. We'll take him round back. You got something to say to Zarast? What are you talking about? What's the most heated exchange you've seen? Like, have you seen it where like gloves are off and cards stop getting dealt and people are reaching over the table for one another?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if in all my days I've seen a fight at the poker table. I mean, I've definitely seen people posturing to fight. Like, we've all seen that, right? But I don't know if I've seen people actually fight. I mean, I've seen someone, when they lost the pot, just grab a handful of chips and, like, fling them. That's probably one of the crazier things I saw.
I haven't seen anything too wild before, Yeah. Actually, no, sorry, that's a lie. I won't name the place, but it's a pretty popular resort where a fist fight broke out between two guys in like a 1,000-runner tournament, and like the table was knocked over and everything, and yeah, there was some hammer fists thrown.
Oh shit!
I'll have to find the video for you. I can't.
So that kind of just messed up the tournament for the whole table. That must have been
for everyone. Yeah, the tournament got paused for like 45 minutes. Yeah, I'll show you the video later. I completely forgot about that. I was there for that.
This isn't what one person did, but I was in the WSOP. I was like deep in day 2 in the money in some tournament when they had that like shooter scare, and then
oh wow,
everyone.
I remember
everyone
that, yeah.
in the WSOP like cleared out, and it took like over an hour for everyone to make their way back. I think it wasn't even from something in that building. It was like somewhere nearby on the strip, and just like word got out. It
was just domino effect. I remember seeing some stuff surface, yeah.
And a bunch of people in a bunch of different casinos, apparently in poker rooms and everything.
Yeah, producer James just saying it was just literally a broken window. Someone threw a rock at one of the windows, apparently it broke, and then from there it was just panic. Panic going to be on the face of Lucas Greenwood when he sees the ace-king.
Yeah. In fact, if I remember, I think we didn't play anymore that night. By the time we got it sorted out, it was basically just the bag up, and I think we showed up to play the next day, if I recall.
Yeah, some people were, hold on, man, hold on, because we just seen the ace-jack fold from Ike. I don't know if Joe can get away from the ace-queen, though, for 25 bigs. I mean, it is UTG and +1.
Yeah, this is a tough spot. Oh my goodness, he finds
guy.
the fold. That's pretty strong. Yeah, it's the relative positions.
So no aces left in the deck. And Tony's just looking to hold across 5. Greenwood with 2 live flush draws.
Yeah, ace jack and ace queen got folded, right?
Correct. And queen 10 suited.
Oh no, that's bad for Lucas. Oh.
Oh. Okay. Not so bad anymore. Turns Patrick dead. Lucas bouncing back up to 75% of a starting stack. Yeah, dude, I remember D-Negs posting a clip of his like hand. Do you remember that from that tournament? And his like hand was like proper cut up, man, from where people were just scrambling and running.
Yeah,
It's gonna be 8.
I lost my shoe for like, because I was running and someone stepped on the back of my shoe and it came off. And then, I mean, I'm not,
I flipped 2 times.
we were like going through the back. I didn't stop to get my shoe, so I kept going out. And then when I went back, I couldn't find my shoe for like for a while. I was looking for my shoe for like 45 minutes. Eventually, I found it.
I know he's a small pair.
Rip Brian's shoe. We're 1 card away.
Wait.
Saying rip to Yaroshevsky.
Good luck, guys.
He's trying all the tricks to spike the 2 outer. Doesn't succeed this time. Savannah up to 232k.
Sit open on 3.
Actually, I had more often, I think, than the
You made me on kill now. It's okay. That's going up.
They're really like 63%.
Huh?
The SS Savannah looking to sail his way to a big score here in the 150k. Been a rough trip for him. You know he can turn it around. That's the thing about day 11, chat. You know, Rasty and I are in the booth, just living it large. We're out cliff diving during the day, going for hikes, this, that, and the other. There are people in this tournament who are yet to cash in a single event. They're just over it. Morale's low, but they're still out here fighting, looking to get that trip-saving result. If they listened to Rasty's Twitter over the last 2 years, they'd be doing all right. You know what I'm saying?
Much longer than 2, baby. I've been preaching the good news for like 5, 6.
Foxen with 25 bigs, rejammable spot against the cutoff. Yeah, it goes with the 3-bet, the non-all-in.
I'm here. You
Love this from Foxen.
Yeah, these tables.
King 8 suited is one of his weaker combos here that he's opening. Feels okay to let it go.
Oh, wow. Dan Smith won a monster pot. First player to cross $1 million. Won an 870,000 chip pot against Phil Ivey. It went Ivey open from the low jack. Smith 3-bet out the small blind off of 99 bigs. Ivey was playing 71. And Ivey just 4-bet jammed for 71 bigs with Jack 10 suited and ran into Smith's aces. And just like that, Ivey's out of here. Wow, the 71 big blind 4-bet rip with the Jack 10.
He's going for it.
He really was.
Yeah.
Smith just gets to click call, and now he's the overwhelming chip leader. Well, just makes the call. Thought he was potentially posturing for a 3-bet there.
All right, Ren, it was you shaking the table.
No, I'm here. Watch you.
I'm watching it move. I'm feeling it move to the exact pace. No, now you're okay. Well, it's still moving a little bit, but
not me.
Feel the table.
But you bet.
But stop. Now it stopped.
I don't think.
Now go again. Now it's going again.
Yeah? But this.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess the whole stage. Yes. Feel the table. You can feel it.
I don't think I'm that strong.
Stronger than you think.
Excuse me.
Peter with the C-bet. Third pot. Christoph, 2 overs. Backdoor Broadway. Against this small sizing. Could also have the best hand. Against the hijack open. Comes with a check call.
Yeah, very understandable. His hand is could be live. Has some more different ways to win, but feels like this get a second barrel from Ericsson should end things.
This hand should be over and done with. Especially facing the overbet on the turn from the Belgian 2-time champion. To 93 runners now. Aussie Katola up into third. You could hear a pencil drop out there this time of night. Ding's going to make some noise though with the kings, 16 big blinds. Does make sense. I mean, we have much smaller fields obviously at Tritons compared to other series, and you do see the same faces in different tournaments, one day after the next. You slowly see the fatigue
You stay PLO.
kicking in. Hear the question being asked if you're going to stay for the PLO. I think some people are going to go home, others are going to stay, try and gamble it up. Patrick gonna flat out the small. Let's see what Ike does here. Ace-9 of clubs. Does cover both. 16 big blinds effective against Ding. He might just run this. Yeah, there it is. All you can eat. Nice, easy decision for Ike. Now Ding is going to posture a bit, as Patrick is behind, left to act. He wants to try and get Pat's money in the middle. Not going to happen. Ike with the overcard. Ding can just hold here. He's going to be back up to starting stack. Well, the king of spades in the window. That's looking pretty beautiful. There's that one lone club and the 5 deuce wrapped around the ace. The 8 of hearts on the turn seals it. Just like that, eh?
Well, Ike went for it there.
节省15万，节省15万，够了，只能明天 rebuy 了。
That's what I want to see, Brian. 11 days into the series, people buried. I want to see him going for it. Taking the higher variance spots, trying to get out the hole.
Oh yeah, no complaints.
You can have your sunglasses back if you play a hand. But if you play a hand together, you can put on your sunglasses.
Forrest has stolen Ibinger's glasses.
Actually, really nice with the bright lights.
Yeah, but only on the
late
TV.
at night.
Only on the TV player.
Yeah, because you can't see anything. But yeah, it's like it's too bright without them. And this is especially like late at night. It's quite nice. Right.
After the race.
Wait, these are prescription. How am I supposed to see in these?
Sounds like Joe Trends gave Forrest a spin of his glasses. Prescription.
Huh?
There's a massive flip going on.
No, they're prescription.
Going to be
I mean, I can see.
Red
Looking
card.
good for Antonius. Removing 2
No.
of Lucas's 6 outs and turns him dead.
Like bifocal or something too. No, they're not bifocal. 100% what? For you, maybe.
And here comes Tan. Taking Ben's seat, would appear.
Soji.
Hmm?
Forrest folds a close one. It's probably one of the Those fringe hands. I'm sure he's opening Queen Jack off and King 10 off, probably.
Back-to-back hands for Patrick. Yeah, and it goes.
Wow, he's just ripping.
This is
20 blinds.
Pretty high variance, if I don't mind saying so myself. Oh, Tan's got a squeeze. Yeah.
Happy to win.
What a legend. One of the true OGs. So a quick dealer change then, as we head into the final break. Sorry, final level of the day. And if you haven't already heard, the word in town is of course that Club WPT Gold are going to be in Vegas in December. They're hosting a $5 million invitational where the winner will get $1 million cash money. They're bringing online sweepstakes poker back to the US and Canada, and the $5 million free roll is a form of celebration. Club WPT Gold celebrating in style. Head on over there, use the promo code Triton to win your seat today. No purchase necessary. I would love to try and calculate the EV of just signing up. Like, your chance of winning a seat is like 1 in 1,000, and then it's capped at 2,000 runners. 5 million guaranteed. Feels like a bit of a print. Just watching the Triton stream.
Yeah.
Win a trip to Vegas. Get involved, chat.
How does the free roll work?
So it's you can only win your seat through Club WPT Gold. There's other kind of like giveaways, some of their ambassadors.
And they're giving away, so a lot of the 5 million, or do you know how many seats they're giving away to the 10K?
I want to say something like 200.
So 2 million of it will be seats to the 10K.
And then I want to say like the top 200 get some kind of cash payout, and then there's some mystery bounties in there as well.
Dude, that 10K is going to be sick.
It's going to be insane.
It's become the second biggest tournament of the year behind the main.
It has.
Yeah, I like playing that one. I'm going to be there.
How about this from Tan, by the way? Loves playing this one. Out of the small against Sting's button open with the King 7.
Wow.
How much do you think these two have battled over the years, man?
Yeah. 第一把掉了不红，
对呀，
第一把就掉了。
对，一母同胞的何必呢？
I mean, by the looks on their faces after that pot, I would say a lot on that exchange.
What? That one his?
Huh?
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
This one. Huh?
I think so too, but they say these. Oh, okay, okay. You send the second one first. I see.
Take my ace.
Okay, I'm remembering it. This is the one I steal. This is the other one.
I want to see if Tan just shows up for Tritons. Is he out there battling anywhere else?
We are going to draw how many last hands we will be playing on table number 7.
Still not good.
Wow, it just looks like Tritons, man. That's pretty sick.
Please deal last 3 hands. Once again, we are playing last 3 hands for today.
There's some like China poker games series back from 2015 and some Macau games from 2015. But other than that, it's just a Triton regular. DD with the suited king.
Oh my.
Go
But
on,
I
Dane.
guess the good news for Divorce is he didn't flop anything. It's going to be hard to lose money here, but Ding Biao certainly wishes he did. I mean, king high flush.
No.
So last level of play. 95 runners. Dan Smith leading the field.
Thank you.
Leonard Maui in second.
Oh,
Ossie
David.
Kettler in third. 53 remain. Late Reg open to the start of day 2. Quite a few people with the option to re-enter. Artur Martirosyan, Igor Yarashevsky, Phil Ivey, Jesse Lones, Nikita Kuznetsov, Roman Krabets, and Paulius Vatikunas. Paulie V. Man, we've had 35 re-entries in this. That's pretty absurd. 300k for some, 450k for others. Heibinger flopping best. Patrick down to less than 15 bigs, byproduct of the blind level increase. Not comfortable for the 3-time champ. Even though he's got the best of it. Yeah, just going to let it go. Antonius bulldozing his way to a win in that one. Fresh off that $5 million score.
Heibinger perhaps assuming that Patrick would check back more of the hands like ace-king. Folding a pair there versus a c-bet.
Ding's got 25 bigs. He's really mulling this one over. I think he used a time bank there. If he didn't, he used the max amount of time he was allowed to use before raising. See how Dvoris feels about the ace 10-0.
$48.
Feels frisky. Taking the aggressive line up to 48,000.
Versus +2. What is +2 at this table? Let's find out.
7-handed. No, sorry, 8-handed.
So that's the low jack. And gets Ding Biao off the best hand. They're pretty short though. Looks like that was like just over 20 big blinds. Effective.
I feel like there's just going to be some absurd pot played here. There's a lineup of players that have potential to just blow up at any point. That man's one of them.
Yeah, I mean, blow up might not be the right word, but definitely a few guys at this table. I mean, I know who my number 2 pick is.
You win.
In terms of being in like a crazy interesting pot behind 10. 10's number 1, I agree. Who's 2? I have my pick. I'm just curious who you take.
I'd say either Patrick or Joe Tran.
I think I take Ike.
I could see it, yeah. Ike can rocket man it in from time to time. Were you in the booth for that Jack 5 of diamonds hand?
I think so, yeah.
On the 4-4-3, 2 spades.
Wasn't that
turn
a mystery?
Yeah,
mystery
turn 9
hand,
of diamonds. Man, river 6 of spades. That's so sick.
Yeah, I think Ike is number 2 for me in this.
Well, here's Tan, and here's Joe. Shades going on.
Shades on. Aggressive action about to be taken.
Let's find out. Looks like he's reaching for 3 betting chips. 42k to go. Seven's hitting the mark. How does Greenwood feel about 6s?
He is really short. I mean, the interesting thing about it, if he jams here, is he gets heads up versus Zhou Xuan and sometimes 10 folds. Yeah, and then there's 20k in the blinds, right? So he's getting the blind overlay and potentially 10 Xuan's open overlay.
I agree. And so does he. He's happy to run it with the 6s.
So 118, yeah, that means there was an overlay of 36k. So yeah, he's getting, it's like 1 point. Or no, sorry, like 2.65 to 1 or something.
Okay, we like that even.
Just drills middle set.
Oh, I lose.
Oh.
Joe drawing dead on the turn.
I lose.
Well done, sir. Lucas Greenwood getting that little bit of dead money that Brian was alluding to. Loves that result.
Yeah, like essentially he's short enough that he doesn't have to really tighten his range there versus the open and the 3-bet. With the blind overlay, it really puts a lot of pressure on the initial opener.
No, I don't want that one. All good.
Pocket is fine. No fine. Oh.
Man, 97 runners in 150k. Poker is here to stay, my friend. Have you ever tried to just like leave for a bit and it just sucks you back in? Stuff like this. Just like, oh, I'm gonna become a carpenter, or I'm gonna buy a cabin in the woods, or in Thailand, for example. And then you see this stuff going on, and you're like, okay, well, poker just keeps sucking me back in.
Nah, I haven't really tried to leave yet. Don't think I ever. Well, I mean, in some ways I've left compared to
20 years ago.
No, 10 years ago. Even. Right? I mean, I'm in the booth right now. Sometimes there are times I go like a month without playing. Basically, stuff was unheard of for me 10 years ago.
Mike's gonna 4-bet over the top. I think they're gonna get out of there with the king queen. Fantastic result for Ike. Getting the 2 overs out of there. See if Pat can do it. Not on that flop. Let's have some runner straights. 7 and a 7 only needed for the 200k Invitational champion.
Okay.
Will need to fire a second bullet in the 150k if he wants to pick up his second title of the series.
Very lucky.
Yeah. 510. You know,
510, not so good.
Prince of Darkness. Ike up to 701k. Good for 88 big blinds. Going up to 5th in chips.
我那天是3-9，给我放了个9-9，进去出个大炮，真是他妈的服了。给他就换成10，
没运气啊。
60.
I thought O'Dwyer was perhaps going to take an aggressive line with the ace-5. Instead opts to just play cool. Well, how about ace-5-5 for O'Dwyer? Flops a full house. Thompson continues. O'Dwyer salivating over the prospects of a double up. $90K out there. Expect to see Foxen slow down, especially on that turn. Red sixes, no spade. After opening from +1 and getting a flat from the cutoff. It does just wave the white flag. Of course, O'Dwyer will be looking to set this one up for a river jam. Unfortunately for him, he's not going to get it. Oh, he's going to get spicy. Checks it back, just has it on lock. Giving a free card to the one spade type holdings, praying that a fourth spade rolls off. Now facing a second check.
No.
Steve-O with a nice little pickup there.
Tea with honey, please. And to go, could I get the meat of the day and the pasta of the day, both to go, please? Meat and pasta? Yep. To go. Thank you so much.
Here the lads just ordering some food to go. So we are just 15 minutes away.
8. Yeah, I like him more.
Before the end of the day.
You can see like so much conscientiousness and cares about doing a great job.
Yep.
The shaman with a nice playable hand in the hijack. Shoots it on up. Little 2.25 action. Svarna thinking about doing something irresponsible. Can always count on our man.
He's on short stack duties. Wants to spin it up before the end of the day. Gonna be tough for him to win on this board. Wow, Steve-O checking it on over. 56k out there. Savannah does stab 18k. You do have to ask yourself at this stack depth, what ace-X would Savannah flat off of 10 bigs? Oh, sorry, 13.
Yeah, not too many of them, right? Because of that, Steve O'Dwyer's getting curious.
King of clubs on the turn. 92k in the middle. Savannah with less than pot back. They will chop this one if he gets the showdown. I've got a funny feeling it won't be. How do we feel about this, Brian? I mean, the non-all-in sizing from Savannah.
I mean, Steve might be able to find the call here, right? Again, at this point, you got to think he doesn't have very much 5x because he's so short and he's jamming most of his ace-x. And is he really just like betting if somehow he didn't jam a pocket pair? Is he really betting that? Right? And just in case Steve O'Dwyer now has a gutter. Yeah, I mean, this call seems very reasonable and nice find by Steve. Okay.
Well, they are going to chop it up. That was already the case on the turn. 168 out there.
Now I guess Steve just jams himself.
Oh, he's so sick. What a sick pop. Steve O'Dwyer with the check call lead jam.
Get him off the chop, baby. Let's go.
That was pretty gangster. Steve-O's dialed in 11 days into the series.
Yeah. You get to the river like that and you don't jam, you ain't playing the game, my friend.
Oh, Ding's in trouble here. Tan's got an open ender. Daniel Dvoris flops top and bottom. So this went cut off open with the queens. Tan flat the button. Joe Trent flicking it in with the 5-3 suited from the small because why not? Opened the door for Dvoris to defend the 7-5. Ding Bao's going to say run it. That gets the open ender out there.
You have 2 back, right?
Good luck, boys. Ding's in need of a 6, a 10, or a queen. 8 outs once. All in brought to you by BetACR.
Yeah, but so what if the button has to limp? You start every hand off with a limp.
There we go. Dvoris gets the hold.
You start every hand
It's
off
up to
with a
3
limp,
starting
and you just
stacks.
play every hand in position.
It's been a while since we've seen a Daniel Dvoris run, you know.
Like you don't even want to start every hand with a limp.
Right, you're just like folding
Up and
40
put the bot in position, so if you only limp when you're...
No, but the whole game is you're in position.
Yeah.
Because like, essentially,
So there's no-
especially the bet is like, if you think it flips at some point, then you would take a game where like, we play heads up where I'm always the button, and you're always in
But I
position.
think you look at, it's not even so close. Then
How do you play on the TV table if you want to they show none of our
And in PLO, unlike no limit,
sure the
like
posts
going
on
above a
YouTube
certain
will remember
success
that.
doesn't provide you the additional benefit because you're capped by the bets anyway.
There's about 17 conversations going on at this table chat. I was trying to just like try and pick up on something, hear what people are saying.
Still, like, can't check raise and stuff. Like as no, I don't like if the pot size is, or if the, let's say like if the depth is like 100 big blinds, then like opening kind of sucks because then the big blind just 3 bets like 60%, and then the SPR is really short again. So I think you have to.
You should bet on that.
You want to play limp and then big blind raises a bunch to lower SPR and then you call, and then you proceed with 6 bigs in the pot and like SPR 15. I don't know why I'm thinking about this.
Tan's gonna activate.
I thought it was a trick to get me to
20 bigs.
You're doing way more. It was, but I tricked myself now because I think it's an interesting question. How much of it? I was trying to just confuse you while you're still playing no limit.
Oh my.
But then I realized it was a
Let's
pretty
go, boys.
question.
Car
Now
crash.
I'm confused.
Late on day 1.
Oh yeah. I mean, look at these relative positions. Cut off big blind.
We got Matthias for sure, though.
This is.
He's thinking about this the hardest.
This is likely getting in pre here.
Doesn't need to go too big. 3-bet to 38K.
I mean, I wonder if Tan ends up calling it because he's in position.
Well, Tan's picking up on how small a sizing this is. He even said, so small.
Okay. Gamble.
Gamble. Okay, gamble.
But I would bet on that. Like, doesn't matter what stacks as you pick.
My favorite words to hear from Tan Xuan. Show me a guy that has more gamble than him on level 10, 11 days into the series. There aren't many people. The sick thing is he'll probably rebuy rather than re-entering tomorrow if he loses this one. Picks up 4 more outs.
But what
Tough one to win.
Choose the sectors anyway, then you pick the three that you want for the edge.
5 run ace needed. Doesn't find it.
Wow.
Now this is the real sick thing.
8-6 perfect.
7 minutes left. Does he re-enter now? Or does he just max late reg day 2?
No, you definitely max late reg day 2, right? Because you got to walk over, you got to talk to the people and this, and 7 minutes.
It's a drawn out process, yeah. I reckon he's going to be back in, mate.
We spent a lot of
98
time
left.
discussing this, and it seems
Yeah.
like the
I like
level 1 logic of 5 cards.
I like that side at 50-50.
What, that he's
It's
going to be
probably like
Having
a
an
2-to-1
extra
favorite
card
to
in your hand
register, I'd say.
That is where the conversation started. Dan said he would like a third.
It's probably like a 2-to-1 favorite.
Yeah, this guy doesn't just say gamble, gamble to then
We're gonna wait
not
after this hand.
to not play the final 7 minutes of the tournament. Oh man, GG's Foxen. 453,000 chip pot. Couple of late night eliminations.
The turn he thought he wanted, but actually didn't. It's like that saying, be careful what you wish for.
It really is like that saying.
Yeah.
Oh, you think you want the king on the turn? Showers.
Inside tonight?
Okay.
Brutal
Yeah,
game.
it is just such like a cuspy thing, right? Yeah.
Ooh.
Like where it's just like 2 pairs.
Come on, Tan,
Which
don't let me
one's
down.
good?
4 card and then.
I call. I've been out. Oh, you dominate, Mike? I said first one's good, and then I said call. When you said good, I knew it's the king as well. And then I said call. I have been out. So. Okay. Amazing.
Would you like a third card? Just to be safe? Yeah, give him a third card.
I've been going the roughest of shapes here. I mean, look, could be worse.
Let's make it.
It definitely could be.
No,
This is actually a decent flop for the king 8 off.
Okay.
There we go.
Always a swap.
Hello.
Let's go with the swap. Red card, please.
Wow, this would just be dirty, wouldn't it?
It would be. This late in the day. Right color, wrong suit.
130.
Green would have a little bit of a bounce back. North of starting.
Little pep in his step.
Yeah, back up to 34 bigs, 35 bigs.
Why did I think I had? Oh, because I posted the big one.
That was a 7-point touchdown, Tom Brady.
What's 7 point?
Peter.
Oh.
Triple sevens.
Man, some late night carnage. What's going on? It's been a gridlock for the last 2 hours, and all of a sudden everyone's in a rush to go home.
47.
Peter opening
47.
from the hijack. Savannah jamming his final 6 big blinds with the king jack. Jaffe overcalling from the cutoff. Renlin's woken up with queens. WTF is going on?
How much professional?
Go for.
170. What blind level are we at?
chips, like 21 blinds.
Professional.
This went open, jam for 6 bigs, overcall, cold jam from Ren. Yeah, Jaffe gets out of there. It's a nice little overlay for Savannah. Potentially go from 6 to 22 bigs.
What do you have? Ace jack. Ace jack? Go for.
Both flush draws working for him.
We'll find out.
Oh, my word. GG, Santosh.
Likely.
Wow, that flop just ends things in a hurry. That 0.4% for the running kings.
Oh, hello.
One more.
Did we all speak too soon?
King. He wants a fresh one.
Live on the turn. It's never easy, is it, Brian? Always a sweat.
Wow, how can you fold it? It's straight.
Fucking needles.
Fold it straight.
I wouldn't have folded if I knew it was a straight, but I'm glad.
So, there you hear it. Last 3 hands. Look at this. Stevie
8 of hearts, right?
being brought up to the main stage. And straight away, blind v blind. Kings against 8s. Against Lucas, who just doubled up with the same hand. It was close. 2 outs once for Greenwood to do the dirty on Chidwick.
Ace jack? Okay. Yeah, ace jack, right?
Cannot find it. And they are dropping like flies. The last 5 minutes of day 1. Stephen Chidwick with a monster stack now. He's playing 825k.
Oh my goodness.
Moves up to 6th in chips. But what do you know? The tournament chip leader is none other than Ossie Katola. With
Things have
3
really
more
shifted
hands.
around here at the end of the day.
It's crazy, man. Ossie chip leader. Dan Smith in 2nd, Lewis Spencer in 3rd, Peter Arts in 4th, and Seth Davies in 5th.
But I think I might. But given the lowest card is a 3, I agree. Yeah, I think we're done.
Pulled 3, I think. They just didn't they announce 3?
Yeah.
I never seen it hold up.
Yeah, I think we're done. Can
Yeah,
we get
3 more hands.
Can't imagine.
Sounds like we're done at this table. I don't know if we're done. I didn't see 3 hands dealt. I just saw.
What if we lose someone else? Is there a number of players
Bloodbath.
at which we stop?
We are playing 3 hands and we don't balance, but 1 player can beat twice.
Oh, 1 player can't beat the big blind twice.
So we will play 3 hands unless 3 people bust?
Unless Stevie busts.
3 people bust. Then I play the big blind, heads up SU, and then
Yeah.
you cannot play your big blind.
Well, that would be a really good outcome for me.
3 more hands, ladies and gents, before we call it a day.
Here we go. It's a little Dvorak time.
Man, Ossie back in the chip lead.
18.
That's just absurd.
Playing like a little over 500?
This is 425.
Yeah.
Dvorak still the best of it on the Jack-6 trade. Both players not thrilled about that board. See if Daniel can find the C-bet.
It's not a board he has to C-bet all the time, but one that he probably C-bets something around 2/3, I would guess. Decides his hand works pretty well as a check back.
With the check in front of him, let's see how Ike wants to play this one.
Yeah, I think versus check back, Ike's already pretty aware that like bad queen highs are not good. So does he want to try to bluff at some point? That's the question he's got to ask himself.
This is the most intense king high versus queen high hand I've ever witnessed. Checks all the way down to the ace of clubs river.
I think this is a river that Ike will not bluff now. So obviously ace high never folds, and Daniel has a lot more ace high than Ike, so I don't think he should go up as high as queen high to bluffs. Yeah, the turn to me was quite interesting, but the river on an ace seems like a pretty clear check. He's going to be able to find, he shouldn't be bluffing too much on this river, and he's going to have worse hands to do it with.
This wins, I'm very disappointed in you.
Yeah, see, he knew it wasn't going to win.
I mean, Ike even saying if this wins, I'm very disappointed in you.
I'm not sure if that's too specific, but a below 5 card hand is 33 to 35% equity against a below 4 card hand.
You have that transposed, but I get what you mean. No, but you pick the best 4 card PLO hand. But yeah, it's probably still going to be like 60-40 or something stupid.
Also, probably about 60-40 that ChatGPT has the right answer.
Ike's got some great one-liners, man.
I think
Holy
it's
shit.
not too specific. It just gives random output pretty much.
Yeah.
I actually tested that the other day.
But the question is the equity of a 4-card PLO hand against a 5-card PLO hand.
Yeah, I mean, that's 0 chance of that.
Not zero, like that's probably
Zero.
appears somewhere in the corpus, right?
Wait, so
I asked it which hand is favored all in pre-flop, Jack deuce offsuit or 10-9 suited, and it said the 10-9 suited is significantly favored because it makes a bunch of straights and flushes.
No, but that's different because it's going to have a lot of hits on like reading stuff about how suited connectors are like super good. But this is, you're asking a very specific question in an area where it has a lot of general input.
Even more specific question?
No, this isn't a specific question. Like
Equity of a 5-card PLO hand versus a 4-card PLO hand? Maybe I misunderstood what you're saying.
The discussion was,
there are not a lot of questions that look almost exactly like the 4-card versus 5-card question, but are actually something else.
Dude, I'm short ChatGPT gets that right at 60%.
You're sure?
Yeah.
Or sure?
Let's say
short.
we're playing,
I agree.
Yeah, no way.
Yeah. Even Stevie just saying he just ran a very simple Jack deuce against 10-9 suited.
And I might get the argument that they're different questions, which is what Ike's implying. But dude, that's like a really complicated question, and ChatGPT is not going to like scour the internet and like find the answer to that somewhere. I doubt it.
I don't think the answer's out there.
Exactly.
Like you have to. That's a solver spot. That is like. Solver has to calculate the best 4-card PLO hand, so ace, ace, jack, 10 double, against a random 5-card hand.
Oh, was that the question? I thought it was random 4-card versus 5-card hands.
I heard one of them say the best PLO 4-card hand against a random 5-card hand.
Okay.
But I could be wrong. Could be wrong. That's a fun question, though. I mean, what do you think the answer is? It just still has like.
The card is. The card is discarded.
I would think so, but
oh,
like
a random 5
I
card
don't
hand.
know
Right.
what
Yeah,
the
probably
card
like
is.
40%. Yeah.
You think big blind's just always winning, right?
I would think so, yeah.
Okay.
But no idea.
I think Joe thinks he's value betting here. By the way, I mean, it's been checked to him 3 times.
Okay.
Just value owning himself. Ike's got the best hand. So, last hand of the night. It's Ike's button. Let's make it a memorable one.
Oh, is that what they meant by 60-40 then?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I misunderstood the question.
Ossie Katola is the chip leader with 42 left and the only player with more than 1 million chips. Currently at 99 entries. I mean, just huge props to Triton. I think we're going to hit at least 110 tomorrow. There's so many people on the outside looking in. Punsri, Savannah, Kulev, Foxen, Ding Biao, Kiat Lee, Patrick Antonius, Nicky P, Phil Ivey. I think all of these guys will be max late regging tomorrow. 110 runner, 150k perhaps. We will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place. 2 p.m. local time. If you haven't already got notifications switched on over on YouTube or on the Triton Poker Plus app, just click that subscribe button to get notified when we go live. This is the final No Limit Hold'em tournament
32.
of the series.
There we are. The last hand. The final No Limit Hold'em tournament. The final countdown.
I mean, it is, yeah, the final No Limit Hold'em tournament. We've obviously got day 2 tomorrow playing down to the FT, and then the final table on Wednesday. And then, yeah, the last day is going to be Thursday the 14th.
Bag it and tag it, gentlemen.
That's when we're going to be bringing the PLO events. But for now, little 150k 8 max from Monte-Carlo. It is Ossie Katola back in the chip lead. I mean, we need to start getting money down on Bet ACR, Brian, because I got a feeling that some of the odds that they'd be laying on people like Ossie would be pretty
Let's check
skewed.
it. I mean, I got my laptop right here. It's probably not up yet, but maybe in 30 minutes.
Let's have a little look-ski as he does bag the chip lead. Only
You are
player with more
basically
than 1 million.
next door, so.
Sorry?
You are basically
next door.
next
Yeah, I'll come over, mate.
Yeah,
Come over, we'll have a little browse.
Take a look.
And welcome back to the break desk. So Ossie Katola bagging the chip lead here. 42 remain. 99 entries so far. As I said, a lot of people, about 15 players on the outside looking in, all capable of clicking that rebuy button. So potentially tomorrow, what, 110 runners in 150k?
I mean, that would be pretty special.
So that would be a prize pool of around, what, 16.5 million. So yeah, I think tomorrow we're going to be seeing again like maybe 3.5, 4 million for first.
I know, just a lot of money getting played for at this stop.
Back tomorrow at 2 p.m. local time, playing down to a final table in this 150k. From Brian, myself, Ali, and Randy, and the rest of the team, I'm going to wish you good night.